but now you are on and off.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you now. Nakusikia.
Oh, okay. So I was saying, we need to, Safaricom has been everywhere. We've had bad things in this country. Safaricom is always there. When polls are being rigged, Safaricom is there. When money is being looted in this country, Safaricom is there. When we had CCTV cameras being installed in the city, in Mombasa, in Kisumu, and in Nairobi, Safaricom was there. And they've never worked. These things have never even helped the country curb criminal activities. So, this is a serious manifestation that this is a company whose objective is to destroy the livelihood of Kenyans. We can deal with it. Let us start by immobilizing it. And it is very easy. Just bring down their boosters, interfere with their network, interfere with their agents. Let us have landlords giving notices to those guys running M-Pesa businesses in.
Eric, tumekupoteza tena. But Eric, just hold on there, tutarudi kwako kama utakuwa sawa. Acha nisikize Piroso. Jambo. Piroso?
Yes. Hello. Hello.
Tunakusikia Piroso, endelea tu.
Yes, how are you, KOT? And yes, and everybody else. Gen Z and Gen Z sort of movement, whether it is compromised or not. I think this is a question that is ringing in many other people's minds, including mine. When we remember where we began from and the way we were, I think if you compare that with today, you realize that there is a very big difference. It is true that this movement has been compromised a lot because if you look at what happens even on X, the spaces that we used to have daily by those big wigs who used to host spaces daily, nowadays those spaces are not there. You open a space, you join X. What you see is the kind of spaces that are there are either to gain followers or maybe to for other very nasty things being discussed there. So the same people who are hosting spaces to discuss very important national issues. Today they are holding spaces to discuss about sex. They are holding spaces to discuss about relationships. They are holding spaces to discuss about, how to increase the number of followers and so on and so forth. So you can see it has moved from our center of interest, which was about the issues that are affecting us as Kenyans, the issues which are affecting us as the young people of this country, the issues which are affecting our future. They have now narrowed down to come to our selfish interests. People are now talking about how they are going to gain followers and many other things which are just for self just satisfaction. So from that alone, you will see that I'm very sure that these people who are holding such spaces and discussing these things, they could be people who have been planted there by the very enemy that we are fighting to distract us. because when you join the X and you realize people are discussing about certain issues to do with sex, obviously you'll find yourself going there because you are a young person. So it is a distraction. So the question is, where did this where are these people used to hold spaces? Where did they go? These people used to hold spaces daily on X discussing about the issues. Walienda wapi? Okay? Because they're the same people. Walienda wapi? Okay? Obviously, these people have either been compromised or they have given up. That is lack of direction. We have lost direction completely. We do not know what we want. We have even forgotten why we even went to the streets. We have forgotten why we have been holding spaces. It's like you go to a farm, you start preparing your land for planting. You prepare it very well, you plant, and then when the plants have germinated, you forget that you even went to the farm and planted. Now those plants that you planted there without weeding them, and maybe doing other things there, those plants will just dry or they will not produce. So why did we start this movement in the first place if we cannot remain consistent? That is my question. That's my question, number one. Number two, I am in certain WhatsApp groups, and these groups were formed between the time June and somewhere in July. And this was the time when the Gen Zs, had a focus, and their focus was they were talking about bad governance. Now, if you go to those WhatsApp groups today, instead of discussing about the issues that led to the formation of those groups, today they are discussing personalities. You will hear they say, oh, so and so is a project, oh, so and so has been funded, oh, so and so is asking money from us, oh, what, upuzi mtupu, there is nothing useful that is being discussed in those WhatsApp groups. So you look at this and then you discover that, have we forgotten where we came from? Have we forgotten where we are going? Coming to these X spaces, even those ones who are holding these spaces, there is only one person that I can cite who is very consistent. He has never stopped holding spaces, and the discussion there is very objective. He hardly allows any discussion about personalities. He brings topics which are very objective and topics which are consistent with the original idea that the Gen Zs had. So to a great extent, I just feel that we have forgotten where we began, what we want, because the person we have been actually talking about over the months is still there. Is actually there. Zakayo is still in office. If anything, is even worse than he was in June. He has actually mutated to be a real dictator now, because this is the time you have realized that many people are getting abducted and they just disappear. Today we are talking about Aoko, who we don't even know where she is. And you see, there are no spaces discussing about Aoko today. You won't find any. You look at X, there are no hashtags, about Aoko. It's like we have just forgotten, Now, that is an evidence. That is evidence enough that we have lost the direction that we are supposed to be going. Let us, now what do we do? We should realize that the problems that we were fighting for in June, the problems that led to our very own people being massacred being tortured, being abducted, being killed, those problems are still there today. They are worse today than they were even in June. In fact, if they wake up today, those ones who were killed, they will just be surprised that you people, you have just gone through your normal lives discussing about sex and discussing about, people, discussing about, very useless things. You have forgotten why they went to the streets. You have forgotten why people went to parliament and stormed parliament. You have forgotten completely. You are now discussing how, you are now thinking on how can I gain more people? How can I bring this one down? He seems to be more popular than myself. So what can I do to bring him down to below me so that I can gain more popularity and so on? We are, sometimes I just look at things and I wonder, Kenyans, why do we forget so fast? You look at what Sakayo is doing today. I mean, if we allow this man to continue this way, I'm telling you, we are not going to, we will just disappear. This man will make us disappear completely. We will not survive because the economy, he has killed the economy. And you can see he has captured everybody. He has captured the opposition. He has captured, the legislature. He has captured now, latest, he has captured the judiciary. You see, you saw what happened when one of these, police chiefs was refused to attend to court summons, and he was actually convicted. But what happened later? Something that has never happened in this country, that you can go there after you have been convicted and then you are again, your case is brought up so that you are allowed to continue with your life. I mean, what is that? That is where we are as a country. You see, today, the circus that was happening the previous weeks concerning the deputy president, and today we have a new deputy president. If you look at the way things were happening, Gazette notices were just rushing. I mean, were being rushed. You have like 4 Gazette notices within 2 hours. I mean, what country is that? You realize that things are just bad. If Kibaki today can wake up today and see the kind of a country that we have today, the country that he removed us from, he got us from Moi's rule and changed the things to a better Kenya. He gave us the 2010 constitution, and today we have gone even worse than Moi's time. It is even serious. So let us be focused as we were. We should realize that the problems are there. We come together. There are those people who are doing civic education, and I am one of those people who stand to say that civic education comes before streets. You cannot take people to the streets who do not even see the reason of going to the streets. You cannot take people to the streets who will even start fighting you. They will start asking, why are these boys going to the streets? Why are these people disturbing us? Meaning that they have not even understood the reasons as to why you are going to the streets. Yeah. So let us do the civic education. Let us make these people see. Let us make Kenyans see, all Kenyans see that really there is need for us to go to the streets. So that when we go to the streets, because it's no longer about Gen Zs anymore, it's about all Kenyans. It's about all Kenyans. Let us make it a Kenyan issue so that all of us, when we go to the streets, let us go to the streets, all of us. Let us polarize everything, yeah, so that we can remove this man. This man is more vicious than he used to be. He's more vicious. You are not going to remove him. You can't go to the streets, 1,000 people, and you expect to remove him. He cannot move. Nowadays, he has a machinery. You saw what Matakarua was saying the other day. So they have come up with some forces which are going to counter us. And therefore, we are also supposed to mutate and become more vicious. Because if we do the same things like we used to do in June, we are not going to succeed. So that's what I can say. We are not, we have been compromised. Let us isolate those people who have been compromised. Let us say who they are, but let us not accuse people falsely with an intention of bringing them down. There are people who are doing very good job out there, and it's unfortunate that we start calling them names. We know the government has sponsored so many of these people online that when they see a good person who is going to come up and challenge them, they spray these people out there. Akiweka post tu wanaanza kumtusi, and then here we are innocently as we are, we join them, we join the bandwagon of Ruto, who was Ruto's men who are all over, you know, in the social media, castigating the very person who is doing the right things. You know, we have to move out of that and focus on what we began in June. That is my contribution this evening, KOT. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Piroso. Na I honestly agree with you kwamba okay, watu hujiuliza kwani 25th ndio watu watokee kulikuwa na civic education ama hapana? But honestly naweza sema kulikuwa na civic education at some point, because before we even said we are going to the streets, tulikuwa tuna go through these bills, like we went through that finance bill vizuri properly. We used to analyze that finance bill 2024 on this platform, tukisema ai bana, hawa jamaa wanasema ukifika 24 years utakuwa unalipa 300 and such things. Tulikuwa tunazunda even on posters and we were circulating huko nje. You find out that watu hawakuwa hata wamesoma that finance bill, they now became aware of what is happening. So before we went to the streets, I think we did a lot of civic education, but we did it in a different way on this digital platform. And so mimi naweza kubaliana na Viroso kwamba if there is that need to do now pia, yeah, apart from just wake up and go to the streets, we need to do some more of civic education, kueducate watu what is happening, kuensure how watu wamekasirika properly, yeah. And you guys mmekuwa mnaona watu wamekuwa wanafanya civic education huku nje, those who have been sharing the videos, those who have been sharing hizo clips, yeah, you'll find out that ndio watu wanasikiza, but now utapata mtu anakuuliza, nyinyi vijana mnataka tuende huko nje tuandamane, tunaenda kuandamania nini? Yeah, so like you have to take your time to explain to this person kwamba lazima tuende tuandamane because kuna hii mambo ya shi na sha, yeah? Wametoa NHIF na pesa zimepanda zenye unalipia hizo shi na sha, yeah? Kuna your airport is being sold, yeah? So mtu anakuambia mimi hata sijaipanda ndege, so you have to explain to them how they do contribute to that airport na venye hiyo airport pia inawafaidi, yeah? Even as much as haupandi ndege, but look at the cloth you are wearing. Hiyo nguo haijaundwa hapa Kenya, most probably imetolewa huko nje. It's either imekuja na airport ama imekuja na seaport, yeah? So you have to educate them, uambie vizuri properly hadi waanze kubuy your idea. So mimi nakubaliana wewe Piroso kwamba as we try to reignite our forces, to ensure pia we are doing more of civic education. Na hii civic education sio ati lazima move from place to place, mahali huko tu wale watu nakaa nao hapo, talk to them, yeah, ask them kama wanajua hizi mabills zenye zinaendelea kwa parliament, yeah. Apart from that pia we need to join forces, yeah, nafaa to join forces because unapata kuna ule mtu mwenye ako so much good in mobilizing people on the platform, na kuna that person who can command people even on the ground. So these people, we need to ensure that they are merging their forces so that tukiamua kama ni siku fulani government haijatusikiza, we want to go and do this and that, we go out there as a united person, yeah. And so Piroso unataka kusema nini? Ukishaongea then tupatie Brian.
Yes, there is something you have said and I think it's very important that I need also to reinforce it, that we should be able to know that we are not the same. and we have been blessed differently. What I have, you may not have it. What you have, I may not have it. But when we join hands, we end up now having almost everything. You may be very good in online mobilization, but you may not be very good in mobilization out there. You may be very good in online civil education or civic education. I'll also be very good in civic education out there on the ground. So when we have these people come together, you will be doing your job here online. I'll be doing mine out there. You know, together we will achieve a lot. So let us come together. Let us identify these people who are actually moving towards the destination we are moving. Let us forget about what we are going to gain, because we may not gain anything very soon. For now, we are supposed to toil so that we, at the end of the day, we achieve. Once we have achieved, then we'll start talking about what are we going to get out of it. So let us, let us look for these people. Let us be together. Don't scatter anybody. They like what I've been seeing. There are some people here, and I see them here online. You know, these people are pretenders, and we know them. They keep on, you know, causing friction amongst the people who are working towards that cause. You know, I even doubt them whether they are actually for us. But let us work as a team for the sake of what we began. Otherwise, mahali tumefikia tukiendelea namna hii, I'm telling you, those people died, they died for nothing. It will be a very big loss. Like one of our friends says that if we die and we don't win, then it's a big loss. If we die, let us die for a win, not for a loss. I think that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. So let us listen to Brian. Brian, niaje?
Yes, KOT, thank you for giving me mic tena. Mara ya kwanza nilipotea. So the big question hapa ya leo inasema kama Gen Z na Gen zote wamekuwa compromised. And I think I can say Gen Z na Gen zote are being compromised by the Gen Zs and the Gen zote themselves. Because tell me why. A group which was doing very well, like Yako KOT and the group you're in the other day, the Gen Zs themselves wanaanza kukuita mall all of a sudden because of something they are not even sure of. They don't know mtu mwenye amesema kama ni ukweli. So I think we are being compromised by our own people, you know. And I think the movement died because Ruto realized youth fight themselves. Like for example, tukirudi nyuma kidogo tunapata wakati tulihost space na president. After hiyo space iliisha, president was very low, alikuwa amerudi to a point whereby alikuwa chini kabisa. Kila mtu angeona venye ameshukisha kiburi. But after hiyo space, they realize that the youth now wameanza kufight one of their own mwenye aliwasaidia kuhost hiyo space. Wakati okay, mimi siwezi sema kwa sababu I'm not sure kama Otero kweli alikuwa amelipwa, but kama alitusaidia kutuhostia mtu mwenye tulikuwa tunataka sana tuongee na yeye, then I think atungemfight, tungemwacha kando na tuendelee kufocus na kitu yenye tulikuwa tunafanya. Mimi huwa naona penye movement ilianza kukufa ni hapo the very first day tulianza kufight one of our own. So that is when movement ilikufa. Now kuna swali mzuri hapo umeuliza that kama 25th kulikuwa na civic education. Of course it was not there. Kila mtu alikuwa anakuwa drived na venye life inampeleka. Hata sasa tukifanya civic education kivipi? Mimi what I think from on my end, what I know, 2027 is our solution. Because if sasa tukifanya civic education, let's say for example, one of influence, mtu mwenye ako na influence kabisa aitishe maandamano, hatutafikisha ya 25th, hatuwezi. So this means wenye watatokea kwa street, they will, kama ya juzi sasa ya kwenda Uhuru Park, tunaona wenye walitokea, watu wengi walishikwa bure tu, na hatukuwa na enough number. 25th tulikuwa enough, like tulikuwa wengi, enye inafika point polisi wanashindwa watashika nani waache nani. But hii ya saa hii hata mtu mwenye ako na influence kabisa akiitisha maandamano, twende street, utapata hata watu hawatakuwa more than 100,000 people kwa street. So police wata overpower those people. And because of that, me I think tukifanya civic education, there are those people wenye wanaona yes, kama mimi kweli I take civic education very positively, because I know the only time nitatumia this civic education ni 2027, because that is the only way tutapiga kura kama block, sisi kama watu wenye tumekuwa educated with people like you KOT, and I really want to thank you, because the only person mwenye amesimama na movement na mwenye amesimama to the cause, mwenye amekuwa akiona kweli Ruto must go, it's you. Ever since nimekuwa nikiona wewe peke yako ndio umebaki ukiweka space. So sahi I think kila kitu inaenda chini, because we are fighting those people wenye wako mbele yetu, those people wenye wana try kutusaidia, because mtu kama mimi sina followers. So if I try to, hata nikiweka space, hakuna watu watakuwa hapo kunisikiza. So tuseme mtu kama wewe KOT sahi ukiweka space, then people start to fight you. After sometimes utaona like, na by the way, mbona nafaitia these people? I have my own life, naweza fanya vitu zangu, mbona niendelee kufaitia watu wenye waoni faida kwangu, wanaendelea kunifight kila siku. So that is the thing yenye imefanya these people that they have influence wana lose up wakati tunaendelea, because wanaona I'm fighting for people wenye hata I appreciate. So hiyo ni kitu inafanya kwanza mtu ana lose up on the way. So and that is I think government day by day they realize the only thing yenye itamaliza sisi ni kutumia venye huyu the last speaker amesema that government sasa wana sponsor more people to come and make sure mtu kama wewe sasa KOT wakiona sasa wewe ndio the only person mwenye umebaki, they will find a way yenye wata make sure bring down, usiendelee kuwa on the top. Because ukiona watu wakubwa, wewe imagine like for example Nelson Amenya, yeye sasa kila kitu yenye anasema ni fact, hakuna kitu hata moja yenye inapiga miss, lakini they still wanamtafuta. Kama unaona walimfungia asiendelee kupost anything to deal with maneno ya Adani, ndio hii sasa amepelekwa kotini, and wakati anaitisha msaada una find that people are fighting him, we are fighting him, and he was fighting for us, so unashangaa like what are we even doing? So me I think those people wenye wako frontline kufight, those people wenye wanatusaidia ni wenye wako sponsored na government. And then sisi, because kila kitu ni inaenda na influence. Like sahi tukiona watu wengi wanaongea about something na kila mtu anaongea about it, inakuwa influence, and then unaona ina spread all over, inaanzia for example inaanzia hapa X, inaenda TikTok, inaenda Facebook. So hiyo influence ikispread hivyo, hiyo sasa inakuwa movement. Lakini au akispread hiyo movement, hiyo influence ya kuonesha mtu ni mbaya, sisi wote tunaona kweli, hey, but these people are speaking sense. Like sahi mimi for example, umepost a very reasonable post, alafu sasa nikiingia comment naona kila kitu negative. Nikiona 10 negative points, then I'll start to believe, because I remember someone said unapata Ruto anadanganya so consistently mpaka unaanza kujiquestion kama kweli wewe ndio uko on the right ama ni yeye ndiye ako on the right, because vitu yenye anasema ni uongo mpaka unaanza kubelieve vitu anasema ni ukweli. And that is the thing yenye wanatumia sasa, wanaweka hapo watu wana speak so negative of you, then sisi wengine because tunaona tunaanza kuona like this person kweli ni mbaya, of which it is not that way. So I think sisi kama wenyewe tunafaa tujibebea akili, tusibebewe na mtu mwingine. Na sisi kama Gen Z and Gen zote, I think it is high time tutumie civic education yenye tumereceive. I think nowadays almost 70% of us have smartphones. They can read for themselves. Like for example, sahi kila mtu amekuona all over the country. Umekuwa Mombasa, tumekuona umekuwa huko Eldoret. Tunaona unafanya kazi mzuri, but sahi mtu akipull one negative thing, everyone will start to believe that they will focus on one bad thing yenye umefanya na wanasahau the good thing yenye unafanya. They call you a sellout, you know, wanasema umenunuliwa, but is it true? No, because people make mistakes. And I think sisi kama Gen Z, we are supposed to fight for our own leaders. Like for example, I take you as an example because kwako ndio nimeona kuna wengi wenye wana fight, wanaendelea spread hiyo civic education all over the country, but for me I can say wewe umekeep in touch kila mahali, uko X, una host spaces and still bado unaenda ground, of which that is so good. And mi sina mingi ya kusema. I think mimi kitu wenye mimi tunataka kusema kuongezea kwa part ya civic education ni to make sure as much as tunasema Ruto must go, to make sure pia educate these people that it is very important for them to have their IDs, to make sure wanakuwa na kura, so that if tutafail saizi, because we don't know, because Ruto sasa sahi anatumia pesa kila mahali, kama ni kama street anatumia polisi, huku socials anatumia watu wake, and inakuwa very hard for us to influence, inakuwa very hard for us to spread. For example, there are those people wenye wanaenda mahali wanakuwa attacked, so you don't know kama ya ukweli ni youth themselves or wamekuwa wamelipwa, so it's very hard. But for me, I can say to spread news of people having their IDs and na hiyo kura is very important, because hiyo ni lazima kura itafanyika. I know and I believe that come 2027, we can make a very big change. And I want to say, mi niko very sure, 100% sure that the leaders that are coming, we are going to make a very big change. So thank you so much, KOT. That was my submission for today.
Okay. Thank you so much, Brian. I do agree with you kwamba honestly unaweza pata mtu amekuwa mzuri sana, but then when they lose track kidogo tu, then he becomes mbaya extremely kabisa. And so on this platform, mimi at times I feel like najaribungu so much that siwezi taka nijipate on the wrong side, because the moment watu wamekupata on the wrong side, they'll even forget what exactly you've gone through or what you've done. Yeah. And so unapata on this platform leo, like tunakuanga ni kama lukewarm, tuko hivi leo, kesho tuko vile. So you just don't understand how people operate on these platforms. But honestly, mambo na civic education ni vitu tunafaa kuzidi kuzifanya, na mimi nilishajitolea. Mimi nilisema with the little I'll have, mimi nitafanya hiyo civic education. Yeah. And remember, nilianza civic education lini? When was it? Was it in August? Yeah, I think it was at the end of August hapo. When I tried to get some people, kuna one of the guys hapa anaitwanga Maumau, the grandson of Maumau. We said wacha tuone kama hii civic education inaweza work, and so we had to book a trip from all the way kutoka hapa Nairobi hadi Mombasa through SGR. Na hiyo siku honestly hatukusimama mahali, like I mean hatukuketi mahali kwa kiti. We are moving from one coach to another. Na hiyo ndio kitu mimi ilinipatia momentum, nikaona kumbe this thing is doable. Na so tukaendelea kuifanya na bado tunazidi kuifanya. Na I've always said thanks to those wenye wamekuwa kitusupport hapa na pale. Yeah, we'll continue doing what we are doing to ensure that our people are enlightened. And so kuna jamaa hapa alikuwa anaitwa Gatengo. Gatengo, I think naona mkono wako uko juu. So let me just give you the microphone. Then I'll go to Otis alafu Paul.
All right. Hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, thank you so much, KUT, for the opportunity and the chance to interact with my fellow Kenyans. A good topic, and I think Aluta continua. Let's hope that all is not lost, and let's hope for the best. Naona topic ya leo is all about how the Gen Z wote, whether they are compromised. All right, for me, I believe so from the word go, and I think kwangu mimi, each and every person has got kila msee kuna opinion yake, in whichever way maybe msee anaweza fikiria. But for me, nataka tu just like to get back kwenye watu walianzia and the revolution, the movement and so on. All right, Kenya ni yetu, hatuhami. The better, the worse, you're going to strive and make a positive, or else have maybe an optimistic mind ili angalau maneno ikuwe sawa. In regards to this, the reason as to why nasema we were compromised, or else mambo ilituendea somehow kuna mahali ambapo ilifika hatukuelewana, but I believe kufanya kosa sio kosa, kurudia ndio kosa. And I also believe that it's only that hatukukaa chini, or else guys did not get to their maybe down to their toes again, or else penye walianzia the originality, wajue ni wapi walikosea, or else where did we go wrong? Because I believe the movement was very positive. It was not bad. The issues that our guys, our Kenyans, they were trying to raise, they were okay. Because unajua kifinywa mahali, it's obvious. You have to speak up. And I think it was very nice, and the way guys conducted themselves, it was okay. But later on, pahali ambapo like hatukuja kuelewana ni vile in terms of realize, we did not realize where we got mixed up. Kwa sababu gani? For me, I believe kwa ile revolution, or else the movement itself, kulikuwa na watu watatu. That's the first person ni mwenye ako focused, kuna chenye ameenda kufanya, kuna simu yake, kuna placard, kuna mdomo wake. And that's why these guys, or else wenye walikuwa kwa ground, or else every person mwenye alikuwa kwa hiyo front line, hakuwa naogopa, hakuwa na toroka, hakuwa okay, alikuwa na raise something very kitu reasonable. That's the first lot. But the second lot, we had also the second lot. When you're like, for example, all of us, we are crying. We are hatuko job. Well, as Kenyans are not actually most of our youths, most of the Kenyans, they are unemployed. So msee anatake ile opportunity for sasa hayuko job, hana kitu ya kufanya. Let me just get to the road or else ni join wengine. Nione ama naweza pata any chance or else. Okay, we had such a road actually. Then the other lot, what I believe in, that's why nasema like kulikuwa na mambo na kukuwa compromise kidogo after being realized how your trends are going and kind of positive moves that are being taken. Kuna watu waliingiliwa pale na wakatumwa. Watu wakienda pale, kindly get there, do 1 2 3 things, kukuwe na fracas kidogo, kukuwe na damages, so that kukuwe na issues. So actually there were 3 lots, and all along, that's why the first lot sasa walishindwa what is not happening, and they were like, I think we need not to go on kwa sababu out of our willingness and out of our volunteering inaonekana ama kuna mahali ambapo tunaonekana we are doing the wrong thing, kwa sababu kuna damages, vitu za watu zinaharibiwa, maduka za watu zinavunjwa and so on. So that is the first thing that angalau jinsi wala the revolutionist wangekaa chini wajue this is where, hapa ndipo shida ilikuwa. But sasa hata ikiwa watu walikuwa wafanye chenye walikuwa wafanye, they was to stand maybe to sit down and strategize wajue how do we differentiate ourselves, because it is automatic. Watu wangekaa chini na focus na hiyo maneno, the three groups, hakungekosa solution, tujue how to solve and how to differentiate ourselves from this person to the next one to the next one, and the movement iendelee pole iendelee bila mama kuguzwa, duka ya mtu kuguzwa, gari ya mtu kuchomwa. And because I believe this thing happens, mimi naonanga walimu wakiwa kwa barabara kuna kitu ya mtu huharibiwa, mimi naonanga madaktari wakiwa kwa barabara kuna kitu ya mtu huharibiwa, and the movement ama whatever issue they are trying to raise na inasikika and then it is addressed. But what happened that ilionekana like hapa kuna shida, kuna damages and so on. So that's the first thing that ndipo Samina nasema kulikuwa na compromising. Secondly, as I finalize, tumekuwa kwa streets, si mara ya kwanza. Tumekuwa na wakati wa Raila, tumekuwa na in terms of elections, tumekuwa kwa streets all along. But I was okay for me nilikuwa nakaa tu chini najiuliza, wengine wanasema maandamano it's being funded, wengine wanasema it's not being funded and so on. Okay, kulikuwa na issues kama hizo, but for me nikakaa chini nikajiuliza, tumekuwa kwa streets all along with Mr. Raila. Mimi sijaiona maandamano yenye inapeanwa maji in terms of wakili or lawyers wako kwa ground ready to do that, maybe kutoa watu. Kulikuwa na mambo na in terms of first aiders and so on. Okay, well, for me nilikuwa nasikia like kulikuwa na watu walikuwa na volunteer, but well, I just wonder kwa nini watu wakuwa na volunteer wakati wa Raila and so on, but kulikuwa na hiyo maswala. But
so kulingana na wewe, what do you think?
According to me, unajua it's like unajua it's always good to speak up and to be very open. Kwa sababu gani? In terms of hii maneno yote ya revolution, how comes, my question is how comes that after, unajua ili hata tufike mahali ambapo like nimesikia speaker akisema our president aliletwa kwa space na watu wakaongea, and actually kuna vile like let alone alitengwa and so on. Hiyo maneno ikaleta shida sana, and then let alone kuna mambo yenye iliendelea ikawa like for example since alikaa chini akashindwa, jinsi wataki kuongea, hawa ni opposition anajua.
Ulikuwa kwa hiyo space?
Yeah, nilikuwa.
Acha sasa ni kuengage ulikuwa kwa hiyo space?
Yeah.
Watu waliongea mapana because hii ni kitu unaonanga inakuanga rumors hapa na pale.
Okay, kuna watu kadhaa waliongea but not most. Okay, kuna watu kadhaa waliongea.
Kuna issues zilikuwa raised, ndio?
Exactly, yeah.
Did that person, me, I really call Ruto president because mimi nimeshindwa na yeye venye anafanya kazi. Did he actually responded to most of the pertinent questions?
Well, they were not responded as expected actually. They were not.
Alafu sasa mbona wasema ati alikuja watu wakashindwa kuongea and he didn't respond to the questions?
Okay, well, the reason as to why like nasema watu wali, okay, kuna vile like mimi kwangu kulingana vile niliona okay, watu walikuwa waongea but vile hiyo kitu ilichukuliwa like it is like it's a it is actually a one-sided thing, unanielewa? So alikuwa tu aongee pale and then aende. Are you getting?
I doubt if you're on that space, bro.
Ndio nakuelezea. Okay, that's my thinking. That is what basically
my question was if you were on that space, honestly.
Yeah, KUT.
Okay, my question is if you are honestly on that space that day and if you had everything that Ruto was asked, did he responded correctly?
Na ndio nakuelezea hakuweza kueleza. Okay, hakurespond as expected.
But why? Mbona hakurespond venye ilikuwa expected? But some of you guys, he came and people never spoke. Yet he never responded.
Okay. Actually, we were not given a chance actually. Hatukuweza kupewa nafasi.
Can you mention a few people who spoke on that platform?
Well, can't recall, but naona okay, well, siwezi nikakumbuka in terms of their names.
Okay, sawa.
Because I was just a listener.
Okay. Sawa. I think tutarudi kwako baadaye.
Exactly.
Okay, sawa.
Okay, sawa. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome. Let me have a Sheila.
Niaje Kioti?
Poa sana.
Thanks kwa hii chance. Imekuwa long time since tuengage hapa hivi niongeze kwa space yako. Na first of all pia shukran sana kwa shughuli unapiga. The last time nilikuwa kwa space ulikuwa Kimilili huko home. Nilibambika sana, at least whatever you are doing man, si kitu rahisi. Kitu ya pili, huyu msemo ametoka kubonga sahii, maybe hakuwa kwa space hiyo yenye ilihostiwa, yenye president alihostiwa juu that day. Hapo ndo vita zetu zilianzia by the way. Na mimi nilikujua kutoka kwa hiyo space, ni kujua kutoka hapo juu ulikam nokabonga na uli throw shots huku kuogopa huku enda kando, ulipiga huyo msee kichwa vizuri. So EX kitu iko, mimi naona tu ni biashara inafanyika for some guys, hata si watu wenye kwa movement ama nini. Wakati tulimaliza hiyo, wakati tulitoka street the last time June 25th, kwanza ungeangalia timeline venye ilikuwa na run, almost kila siku tulikuwa na agendas za against hii government. Kila msee alikuwa akiamka asubuhi, the business was about story ya governance kuchange kwa hii kwa hii story yetu. Ikafika time watu wakaanza kupull back polepole tu, kupull back mdogo mdogo. Ndio naona maandamano zingine tulikuwa tunaenda, tunafika town kwa Celeste, tunapanga vizuri, tunafika town wase tena hawayuko, tunafika town wenye tuko wachache, makarao wanakuwa wengi, tunalemewa, hatuwezi achieve vizuri, but at least tumekuwa town. Ukiangalia kama 8 venye tulikuwa tumemobilize tena, nani kwa mobilize vizuri kabisa, tukaingia town bado mapema, tukapata tena tuko tu wase kiasi. So ikafika point ya tuna change tactics. Tactics zikakuwa ni nini? Kuengage to civic education, because after tulimaliza after president aliongeanga na ali make address akakata na hiyo story ya finance bill, all the MPs walirudingi ushago kwao kwenye wanatoka. MPs wote walianza kurudi ground, wakaanza kuuzia wasa wa ground stories zenye za uongo, venye sasa Gen Z tulilipwa na watu wengine, venye tulilipwa sijui na kina nani. So unajiuliza kama mimi kwetu nitalipwa na nilipwe nikuwe hapa hivi, kila mtu maisha yake ingekuwa imechange. So tukaona kuna need ya civic education, because tukiendelea na mentality kama yenye iko sahii huko home ama place ingine na wajapata civic education fitting, 2027 watatoa danganywa tena kiujinga, waingie polling station wa make blunders zenye wamezoea kumake. So after hii mambo ya civic education ilianza, KOT akina Morara wakakaa vizuri nini though Morara mambo yake kakuja kanza stories zingine. Mimi was accused by this, he was accused, sijai kutana naye, sijai kaa naye, so siwezi accused nikasema kwa hivi, but at least hao walifungua njia ya kuthink in a different way. But sasa angalia nini ili happen after hapo. Ukiangalia followers wa KOT saizi akona followers 78k, unapata msee mwenye akona followers karibu 400k. KOT mwenye akona followers 78,000 akimake tu a slight blunder kadogo tu kenye unaweza ingia hata inbox yake DM umchatisha mbe bro manze, hii kitu umepost si fiti, mimi niko hivi na hivi na hivi, unanielewa, mimi ni mtu mkubwa na kusho, so jaribu kuengage vizuri, like kitu tu ya kucorrect msee. But unapata story inatoka hapo hivyo, timeline ina change. Sasa kama ni KOT ni kulimwa, akiamka asubuhi ni kulimwa, the third day unashindwa ni nini ina happen. Next day tena msee mwingine anakaa amemeka blunder, msaki make blunder. Si wase wengi hapa ni wayang man, mimi siwezi hapa hivi. Ukipata msee maybe ako miaka mob sana, tuseme ako 38, but wase wengi sana tuko wayang kabisa, wenye bado at least tuna need guidance, tuna need tu guidance fit yenye mtu anakuambia tu bro, hii una mess, chill, hebu fanya hivi, unatulia, una correct your mistake. But hapa imekuanga tu ni kulimana, yani watu wanangoja, wanatafuta engagement kwa kulima msee. Wewe kufanya brand sasa, engagement zinapatikana hapo, unapata ni 1 million views, yani vitu zinaenda zikiendanga hadi msee unapata una lose nguvu, hauwezi address issues. So kuna kitu moja mimi na upload KOT Kenya amefanya. KOT aliacha kufanya civic education yake hapa X, akaamua ni kuhit grao. Hatujui, hata mimi sijuangi kwenye anatoa do, sijai mfundraisia, sijakuwa fiti, but umse kama ana travel in the coast aende western, akitoka huko tena anapanga kwenda place nyingine, na finance zile ndogo ndogo zenye anapata, wale watu 30 so wenye anakutana nao, at least 5 ama 10 hivi watabaki kukumbuka kitu msa amewaambia, na wanaweza influence wase wengine 3 4 tukiendeleanga. So majama, kitu yenye iko, usiangalie mse ameongea kitu hapa hivi online, kitu negative kuhusu mtu pia ukakasirika na yeye. Usisaidie mtu kukasirika, wewe jifikirie wewe mwenyewe, angalia mse anabonga nini, kitu anaongea ina make sense ama ina make sense. Kama i resonate na wewe, wacha kuengage kwa story kama hizo, we chill, fanya kenye unaweza fanya, ukijua unaongelesha wase kama wawili watatu kwa phone yako, unawashwa manze kwenye huko. Pia ambia wase kadhaa kama ni ID watafute ID, watu wakuwe na ID, wakijua 2027 vita yenye iko si ya kupigana physically, ni vita ya kupigana hapo kwa polling station, kwa ballot. Tusitoke hapo hivyo tena tuanze kuregret, tuanze kusema oh jini azi, kama ni tunaanza mapema sasa, because our politicians wamealign wote. Tunadanganya hapo, unaona tu mtu anakwambianga hivi, anaongeanga, lakini hakuna. Hawa wase wote wana play same game, of which tukifanya blanda kuwin itakuwa ni hard, because wako na resources, wako na do, wako na muscles za do fiti. So tukiendelea kubishana hapo hivyo, mkiendelea kuona timu sehemu mwingine ameingiliwa vibaya, pia ukaanza kukuwa na hiyo narrative ati wamesema huyu msee ni conman. Sasa pia unaanza kubelieve ni conman, unamrule down, unaanza kumpostia kama ulimtumia ka 50 ambaye akurudishe chuani yako. Man, hatuwezi fanya hivyo, si ni watu wakubwa. Reason tu kama wewe, kaa chini jielewe, useme ni aje huyu msee anasema kwa hivi kweli, analyze msee. Tuache hizo stories za kusema, tusipeane trust kwa mtu, na pia tusidowngrade mtu immediately. Usitrust sana msee ati tusiweke watu kwa roho. Angalia msee ana run nini yake aje, ana move aje, ana make speeches zake aje, na ni nini anafanya. Juu kila mtu hapo, mimi kitu najua, sisi wote tunaweza pull crowd ya kuongelesha in a certain way. Kuna WhatsApp maybe hawako vizuri kwa public speaking, maybe wako fit, anaweza kutext, anaweza kuwa na small group of people anatumanisha messages hapo WhatsApp ama anywhere else, wasi wanamsikiza, wanapata hiyo message. So usitegemee mse fulani ya bonge ndio uko na nguvu. Pia wewe at your level do something to support this guy mwenye anaongea hapo hivyo. Kwa hiyo utakienda cost, wacha address na wasa cost hapo hivyo waongee. Akifungua space kama nataka tu join wasa cost kuongea, at least tunaingia, tuna engage nao wasi, tunasikia Kenya wanasema, tuna note down. Akienda Turukana, kama atafika Turukana ama Lodwar ama aende Kitale ama aende huko hivyo Wajir, hizo ni areas zenye zina need civic education, kwa sababu hizo area zenye mtu unapata hawako vizuri maybe kwa social media. Politician wanakimbia huko hivyo na magari siku 2-3 wao maje 500 unapata wasee idea zao zina change. So tuache kumove na masses. Usione msemo mwenye ako na crowd kubwa hapa Twitter amebonga kitu fulani ukaamini. Wachana na hiyo story. Wewe kaa chini, analyze kiwe mwenyewe. Hakuna mtu atakuwa compromised kama ako independent. Just think independently. Tuache kukua kwa hiyo negativity yenye kila kitu ni negative. Watu wako biashara hapa hivi, si ati wase. Watu wako biashara za engagement. Watu wanatafuta mshahara kutoka kwa Elon Musk. So watu really unapata mkijaribu kufanya kitu yenyu inakuwa tu inafinyiliwa, hakuna mtu anawaangalia. But stories zingine zinakuja hapo hivyo za uongo wasa wana engage. Achana na hizo story. Tukitaka kuachieve, tutulie, tupane civic education yenye inafaa. Yani kuanzia saa hii next December, kama watu wataenda home, ukienda ushago, kana hiyo mbogi yako yenye unatambua huko home, waongeleshe wewe, bonga na wasee, try kuchange mind yao, rudi Nairobi Januari, but ongea na wasee. Juu tuko na 2025 peke yake, 2026 campaigns zitakuwa zishaanza. Hakuna kazi gavi itakuwa inafanya, ni promises tu za kudanganya, tutafanya hii kitu mkitupigia kura next year, hivyo ndio zitakuwa. So manze, to pull up our success na tufanye kazi fiti, juu wase tunapigana nao si wase hivi hivi. Na I hope kila mtu akue fiti, mkuwe na usiku mwema na pia wiki njema pia. Thanks kwa yote.
Okay, thank you so much Ashila. Acha nataka ni kurespond. Najua kuna kitu umesema ati KOT huenda wanafanya civic education, but kuna watu wenye wana question huyu jamaa ametoa wapi pesa, sijui anafanya nini. And so bwana, mimi nakuanga na low budget. Acha niwaambie hapa. Acha niwaambie tu kwa hii platform. Nakuanga na low budget sana. Mimi niliona like moving hapa na pale. Mimi sio mtu ati niko na gari ama nini. Yeah. Nikaona if I try to even hire a car nianze kutembea nayo, it will be so costly in such that on a single day you'll even spend more than 10,000 to kwa mafuta and whatever. And so what I always do, kama sasa venye nimetoka Mombasa, nilibook gari. Gari it's only 1500, yeah, na nikaenda. And so the only thing I had to do was to hire the town hall. Na nilihire how many town halls? Nilihire 3 town halls in Mombasa. Kuna yenye tulihire Sabasaba, ingine tukahaya Chuda, na ingine tukahaya huko Bangladesh. Na hizi town hall tulikuwa tuna negotiate na watu, tunaambia tufanyie 5000 because tuko hapa tu only 2 hours. Na wao tufanyia 5000 per town hall. Yeah, but now you find out that I was had to hire pia vitu kama viti. Naambiwa kiti moja utalipa 50 bob. And so you are targeting watu kama 250. So you have to kuhaya hizo zote. But si ati mimi nakuanga na pesa. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, pesa zinatokanga kwenu hapa. A few individuals, unapata mtu tu anakuuliza, Kioti, unaenda Mombasa? Yes. How much do you need? For a town hall, I need 5,000. For maybe viti, I need 50 bob per chair. And then fare naweza jitegemea. Mahali naweza enda kulala kama ni Mombasa, I've been there, so I don't have to go from sijui highest accommodation talala wapi, just have friends naweza enda nitulie kwao. Yeah, so you find out that kwa hii trip nimeenda Mombasa, the first town hall I spent how much? The first town hall I spent 5,000 plus 3,000. I spent almost 15,000. Yeah. Then the second one, hiyo nayo siwezi wadanganya, nilispend 8,000 because nilihaya tu viti na hiyo town hall, hata tukubai maji. And then the third one, hapo tulikuwa tumeishiwa hiyo, hadi tuko na deni, we need to pay them 5,000, but ni watu tunajua, so anytime tu I will sort them out. And so guys, unajua it depends venye mtu unafanya una approach nini yako venye umejipanga. Jumi at times I always feel like nikiamua saizi niweke namba yangu hapa kwa hii platform, niseme nitumie pesa niende kufanya kitu fulani, nitapata a lot of negativity. Yeah, because utaanza kuulizwa mbona unaweka namba yako ya simu? Yeah, utakuwa accountable nayo aje? Yeah. And so nikasema by the time nitaanza kuitisha hapa, maybe nitakuwa nisha register something kama ni Atil ama I have a person mwenye anaweza fanya auditing properly after every civic education trip, because a few will buy the idea, but most of them wataona ni kama it's an opportunity kutafuta pesa hapa, na mimi sijai taka nifike kwa hiyo situation in such a way that wanaanza ku question Kioti, is borrowing money every here and there, sijui ameanza kuwa beggar. Yeah, watu tweet online beggar by the way on this platform. They just don't know how much what we are doing, how effective it is. Na ingekuwa tisi kila mtu ameamua kufanya, kama we are having 47 counties, what if tukuwe na watu kwa kila county tu, like tukuwe na watu hata kama 1000 wenye wanafanya civic education, na wameje, tuseme watu fulani wameje kwa county fulani, wengine wameje kwa county fulani, in such that hatufai kumove from town A to town B ama county A to county B, but tunaweza amua tuifanye once and for all, even for a month, because kama tuko wengi we'll be covering a lot of counties. But sasa unapata kuna wenye wanaogopa, wanasema probably wanaweza kuwa targeted. Mimi nasemanga kwa hii platform, the moment niliongelesha Ruto hivyo kwa hiyo space, I'm always a target, na nikiendelea kunyamaza tu siku moja, actually ndio kitu mimi motivate, sitakange kunyamaza, because the moment ninyamaza alafu nianze kusaulika hivyo na hivyo, you guys know what those people can do kwa mtu. And so I always feel like I'm safe being on the limelight, kuongea, move from place to place, than kunyamaza niende incognito hivyo, because najua nikienda incognito those guys will come for me. Yeah, because at some point nakanga hivi naanza kusikiza venye niliongelesha wao jamaa kwa hii platform. Yeah, even though nilikuwa so much angry, but at times so I feel I was kinda disrespectful, but mimi siwezi sema ati nilikuwa disrespectful ati sasa nitaomba msamaha. No, I don't do that, because I said what I had to say, what I was feeling from the bottom of my heart, what I was feeling for other Kenyans. And so I'll never be apologetic for that. So hii civic education mimi immediately tulimaliza hiyo space nikasema itabidi tu nianze kufanya, because nikinyamaza unakujiwa tu polepole. You guys remember, mnajua nani anaitwa nani, huyu boys mwenye walimdump kwa nini, kwa maji, nani huyo Omondi, jina naona inaanza kunisahau. That guy alichukua tu video hapo parliament, and the next day walimtafuta wakaenda kumuua. So it's not that different from me who confronted a person whom you guys call a president on this platform live. Yeah, it's not different, because wataanza kudig deep, who is this person, huyo Kiauti alikuwa ni nani, na watakutafuta mali wako na wakukujie. So I do fear when I'm silent than talking. Ndio maana unapatanga watu wengi kwa hii platform they are questioning, oh, Kiauti mbona haushikwi? Kwani guys mnatakanga nishikwe ndio mjue I'm true to the cause? But mimi sijaiomba nishikwe. Mimi nasemanga kama ni kushikwa, wacha nishikwe kama ni Monday ama Friday, ama Tuesday ama Wednesday. But ikishafika Friday, the moment unashikwa Friday, you go spend so many hours behind the nini huko, unakulwa na kunguni na chawa huko. So sijaipenda. You find out that ikifika Friday mimi najipanga shughuli, kama ni kupotea mahali napotea, ama na kuactive mahali fulani, because najua nikiweza shikwa, a few guys who are well wishers they'll come through. But hii kunyamaza, mimi nilisema sitanyamaza, because when I go silent I'll be the next target. Hiyo ni kitu mimi wanajiambia na najua hivyo. Otherwise wacha tusikize kutoka kwa Sankale, then the Angel, alafu Otis umekuwa hapa sana, but I can't see you requesting the mic again. I mean, so Sankale.
Yeah. Kioti.
Yes, ni aje?
Hello. Kwa sana, uko fiti?
Niko fresh bana, shaka kwako.
Mimi niko fiti pia. Manze, unajua mimi sijahil bado. Ile siku ya ilikoitwa Mashujaa Day, Uhuru Park. Nilipigwa rungu manze kwa mguu, lakini bado napona tu pole pole. Anyway, let me go straight to the point. Hope mnanisikia.
Tunakusikia. Hiyo siku tulikuwa na wewe ama tulikuwa na wewe? Because I had a few guys hapo gate.
Nilipigwa rungu, mguu imefura kuanzia magoti mpaka hapa chini. Lakini the best thing ni ati mi wasi give up. Hata tukiamua maandamano ingine mi nitaenda tu, hata kama mguu ijapona, bora tu country yetu ichange. Anyway, first nataka kucomment kuhusu huyu Charlie mwenye alikuwa na try kucorrect Tim Ruto. Alikuja kwa space akasema watu hawakuongea. Mi sijafeel huyu Charlie akiwa wrong, nimefeel ana try kucorrect mali anaona ni kama tulienda wrong, cause kwa kila game ama kwa kila war akukosangi errors, na hizo errors ni important sana tukicorrect, cause tukiweza kucorrect ndio tutaweza kuwa perfect, cause imperfections zetu ndo zinatumake who we are, cause hatuwezi sema we are very very perfect that day akiwa kwa space na maybe tukipanga maandamano, cause hata mimi na feel kuna a lot hatukumwambia hiyo siku. That's why maybe at some point alitutake kama joke, na kuna a lot tulimwambia pia akatake ni kama tunamjokia, yet tuko very serious. So going straight to the civic education, na feel before tukiendelea na civic education tuna need kuambia the same government what we think it's good for us. For example, every month our watu wana collecting tax from us. We want to know how many tax zinakuanga collected from, for example, in Nairobi tuko na 17 constituencies na 84 wards. In Kenya we have a total of 4,000 wards. We want to know each and every ward ni tax ngapi inakuanga collected per month. Not only per month, every day wanafaa wanatuambia uko Rongai, Kajiado, Rongai ward imeweza kucollect nini, this amount of tax in every day. That's accountability. We want to know how much wana collect every day, ndo wakienda kuispend tunataka tujue from ward level ni NGCDF, ni MP, amepewa pesa ngapi kujenga classroom? We want to know how much amespend kutengeneza hiyo classroom. So tuna need to propose such things. Tuna need to propose, we need an IEBC ndo to recall some of our MCAs na MPs wenye wamelala. Number 3, we need to speak about abduction so that tukiweza tokea kwa barabara kama leo, nasikia kuna space nilikuwa tuko tunaongea kuhusu 11/11 but mimi nilileft because nilifeel hawaongelei zile vitu zinatu affect directly. Wanasema tu tutokee maandamano but hakuna mtu anasema tunatokea kwenda kufanya nini. So nikafeel amuniuzia idea yenye nataka kusikia. Siwezi enda kugongwa rungu tena na vile ni uchungu. Nashinda na Kaluma na watu waniambie reason gani tunaenda kuambia hawa watu. Nataka niende niumie, nikufe nikijua kuna reason yenye nilikuwa nimepea na huko mbele. Nimekufa cause nilikuwa na speak hati yangu. Si eti junior leo nimechochwa, kesho kuna 11/11. No, hiyo sitaenda. Lakini niambie tunaenda kuongea kuhusu abduction, tunaenda kuongea kuhusu tunataka SHA itoke, tunataka kwenda kuongea kuhusu vile pesa kuna corruption na tumepropose njia zetu za kustop corruption na wamezipuuzilia, hawajataka kuziimplement. That's why ninatoka kwenda that's why imefika mahali nataka kutokea maandamano. Number 4, KOT, I think country yetu tuko very tribal na politics zetu ziko dynamics na tribal sana. Ukiangalia supporters wa baba Raila Amolo Odinga leo wanasema mimi ni mtu mtalkative sana kwa ground na job nafanya college, nilifanya nursing midwifery na nikafanya degree ya theology na CPA kidogo, but right now mimi ni salesman. Yet kuna hospitali mingi sana zimeachwa, ziko incomplete for years and years, na wanasema Kenya hakuna makazi. Yet hizo hospitali zikiweza malizika leo, mimi naweza pata kazi kama midwife. In fact kuna videos nimekuwa nikimake za accountabilities. I think from this week ndaziweka kwa TikTok, so tunaweza saidiana ku-educate watu. So country yetu tuko very tribal. Supporters wa Raila Amolo Odinga wanasema leo 2027 watavotia William Ruto kuonesha watu wa mlima si uchawi, ni maombi. Maombi imegeuka kuwa uchawi na wanataka kupunish watu wa mlima kwa sababu ya kuchagua William Ruto, na they are so proud ya broad-based government. And guys, tusidanganyane, William Ruto politically he's winning. Anajua akishika Raila Amolo Odinga na Kenyans tuko tribal, hakuna mtu atatokea maandamano. And that's why tuna need kwenda kwa mtaa, tuna need kwenda mashinani, tukieducate watu wetu, tuambie this time round it's not a war between Mount Kenya na the other tribe. This is a war for all of us. Maybe watu wa Mount Kenya ama watu wenye walichagua William Ruto wanaweza kuwa make a mistake, but right now today wana regret na they are ready to help sisi wote kama wa Kenya to change, like to make a country to a better country. And tukianza kutoa watu hiyo akili ya tribalism, that's a one way ya win this war. Number 5, KOT, mimi 2022 nilivai for MCA, nilivai Nairobi, place inaitwa Njiru Ward, and nilikuwa around 25 years. And young people who are appreciate young people wenzao, and ilikuwa so hard for me because sikuwa na resources, but I think kuna mtu kama Omosha alikuwa na waka KUTV, Brenda wa 254 na chali mwingine wa Citizen walikuwa wananishikilia sana, wananitafutia interview, wananisaidia na posters na banners, na ni watu young sana. But kwa ground watu young hatupendani, young people hatupendani at all. Ikifika ni guys mnipatie vote, wanataka hands out. So and then these wababas, corrupt politicians, they know they'll start corrupting the voters. Now waki-corrupt the voters, end up corrupt the system. Number 6, KOT. I wish one day to discuss about our past, our history. Our history ndo inatukula mpaka today. I think nime-request kitu kwa so many spaces na hakuna mtu anai-take serious. I think we need to talk about our history. Our history is what is eating us today. From the time of Mau Mau, time Kenyatta alienda Brito, aka collaborate na mzungu akakuja akakuwa president wetu, to time Kibaki amekuwa vice president wa Moi for 10 years na akakuja akakuwa president. You see, all these things we need kuzichambua to understand our problem mali zimetoka. Number 6, tusichoke na ku speak out our hearts. Manze, Kenya we have resources. We don't kato hiyo pesa wanakatwa kwa nini, kwa sijui kwa mshahara zao. We are very rich guys, very very rich. Na kuambia the amount of richness tuko nayo hii country yetu inaweza finance karibu Eastern Central Africa. Guys, sisi tuko na resources, sisi ni wadosi, sisi hatuko maskini vile watu wanataka to feel. It's only that guys, to propose ideas zenyewe tunakaa hivi chini, hadi huyo Ruto mwenyewe akisikia whatever we are saying anajua hawa jamaa wamekuwa smart na maandamano yao already washaniambia what they want. So atakuwa ametufungia masikio tu, already tushamwambia tusiseme tu Ruto must go, tuseme Ruto must go, but we want this and this and this and this and this and this. Tukianza kutweet hivyo daily, Mr. President, you want this and this and this. And then guys, kuna watu walipigania hii democracy tuko nayo back in the days 1992. Tusichukue democracy kama matusi. Tusichukue democracy unaamka asubuhi unatukana mtu ukisema in form of democracy. Wacha tutumie democracy with a lot of respect, with a lot of dignity. KOT, ni allow mimi nimemaliza kuongea, nimesikiza wase, ni allow nilale, kesho naamka 3 kuingia kazi, lakini the spirit ndawaambia tukue kimoja. Nimeumia mguu, ndajikaza niingie kazi, lakini nikisikia maandamano iko hiyo kazi itakaa. The best thing ni ati to make sure Kenya imechange. Usiogope kukam kwa street. Ulizaliwa once, utakufa once. Maumau walifight, walikuwa na fight mzungu mwenye ako na bunduki, na wao wenyewe hawakuwa na bunduki. Sisi this time round tuko na hii weapon inaitwa social media. This is the greatest weapon tuko nayo. Tuitumieni vizuri na tutakonka. Hii group tunataka tuko na the next MPs, next MCAs, next senators. Sisi ndo tunaingia kwa hizo bunge. We are going to fix our country. Today we want to be political, we want change. But trust me you guys, then come 2027, we will get political like them. Na tutaweza kuwatoa kwa hizo seats. We don't need a president like Tore, but we need citizens who wanafikiria kama that president of Burkina Faso. Tukiona that mind of president of Burkina Faso, we are going to make change and we are going to make Kenya better. And to need football players wende kucheza England. We need Gor Mahia and FC to have professional footballers. We don't need to get 20 years ndo weze kuplay professional football. Tuna need our small kids who have academies. Tuna need to have good stadiums. Tuna need to have good education. And we don't need to get sick to India for medication. Yet we are a rich country. We need the Indians to come to our country to get the medication. Because guys, yes we can. Yes, we can start drinking legit majani chai. We can start drinking legit kahawa. Hatutaishi tukikunywa reject guys. For how long? For how long tutakuwa tukipewa token whereas hawa wana take everything for us? For how long nitakuwa nikienda kufuel pale kwa Shell nalipa fuel levy na bado natembelea barabara iko na potholes? Guys, we make very good videos za potholes zile unakuta 10 million imetumika kufill potholes kwa barabara, and then after 2 years the same company inapatiwa the same contract ya kufunika potholes zingine. What is that? Guys, hizo ndio upuzi hatutaki. Tukitokea pale tunasema these are kind of nonsense that we don't want. Unakuja kutuwekea potholes kufunika, wacha utupatie warranty ya 10 years. Ndio sikuje tena kutuambia you need our money. So guys, tukitokea tusiseme tu tunaenda kwa barabara revolution. Wacha hata wazazi wetu wakisikia whatever we are saying, this is what we want, pia wao watakuwa ready kusema we are going to join our kids, let us die with them. Nilikuwa nasikia mtu akisema jana kulikuwa na kwa space nyingine kulikuwa na kina Miguna na Kibwana. After that nasikia youths wanawa praise, Miguna is making sense, Kibwana is making sense. They are making what kind of sense? That's nonsense. Those people are all the same. The same Miguna ndio bado is still political. Kibwana alikuanga kwa lawyer wa Ruto juzi election wakiwa kotini, So watu kama hao siwezi wasikiza. By the way, after niliona those people wamejoin, nilitoka kwa hiyo space juu nilijua ni watu wanatusoma akili zetu. We don't want them, we want KOT akuwe hapo kama kiongozi wetu. We need mtu kama DK akuwe kama kiongozi wetu. So guys, nikiongea manze really get emotional. KOT, thank you so much. Ndasikiza kama 2 people and then mni allow to ni left. Nawapenda sana. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much bro. Ni penye niko nakwambia ugua polepole, upata afueni kwa muda usiozidi kulingana na venye umetarajia. So mimi honestly I thank you for being true to the cause. Kutokea maandamano sio rahisi, yeah? Honestly sio rahisi mtu kutokea maandamano saizi, but when you find a few who come out kuja kuprotest whenever we say we are going to protest, then those guys are our heroes and heroines. So mimi nakushukuru sana, whatever you've said I totally agree with you. Na it's up to us the young people na wale wakubwa kiasi who believe in what we are doing to ensure that we are occupying those seats ikikuja time election. And so it's a challenge to the young people out there. Msiogope, badha msiogope. Yeah? Msiogope kabisa. Kama you want to vie somewhere, amka. Be proud. Be proud of yourself. Sema nataka kuvai hapa Kibera, nataka kuvai hapa Westlands, nataka kuvai sijui ni wapi. We will support you hata kama hatuna pesa, but the little we'll have, hata kama ni advice, will honestly support that cause because we want to see a better nation. Venye tu the previous speaker amesema, we want other people kama Indians wakuja hapa Kenya wapate matibabu. We even want the people from the United States wako wakitafuta visa sana ya kuja Kenya, watafute lottery pia, yeah? Because Kenya will be now a very very great country whereby each and every person would wish to be part of this country, na hapo ndio tunataka tuelekee. And so nataka nisome some few comments hapa kiasi and then we can move to the next speaker. Naona Azma anasema compromised when politicians infiltrated and allowed to interact with us. Soon people like Kalonzo will pick up Gen Z agenda and made them their talking points. Agents such as TG and RSG Ndegwanjiru used Gen Z space to further Kalonzo's political objective. We must reflect and change tactic. Then he continues and say, status quo have used Rigiji's woes to successfully dismantle Gen Z's unity. The change opportunity, unity of purpose we had as a movement is destroyed as people are consumed by emotions of ethnic politics, Kikuyu versus Kamba versus Luo, Kalenjin, etc. We must resist tribalism. And then he says, so far KOT has remained steadfast in his political activities. It's high time we support him and champion the change we want. We know he can't do mobilization and education without resources. Let him table a change proposal before Kenyans and we revitalize. Hey, hapo sasa itabidi niongee na wewe tuone how we can do that. But thank you for standing with me and other people. Then Omolo is saying, let mind what Eric has just said. With Safaricom, everything is going to be tough enough. What if Safaricom collapse first before Wakae Raada Fiti revolution is done? And then he says, the day we will know how to neutralize Subaru boys is the day win will come out. We can't do same things all the days and expect different results. And then Eric now says, let us discuss revolutionary strategies. Let us not even discuss inefficiencies we have. Let guys volunteer to bring their cars and park them on the highways and the streets. Let us vandalize Safaricom masts. Let landlords ask M-Pesa agents to vacate their premises and go work from Sugoi. Alafu Supermoon anasema I say the only way to ensure Zakayo regime is home is by only reforms in IEBC where presidential voting debate be independent, voting date be independent from other 5 seats, cause Rain start beating their core of every problem is from presidency. Look at legislature, judiciary. So then Otis is saying it doesn't matter, time change will take, but we have to fight till the end of times. And then Eric is saying Ruto is just but Bill Gates puppet and IMF. These groups have never had anything for Africa. Alafu kuna Honorable Mkenya Daima, can see you're supporting your candidate there. Asante sana. And then Sam is saying keep strong and safe. Yeah, I think hizo ndio comments tuko nazo so far. And thank you guys for engaging. So let me listen to CAD Angel. Jambo.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay. I wanted to clear some air, but unfortunately kazi rahisi ameenda. Like nilikuwa namsikiza and I feel like I think some people are they still don't know what is happening, how it happened and how it went. The reason why sometimes mtu anapigwa vita sana is because of how you take things. There's a day I said when you are a representative, you have to learn that there are people behind you, and there are people who don't take betrayal as just a little thing. So maybe I can give an example. When you were called out for being a mole, I liked what you did. You stood with yourself, you explained yourself, you give out everything, like you respected people. You are not ready to lose people. You are on the right track. You are like, I've worked for this and there are people who believe in me and I have family and please, I want the air to be cleaned. And you are so apologetic. Haukukuwa na ile kiburi. You see? So some people, they do that as far as makosa ni makosa, they do that and then they forget that there are people who had believed in them. You see, they don't want to come down, they don't want to listen, and they don't want to respect people's opinion. So wanajipiga kifua, they be like, okay, so after I did that, so what will you guys do? You see, so watu wanaanza kuchemuka. So what I can say right now is mtu akishajulikana he is wherever he is, let us now remain on the track. Let us not focus with them. You see, as far as we are focusing with them, it is killing us in one way or another. And for them, they're benefiting because sometimes you look of how somebody is talking and you come to realize that this person is sellout. You see, a sellout will not care. They won't care whether we're going through pain or not. A sellout will do things with a selfish mind. You see, so what I can say right now is si ati watu wanachukiwa kwa ubaya, mtu anachukiwa because of how alitake what he or she was being accused for. When you're even there's this woman alikuwa accused of misusing funds. I'll bring out everything akasema I never misused fund and plus. It cleared the air. So for any representative, you want to fight with this revolution. If such a thing comes out, come out clear. Tell people. People will see what you've done and they'll be like, no, this is a rumor. And then kazi itaendelea. And then another thing I wanted to say is we're not failing. Yeah, we are compromised, but we are not failing. And then I want to say that kwa ground si ati watu hawatokei, watu wanatokea. Like for example, when we went at Uhuru Park, we were there, but tulipata walilala huko ama sijui walikesha. Even me, I was shocked. I was like, what the hell? So like, si ati we are not on the ground. We were there, but I think now they always know the target. They knew that we are coming at Uhuru Park. Now there were policemen there, like don't ask a question. They were roaming around with na marungu na manini mpaka mtu mwenye alikuwa amekuja tu peaceful anaingiza baridi. wengine wanatana wanasema hizo marungu mtu anaingiza baridi anaamua kufanya nini kuishia. It is a Mashujaa Day, people want to celebrate, and then unapata na mapolisi wamefunika mpaka macho, wamefunika mpaka nini, like mtu anaingiza hiyo baridi, and I don't blame anybody kuingiza baridi because wengi wetu tulienda kwa hiyo event with a positive mind, like we're going there to celebrate our fallen soldiers, we're going there like just to have a moment. It was just a special moment, so hatukuenda tukisema ati tunaenda kufight back, tunaenda kufanya nini. So people were so calm, and policemen were like they don't want to see 2 or 3 people standing together. Walikuwa wanaskata, they don't want to see anybody who is recording, they don't want to see anything that is happening going on at that place. Na walikuwa wengi. So me on my side, I said we won because now we made the president recognize that we are still existing, we are still on the line, we are not giving up. And with such spirit and having the civic education down the way, believe you guys, a time is coming that we are going to win as a movement and things are going to change. Because right now, if the president is becoming he is being a dictator, he's now controlling everything, attacking Ruto must go in club and all those things and stuff. As far as we are compromised, there is this impact tunapeana, like it is still inamfanya anashtuka. So as far as we are here, maybe me I can say one thing that can be brought back so that it can still hold the movement is the posters. You see, posters ziendelee kujengwa. Posters, like right now the financial bill is back. Sijui nini peke yangu niliona ama financial bill is back, imekuwa passed. So like such things ni vitu zenye zinatouch mtu hata ule mwenye hakukuwa anatarajia kwenda kwa street. So when we try to do civic education, online civic education with such posts, reminding them that as far as we are quiet, this and this is happening. Hiyo civic education ya memes and posters ilikuwa so impactful, ilikuwa inatouch wase wengi. Remember, it is a digitalized era and people, watu wengi wanafocus sana na X, especially now X is becoming a place where somebody can get information well about movement za Gen Z. This is the way a person can get information. So we can use this opportunity. Apparently right now, like venye there is no opposition, there is no whatever, and now is a good time for us to use this platform, do civic education when they don't know we are doing it. And when we say we are going on the street, people watakuwa wame come back to their senses, because when I wake up in the morning napata meme inanihit directly, tena kesho ingine napata hiyo poster, napata mtu ana reject, napata mtu anasema the same language is spreading around, the same language is going around. I think that is going to remove these compromise issues and such things. And then there's another thing I wanted to answer. Somebody said the person talked about the lawyers coming out and maybe helping us. I want to tell the person that those lawyers are Kenyans. They are Kenyans who are going through hell and they are not ready. And they were impressed with what we were definitely doing. And mimi nimebenefit kwa lawyers volunteering to help us. We were arrested, they came for us and they helped us, and they did that like adwali to provide their food, because sisi tukiishi kwa watu wa maandamano tulikuwa treated like we don't even deserve to eat kwa hiyo capital whatever pale tulipelekwa. We were not even we tulikuwa treated like hatufai hata kukula. Unaona, tulikuwa treated vibaya sana, but the lawyers were there, they slept there wakakuwapo the whole morning. So may wanna tell somebody that before you question something, remember that Kenyans are tired, and Kenyans being tired, they want where to start with. And when we started this movement, we have to make sure that we don't rely on rumors. We make some reality to come out. When we get a chance to stand, we make it be a real thing. We don't make a rumor spread widely. You can't tell me like mimi like I can support you, siwezi kwa ground, but I can support financially, nikatae kusupport. I am a Kenyan and that is my right. Right now, if KOT needs help and we stand with him and they be like, we are funding KOT, we proudly say yes, we are funding him because he is doing something that is going to help this country. And so if we tulikuwa tunaletewa maji kwa ground, those are people who are tired of Kenya, of what is happening to Kenya, and people are contributing in each and every way. So usi step back because unafeel ati tuliletewa maji. So you see, this is the first maandamano yenye mimi nimeona wagonjwa wameumia wanashughulikiwa. It was something impressive, kitu inaleta roho. Unaona, mtu ana follow anasema I was with him na sijamuona, I want him back. You see, so if we start saying that thing at ya kukua funded inakuhit, then I think there's something we are lacking as a movement, because we need each and any support that is around. You see, so me, the only thing I can say right now is that as far as we are compromised, not all of us we are. Some of us are still standing strong. Like KOT, we are praising you now. As we praise you, we don't mean that you have now kiburi. No, we love you for real. I like what you do. So I just want you to never forget that you are a representative. And when you start eating grass, remember the grass will affect the people who trust you, the people who believe in you. Remember, your effort and everything will die like that. Because at the end of the day, you will go silent. Because at the end of the day, you won't speak again. So you will lose your freedom. So I have to remind you this. If you betray us, you lose your freedom. You have seen for the rest of the people wamefanya hivyo. As far as people are praising you, they will come for you. They'll start trying to change your mind. KOT, why are you standing strong? Why are you being the alone, the only man standing? You see, don't give up. Don't listen to them. We're here with you. We will be with you, and we will never forget what you did. And thank you so much, guys, for listening. And that is my opinion. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you so much, Kad Angel. Honestly, mimi kama ni give up, ningekuwa give up kitambo, because ni nani anaweza stand all the critics na ile kuitwa wewe ni mall, kufanyiwa sijui nini. Even people go to an extent of looking for the phone numbers ya your parents, they contact them, they send them critics here and there. Ningekuwa nilisha back down kitambo, but because I've always stood for the human rights, honestly, hata sio hii movement imefanya nika stand up for these human rights. Been doing that all along nikiwa high school, and so it will be so difficult for a person to come and convince me otherwise. Hapo I can honestly tell you that itakuwa ngumu sana, because I've always stood for what is right, and I always do that as long as I live. Anyway, wacha tusikize Otis, alafu sasa tutaenda kwa kazi rahisi agency, alafu Mr. Cool.
So hi everyone. So first of all, KOT manze, mimi ningependa kupea flowers zako, because at the start mimi nilikuwa ndani civil education, kulikuwa ni ile narrative ati wazazi wetu na wazee hatutawaruhusu wapige kura, but I've seen umeingia ground, uja discriminate anyone. Nimeona unaongea na kila mtu of all ages. Hiyo big up sana. So to my point, naona from the start tulikuwa na idea poa, mpaka tulikuwa na medical doctor, sectors ya lawyers, but I feel like hatukuona way forward kuwa kutakuwa na time yenye si wenyewe tutadisagree wenyewe kwa wenyewe, and we failed to come up na perfect conflict resolution. Tukapaka hivyo ilifika point yenye si wenyewe tukaanza kupigana kwa war na enemy. Sasa tuka lose focus kwa enemy, tukaanza sasa kupigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. So wewe unaichapaje, unafanya nini, mpaka enemy alienda tena somehow regroup. So for me, I think like unity ina matter kila pale, and the way we need KOT Mina feel like we still need Kasumwe hata kali and asaidio. We still need the energy of Eric Omondi, we need Morara, kila mtu. Umejua hata tukienda pale labda kuvuka mtu, kuna wale watu labda yanaweza ruka, mwingine anaweza fly, mwingine anaweza crawl. What matters ni objective, the end. Unaweza kuko na tactic ingine yenye tofauti. Na tunafika point yenye yani mtu mwingine ikuja na tactic, tunaanza question this person mpaka tunamwona as enemy. Wewe niliona kuna time uliitwa mall, ikaku break down mpaka kuna time ulifika ukasema mimi nimeacha, give up. So the same, me I feel like it happened pia to Kasmuel. Maybe I got the wrong direction, but instead ya kumuita tumcorrect, tumwambie bro ni hivi na hivi, tulienda kwa public tukampiga vita mpaka yeye akafeel ni kama kila mtu ameturn bako kwake. And another thing ni police. Mi juzi nilianduko saiza kwa le Shimba is. Nikauliza police, tukapiga two story. They were friends. Nikauliza hiki issue ina affect every Kenya. Nyimbo na ni kama watu wakiingia screen kama na vurugan. Akaniambia yeye au pia ina affect. Sana shindwa ni aje tena wanaingia si kupigana. So nilikuwa najaribu kuuliza KOT. Kama kuna perfect way yenye kunaweza kuwa na special civic education tu ya mapolisi. Alafu another thing ni some of our leaders wenye we know them, ukienda kwa hizi news platform ama media platform, I think we should normalize using we than me. Kuna wengine nimeenda yeye mwenyewe anasema mimi nafanya hivi, mimi nita make sure, well this is a collective. Kunafika point wao Wakenya wengine wanajaipa, so effort yangu yote naweza weka ule jamaa afike pale tena niruke anze kuongea as an individual, but we are having a collective thoughts. Tunakuwa map na kila mtu anakuja na thought yake inaweza saidia. Yeah, for now hiyo ndo yangu ya. Thank you.
Oh, shukran sana Otis. Asante. And so guys, before tuendelee, I saw a few comments hapa, sijui acha tu nizitafute hapa. Just a minute. Gadhengo anasema let's liberate on solutions to our problems, complain less. Then chanyo nyingine, kuna Malcolm X2 anasema can we kindly deal with Ruto heads on? Time is now. Ruto will kill us with oppression and dictatorship. He has captured all arms of government. Time is now, fellow Kenyans. But kuna watu walikuwa wanasema Raila is an arm of government, be the fourth ama fifth. That guy has captured each and every person. I mean each and every arm of the government. And so saizi unaona anatembea majestically sana. Anaweza amua aende kanisa siku hizi hata bila security. Anyway. Kuna Azma tena anasema we have to marry up our words and action. This work needs practical solutions. Mabonga has already implemented action, multiple town halls conducted. I propose to set up a GoFundMe account for this important work. Submit the proposal there and publish it. I think we'll have a space for that some other day. So acha tusikize kutoka kwa was it Kagento? Yes. And then Fabish. And then Mr. Kula of Fabish, and then Mashari. Mr. Kula, are you ready? Fabish, can you confirm if you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, KOT.
And then just proceed.
Oh yeah. Thank you so much. Nilikuwa nimehold space earlier. Nilikuwa nimechoka lakini nimeona umekuja nikasema we have to continue collaborating and bringing solution. Unaona siku hizi katika katika mazungumzo wa Kenya ni kuwa watu kusema kweli wamechoka. Ile kitu watu wanatafuta ni suluhisho. Tumezungumza, tumepiga porojo, tumeongea kuhusu articles za constitution, sub-articles za constitution, tumeenda kotini, tumezunguka, tumeandika memorandum, lakini wapi? Masikio za hawa ambao wanajiita viongozi zimezibika. Sasa nakubaliana na wewe 100% kwamba every arm of government has failed terribly and we are on our own. Yes, Raila ni another arm of government, or ni sijui nitahitaji, ni parasite kwa government, ananyonya huko, akianguka hapa anaenda kunyonya tena pale. Now this is the time. I know KOT umefanya kazi nzuri sana kule mashinani ukiendelea na civic education. And then I want to say, yes, we have been talking also of unity, of which it is very important in a movement, but also we must realize kuwa movement tukianza si haimaanishi kwamba wote tutamaliza. There are things that happens along the way. Some people get fatigued. Some people also they join movement for different reasons. Some they came to movement to be on the space and get themselves content, the content creators, even mashinani pia wako. Some they came to look for numbers so that they can use numbers to bargain for their selfish interest. And so kila mtu amekuja for, so za zingine kuna watu kama kina Morara, of course they came also for the content from the content creation, and then they let a good opportunity. So kila moja anaweza kuja. Yeah.
Fabish, let us not discuss names here kindly. Tafadhali. Yeah, we can just generalize, but mentioning here and there, it will look like we may create a space to discuss individuals kindly. Please.
Sawa, guided KOT. Unajua mimi huwa nimezoea kugonga tu vile inatakikana. Miwa I don't pacify, but anyway, I'm guided. So kuna watu ambao walikuja for different reasons. Sasa kupigania nchi, it is our personal responsibility. Hakuna mtu anafaa kuvutwa na kamba kuwekwa kwa mgongo. Lakini we should also realize that we should deviate from the distractors. Because if we focus on unity so much, and then there are people that they are purposely, their intention and their aim is to distract us. We have seen even people, even some media, opening the spaces and coming and tell us the state of the nation. These are all media. But again, when speakers are talking, when they want to bring solution, they will gag them. They would want you to have that conversation in their narrative, of which unajuaka kwamba some of this media are compromised. That is why nowadays we choose even the platform on where to give our opinions and to look for solutions. So in a movement, that is how the movement works. But the good thing is, large number of Kenyans, they are genuine, they are organic, and they want to see solutions. Kuna watu ambao wako ground wanafanya civic education, very genuine, very organic, and their civic education is yielding results. And there are those also that they are on the spaces, having a very fruitful conversation, and also it is yielding results, because this government, this regime, this rogue regime, we have to attack them from different angles. So now, ile kitu ambao, one thing ambao tunaona kwamba the common understanding that we have in all the discussions ni kuwa people are tired and people have realized that Kenyans are left on their own. There is nowhere to depend. See American embassy, see judiciary, see parliament, see my ministers. We are left on our own, not even the political class, the political outfits ambao tumekuwa tukitegemea. Though some politicians, they will start crisscrossing because they are opportunists. Wanaona sasa kwamba sababu watu wako tu, sasa they can take advantage. That is also we should be aware. But hata tukiingia katika hiyo box yao, bado wataturudisha pale pale ambao tumetoka. So this is, it calls for revolution and for change. Juzi Rigathi Gachagua, ile kesi yake vile ilienda, it was a good signature ya kujua that judiciary is not with us. Ilitupatia kabisa green light. The reason why kwamba watu wameongea about 11/11/2024 as the beginning of revolution ni kuwa that day judiciary pia there is a possibility, high possibility kwamba wataweka tena rubber stamp in the Adani case kuonyesha kwamba Kenyans, we are on our own, and that is why watu in large numbers wamesema hiyo siku tutajitokeza, we will be at the Milimani High Court and we will be somewhere else, ili pia majudges wajue kwamba the ruling that they are giving, it is about Kenyans, and Kenyans are on the streets everywhere listening, so that wakiwa wanajitoa na Wakenya wanakaa wakijua kwamba yes, we are very aware and we are very conscious. So KOT, umekuwa unafanya sana civic education, so it is also time to evaluate the impact of civic education by calling for action. So to me, 1111 will be a good marking scheme for the work that we have done. Then we can be able now to analyze, to own, are people now conscious? Are they conscious of the people awakened based on that 1111? Because wote tunakubaliana kuwa the only way to remove this regime is through revolution. If you are waiting for 2027, it can never happen, because we know the person that we are dealing with. If anaweza manipulate the whole system of judiciary, the whole system of parliament, and the whole system of security, what would make you, lie to ourselves that at the IEBC itakuwa credible, only 9 commissioners ambao tunang'ang'ania sana kuwekwa, na unaona hata hizi obstacles ambao zinawekwa, the reason why ataki kutengeneza, because everything ina depend yeye. Kama angetaka ya IEBC ingekuwa imefanyika, but they are derailing. Parliament even are not bothered. Instead ya kung'ang'ana kutengeneza that IEBC, wanakuja na stupid bills, sijui presidential term limit, sijui nini, just only to distract and buy time, so that the time watatengeneza that mongrel body of IEBC, kutakuwa kuna time ya kuclear register, kutakuwa kuna time ya kufanya proper enough new voter registration, kutakuwa kuna time ya kukaa chini na kufanya procurement ya materials za IEBC in enough time, ambao tutaangalia vizuri, to scrutinize. So mambo itakuwa inafanywa mutara ile chap ndio iweze kufit agenda ambao wameset. So it is very clear kwamba IEBC haiwezi kuformiwa leo, wanataka iwa form alafu ndio mambo ifanywe haraka vile wanataka, maana kwa sha set hata hizo companies ambao zita supply material, maybe hata itakuwa ni Adani, and many other things that are involved. So 2027 is out of question. The only thing that we need to do now, it is not comfortable to discuss, it is not comfortable to do, but that is the only option. Kila moja angetaka soft life, tubadilishe vitu kama tumekaa tu kwa kiti control. KOT unaona anakuja hapa kwa space, ako kwa street kula mashinani, yeye pia angetaka hii nchi abadilishe tu kwa soft life. Hata ni mwanafunzi anang'ang'ana pia na vitabu, lakini amesema heri anguke kwanza kwa hiyo, lakini nchi simame. So it is a high calling that we need now to put our heads together and also be cautious about the distractors, because we know now this movement a lot of interaction. Watu wako na different matarajio tofauti. Politicians are sending their people to distract the movement and divert them towards their political outfits. Government are sending their people to bring distraction and also sway away to take to their narrative. That is why nowadays unaona bloggers tofauti wale tunaita 527 battalion, they are paid 527, I don't know per blog or per day. So we must be aware when we are engaging, but nowadays uzuri wanajulikana, you can notice them by their talks, by their hata siku hizi tushajua handwriting yao. When somebody posts something, unajua hii handwriting hii handwriting ni ya ule blog wa Ruto, hii handwriting ni ya wale wa jamaa. So let's unite and start in that 2024, tuanze twende pale kotini to occupy, na Safaricom ndio imekuwa the biggest obstacle ya development ya movement, sababu they are infiltrating, wanapeana data, watu wanakidnapiwa, because you can be easily tracked kama unatumia Safaricom. Ndio sababu sisi tunaona kwamba the best way kwanza ni kufanya nini? Kuboycott that Safaricom. Kumbuka Safaricom 35% share ni ya serikali, alafu another good amount of share William Ruto mwenyewe personally na familia yake wako na good amount of share, so karibu 50% inakuwa associated na Ruto shares ya Safaricom, and that is why Safaricom cannot be with Kenyans. Yet ni sisi ambao tulitengeneza from the scratch, but haina shida. Tunasema Mungu wetu, Mungu Afrika halali, wacha tu boycott. Wametuibia, wametufanya chochote, wametufanya tumewafikisha mpaka mahali hapo wamefika, so tuta boycott. Mungu atatujalia, tutatengeneza ingine, tuende polepole, because we have to redeem this country. So KOT, asante sana kuweka hii space, and I think we all have the same calling, kwamba as you are going on with the civic education, but also the streets are calling 11/11, that is the day to begin, so that we can be able to analyze, na kila moja ajue sasa kwamba enough is enough. It is a call for action.
Well put, actually, well put. 11th November. I guess we had agreed that we'll meet at Milimani Law Courts, because that is the day when the Adani case will be heard at Milimani, and so I also need to be there. Kama ni kusikiza, ama even just saying Adani must go outside there. Yeah, I think the constitution allows us to do that, and so on 11th, mimi personally na watu watatu wenye naweza kuwa nao, mimi nitakuwa hapo. You guys, najua hamutanikosa hapo, and so on 11th I'll also be there to listen to that Adani case. Na pia nasikia Adani wenyewe walikuwa wamepewa the power deal in Bangladesh, na wameanza kukata umeme huko, so pia sisi tukikubali wakuje huku, and then we'll be expecting total blackout every now and then. And so guys, together let's stand against the Adani deal, and Ruto must go. Anyway, can we listen from Macharia Njeru kindly? Macharia. Macharia, unasikia kweli? So Macharia kama hanisikii. Okay, endelea bro.
I think kazi ndio amefunga mic.
Okay, can I proceed?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Okay, asante sana. KUT. Before maybe we retire, because time is actually not on our side, and I think we are still clearing the air. And to make it very brief, si ati tuko hapa like we are here to support anybody, to support the regime and so on, but we are here to speak up what we feel. Chenye mimi na feel nikiwa kwangu ama nikiwa kwenye niko, it's always good to give out, because I believe what I feel, and somebody else in Moyale feels, and somebody else in Mombasa anasikia, it is always good to put kuiweka tu hapa. Number one, KUT, like uko na familia, or else let me just give it to myself. Mimi niko na familia, and it happens like tumekosana na bibi, and then kuna watoto pale, we have my relatives and so on. Nipate like bibi aniongeleshi, watoto waniongeleshi, majirani waniongeleshi, relatives waniongeleshi, and vitu kaa zile zihappen. I'll have to sit down and nifikiria what is not happening. Nikienda kuongea na watoi wangu za challenge, nikienda kuongea na relatives za challenge. The reason is why napeana hii mfano. Nilijiweka tu kwa kiatu chenye like Mr. President alikuwa. Like I remember very well, Kenya Kwanza, okay, ilipo tu ingia tu kwa maybe kwa usukani, ilikuwa imeweka opposition kando kabisa, and they were nowhere to be heard, and they felt like they are rejected, or else walikuwa kando kabisa. Mimi nilijiuliza tu swali moja, what made the Kenya Kwanza government to endorse or else kuleta opposition on board? Those are the kind of rhetoric questions that linger in my mind. Nikajiuliza tu kwa sababu gani? Okay, well, I remember very well walipoingia 10 hawakuwa wameweka opposition sana, they just went vile walikuwa marafiki and so on, how they helped each other maybe in their political side kwa siasa zao and so on, and it went on. But later on after mambo na movement, after revolution so on, nikajiuliza tu swali, how comes ati imefika to a point opposition imewekwa, ama kuna mahali okay, well, hata ikiwa si opposition, kuna watu opposition, kuna mahali wamepewa wakae kwa serikali. That is actually that was my first question. Nikisema hivyo ni kwa sababu gani? Nilijiweka kwa kiatu yake. Okay, mambo na finance bill, maybe what I believe, chenye najua mambo na finance bill ni njia tu ya serikali kutafuta pesa. And for me, sikuwa nimeenda through finance bill sana, but I was just taking 1, 2, 3 things zenye zilikuwa zinafinyilia what okay guys they were complaining about. But after kuanalyze and I stand to be collected, maybe to be corrected in a way, mimi nilikuwa nasikia like kuna part kubwa sana those guys wenye wako juu kidogo, kuna mahali walikuwa wanafinywa tu kwa ukuta kabisa. Kwa sababu gani? Like for example, mimi niliangalia the 1.5% yenye iliwekwa mambo na watu wa kufanya kazi, ilikuwa inatolewa 1.5 kwa employee, 1.5 kwa employer, and I think ilileta shida tu sana because ilitoka 6% and 3%, let alone they settled to around 1.5%. But since hata mimi nimeajiriwa, for example, nikachukulia example tu moja, mtu mwenye analipwa 30,000 Kenya shillings, tuseme like alikuwa anatolewa 500 Kenya shillings. But like for example, mimi nikiwa nimeajiriwa, nikiwa peke yangu nimetolewa 500 Kenya shillings. But mwenye ametuajiri tukiwa 5,000, tuseme tuko industry area kwa kampuni, ametuajiri tukiwa 5,000 Kenya shillings. So kila msee alikuwa amtolee, ama each and every employee alikuwa amtolee 500 Kenya shillings. Okay, mimi nikiangalia nikaona mdosi wetu ama mwenye ametuajiri kuna mahali alikuwa nafinyika kidogo. Kwa sababu gani? Ametutolea 500 Kenya shillings tukiwa 5,000, maybe 5,000 employees, na sasa mimi mwenyewe still yangu 500 imetolewa pale. So basically kwangu mimi how I was trying to interpret this, it was a way ni njia tu ilikuwa ya serikali kutafuta pesa. But my question that ile swali nilikuwa najiuliza ni sawa, serikali inaweza kuwa na mbinu mzuri sana ya kutafuta pesa, lakini sasa kuna haja gani mimi 500 yangu tuseme nimetolewa, and then baada ikifika treasury iende kwa account yangu, tuseme like for example niko Makadara ama niko whatever place I am, baada nisikie my 500 imejenga barabara, mashule zimepewa chakula, watoto wamepewa chakula and so on. Nasikia hiyo pesa kuna mtu mahali anafanya fundraising nayo, kuna mtu mahali labda anafanya vitu maybe ananunua vitu expensive sana nazo. Okay, that is the general thing yenye niliangalia nikaona kuna mahali ambapo as in like hii kitu yenye ati ilifika to a point of at regime ya Kenya Kwanza inaweza leta like opposition on board, ili niuma sana kwangu. Na ndipo mimi I was just trying to clear this, si ati tuko pale like tunaangalia tu side moja, but we are just trying to kuangalia tulikosea wapi, ni wapi tulianzia maneno. Kwa sababu gani? I believe like vile tu watu walipewa nafasi mahali, hata ikiwa walienda at pass vile tu walikuwa wanasema unajua walikuwa wanatuambia, walikuwa wanasema they went at their actually at their personal levels, but okay, for me I don't believe so. But what I believe, ikiwa like opposition walikuwa kwa wananchi, hata wangepewa hizo offers tuseme like the 4 positions, hawangeitikia. That's why mimi nasema tu vizuri, point number 1, huyu jamaa alipopigwa side and side, east, west, north, south, aliona the only hope yenye anaweza kaa chini at least aweze kukul mambo chini, kwa sababu amepata Gen Z ndio hao, matajiri ndio hao, opposition anajua vizuri sana, walikuwa wamenyamaza, still kuna mahali wana impact kidogo. Akasema let me just call my friend, akakaa chini na walipoongea 1 2 3 they settled on one thing and it went on. Sisi vile tu my fellow speakers wanaongea, wanasema vizuri sana, sisi tunapigana, tunaongea, then tunaachwa kwa jua. So these are the kind of things that I feel mimi kwangu we need to stand, tujue ni wapi tunakosea na ni njia zipi hizi tunafuata, that we need to kurekebisha kidogo. Like for example, guys are talking about the 11-11. Okay, unajua what I know is tunaweza panga and then kukue kushapangwa. So these are the kind of things that we need to settle on. Kitu ingine nilikuwa najiuliza ni the Adani thing, the shift thing, the SHA thing. Like kuna speaker fulani ameongea pale na akasema okay, we need to learn things, na ni vizuri. By the way, I'm always very ready to learn from people. Ikiwa the Adani thing, the SHA thing, the shift thing, ikiwa sio kitu personal, kusema tu kweli, mpaka saa hii watu wangekuwa kwa barabara because of that. Mimi nilitumia kwa hii simu yangu, nilitumiwa tu message ati nisha kuwa registered kwa SHA. Sasa from the time that mimi mwenyewe niliona the SHA thing ishaingia and I'm against it, ningekuwa kwa barabara, but up to this point hatuko. Kitu ingine nilikuwa naangalia ni, and I don't know my fellow colleagues also feels like me, the time huyu jamaa ama maybe the time that mkuu wetu alikuja kwa space, I also feel that hiyo ndio wakati tulikuwa na opportunity, kwa sababu ikifika to a point of like vile tunajua mkuu wetu vizuri, ni mtu very hard, ni mtu huwezi elewa, ni mtu as in like how do I describe him, ni mtu anajulikana, ni mtu mgumu sana. Ikifika to a point of ameambia CS ndani nyumbani, ameambia watu amesema hii finance bill kwanza wekeni kwanza pembeni, alikuwa amefika mwisho. So it was a high time, that was the time sisi sasa akina whatever how are we calling them, Otemo, akina KUT, akina whoever person wenye walikuwa online, that was the time, that was the best time. And I also regret for me kusema ati tulifika to a point of ati tunaweza sema tuko tribeless, tuko leaderless. Sasa utaenda kupigana vita na hauna hata kiongozi, sawa, tutaambiwa tunaweza ongea 1 2 3 tuende kwa meza, tutaenda sisi wa Kenya wote, tutaenda youth wote kwa hiyo meza. Okay, kuna vile like some of us walifikiria they know the history behind our kiongozi, walifikiria like kuna vile like inaweza fanyika opposite, but I always believe, Mswahili husema vizuri sana, mui huwa mwema, na sitetei mtu, mui huwa mwema. And ikiwa ilikuwa imefika to a point of like toa hii, weka hii, toa kwanza, tulieni hii, so I also believe like hiyo chance ndio still tulikuwa nayo muhimu sana from that, kwa sababu mimi nilisikia tu vizuri, I also heard very clearly alikuwa anajaribu like come on board, kujeni on board, tujue how to solve it. Na saa hii let me talk to my youth and to my fellow Kenyans, tukiendelea tu hivi, saa hii opposition wanakula vizuri, saa hii opposition wanafanya mambo yao vile inafaa, they are fighting for positions, they fought for the 4 positions, right now they are fighting for the interior position, they will also fight for the speaker position just to strategize themselves. Sasa sisi watu wa kawaida tuko wapi? So those are the kind of things that we need to sit down and to deliberate on. Tusifikiria hii tuanze kumention huyu, kumention mtu mwingine, kumention sijui huyu alifanya, Otemo alikafanya, KUT akafanya. No, let's forget about the past and watch whatever wrong that we went, maybe we went through. Let us not repeat that and strategize on a new thing from the word go. Ili ikifika to a point of, ikiwa like vile tu nimesikia speaker mwingine akisema, ikiwa watu walijitolea mawakili wakajitolea, madaktari wakajitolea, everybody akajitolea. Watu wasitokea 11/11 tusikie hakuna kujitolea, ama tusikie kuna mtu like, okay, we are not saying, okay, we are not forcing anybody, but let us ile momentum yenye watu walikuwa nayo wameenda tu nayo, let us maintain the momentum. But I'm worried since saa hii kutoka hiyo time kuna vitu zimeendelea, the Adani thing, the Shah thing, the Shiv thing, vitu tu mengi, maybe maybe the presidential time limit imekuwa pale, but hakuna mwenye kwa barabara, hakuna mwenye like for example vitu kazi ile, na tukisema like tunaweza enda kwa barabara tunakuwa tumegojewa. That is my biggest worry. Thank you so much, Ukayuti.
KOT umelala?
Ngoja kiasi tu, kuna kitu na rectify hapa backend.
Okay. Yeah, wakati KOT anafanya kazi bora, I think umeongea vizuri sana. Na umeraise a lot of points. Unajua ile kitu ilifanyika kwanza ya Ruto kuita opposition. Kwanza, we don't even have anything to regret, because kusema opposition anakula vizuri, I don't think so. Because ile kitu si tulikuwa tunapigania, it was not about positions. Yeye kama hata angetuita, hata tungeenda kuzungumza, highest ilikuwa ni nini? Si ilikuwa wacha niwapatie Ministry of Youth, labda niongeze agenda, labda sijui niongeze nini. Those were only 3 positions that it was not going to sort out things that we were fighting for. Remember, we are fighting for transparency. We are fighting for accountability. We were fighting against the punitive taxation. We were fighting for corruption. So, hata kama tungepata hizo positions, azingeweza kusolve those problems, because hata ukapatiwa positions hizi kazi na hauna the absolute power katika hiyo position, because hiyo position umepatiwa tu ukustunge pale, lakini orders zinatoka somewhere. Aingesuluhisha matakwa ile ambayo tulikuwa tumeraise. So I think ilikuwa tu ni kind of divide and rule tactics, and it is even good that we did not participated in those talks, because this is what now he could have been using against us, kwamba hawa jamaa niliwaita, even maybe hata watu wangepatiwa position wangetafuta scandal, ndio aseme hao Gen Z walikuwa anakuja hapa kunipigia kelele, nimewapatia position, angalia kazi mwashinda, you know, those kind of games. But I want to agree with you that ni mpaka lini, tutangojea mpaka lini? Kama vile unasema Shiv imekuja, all of a sudden unapata tu message imekuja kwa simu yako, ujiregister, halafu unapata kwamba unaambiwa kwamba umeregister. Kuna mtu alisema ya kuisiolo, message ikaingia hivyo, alipoenda kuangalia anaona kwamba kuna msichana sijui anaitwa Chemngetich 9 years, na huyu jamaa hana mtoto, ati ndio beneficiary wake, you know. So unapata kwamba kuna mambo mengi ambayo inaendelea, lakini kando na hiyo, just even focus on the killings, the magnitude of killings including femicide. Hiyo peke yake inatosha tukuje streets, manake hatuwezi hata kuongea mambo ya tax, mambo ya airport. Ile kitu muhimu sana ni our lives. Sasa when one life is lost, 2 zinafika 100, zinafika 1000, that alone itself, because hata siku hizi mtu unatembea ukiwa unalala kama jogoo, jicho moja ukiwa umefungua, ukisikia sauti ya gari nje ushaanza kubabaika, unaanza kujiuliza nimefanyaje leo, niliongea kwa space ya nani, niliongea kwa space ya KOT, labda kuna mtu alinisikiza, nilikuwa kwa space gani, niliongea wapi, yani tunaishi maisha ya ofu. Sasa hiyo peke yake inatosha tayari tukasirike na tukuje. So nakubaliana nawe kwamba watu lazima waamue. And yes, and of course mambo mengi yamefanyika. Wamejaribu kutugawanya vile wanaweza, lakini huwezi gawanya watu mamilioni. So ni ile kitu tu kwamba tuache uoga kando, alafu tukuje sasa tukiwa tumejipanga na tujue kwamba tuko peke yetu. So nakubaliana nawe kabisa kazi that sasa ni tujue kwamba we are left alone and now we need to fight for ourselves. So yeah, we need to have a collective voices, request the mic, tuweze kuzungumza, kubadilishana mawazo. Yeah, kindly request the mic. Let's hear from everyone.
So Fabish, I think moving forward pia hapa online, we need now to continue with our civic education on this platform, the digital civic education, the way we used to do. And so mimi I've always been requesting that we get graphic designers tuwapatie content, they create posters kama yenye nimeshare tu saizi hapo. You find out that there is this one graphic designer who has been doing this over and over again, but now so we said we need to put our efforts together. And so I know kama kwa hii space, I honestly believe that we have some graphic designers, so we need to amplify these voices every now and then. Yeah, we can use the graphic designing to air out our issues, speak about what is happening, kama ni hizo bills zenye tunasema, kama hata ni hii issue ya Adani, whatever issue ya SHA and so on and so forth. So it's good kama mtu unaweza jitolea and then we'll give you the content. You can come up with the good posters, good flyers, good placards, and then we can always be sharing here every now and then. I think that one will also keep the momentum alive, will keep the movement alive. And so jamaa, kama kuna any graphic designer, honestly wewe nitafute tu. I don't know how we can work closely, but I feel like we need to do that because hii online pia kuna wale huwa wasomi hizi mapost zenye tunaweka refu, but when someone says a poster, then they will pause kidogo, they stop scrolling and see the information on that poster. So if we have any graphic designer, kindly just DM me, then we can even come up with groups to ensure that we produce posters and graphic contents every now and then.
Yeah, that one will work. Because yeah, inakuwa ni rahisi kama information imekuwa compressed, ikakuwa compiled, ikawekwa into a poster. So inasaidia. Wacha tusikie kutoka kwa Caleb. Wakungu.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I've just joined the conversation just now. So I'm trying to follow up and then maybe I will speak later. Let me just follow first.
Okay. Kazi, did you add anything to add?
Okay, ni kama hiyo ya KUT imenipita kidogo in terms of the graphics and so on kidogo tu.
Oh, what KOT was suggesting ni kuwa kama kuna graphic designers, you know, they can be taking the content ya zile vitu ambao tunafanya kwa spaces, and then you know they design the graphics hizo messages. Maanake wote anasema zingine we write long post, watu hawana time ya kusoma, lakini when they are compressed and put in you know as a poster, inakuwa ni mtu anaweza kukua haraka akasimama akasema wacha asome.
Okay, it's a good thing, good idea and a viable one, but I want maybe to comment on maybe on it and what I believe for me, kusema tu kweli Fabi, okay, ni example napeana. Ukizaa kiwete uwezi uwa kiwete ama utupe, si ndio? You'll have to know how to survive with the situation. And why I'm saying this, sahi maybe in the next like 2 to 3 years or else vile itakuwa kuna mwenye amekalia kiti. It's the high time that tunafaa kujua vile tuko. And the reason is why nasema hivi, I hope you guys muliona situation ilifanyika Kiambu, Duberi. It happened like hiyo kitu ikaonekana vile iko and then ikaleta issues. So we need to be very smart. And what I know and what I believe in myself, I always mimi hupenda actually I always love to work smart but avoid working hard, kwa sababu let us be smart. Hii mambo yenye inafanyika hivi, hata wao wako smart, hata wenye wanatuongoza sahi wako smart. We are trying to complain about corruption. How I wish, like for example, if we have another revolution kwa ground, even mambo na Adani, mambo na Chief, mambo na whatever, okay, those are their smartness, well and good, but ile kitu yote yenye inatusumbua sahi, and you guys can coincide with me or else you can believe ile kitu inatuumiza sahi na imekuwa ikituumiza for years. It's all about corruption. Now my question is, how do we deal with corruption? Mr. Kibaki alituachia the 2010 constitution, a very smart constitution, and I always salute Mr. Uhuru. Okay, I don't love sipendangi sana kumention wase sana. I always salute huyo kiongozi mwenye alikuwa anatuongoza by then, kwa sababu he dealt with the 2010 constitution perfectly penye angeweza. So kulikuwa na challenges zilifanyika, and you guys, if you can believe with me, that is the time that pesa ya umma ilipotea. And let me to be very frank, and let us be frank on this. Sahi kuna mwenye anatuongoza kama rais, and I believe he is a president. He is actually ni yeye anatuongoza. Okay, kuna wenye they don't believe, but unajua it's always good to be realistic. Ni yeye yuko, hata kesho ni yeye atakuwa, hata kesho kutwa ni yeye atakuwa, but maybe in terms of time limit and so on. But what I believe in kwa sahi, hata ikiwa tunaweza ongea mambo mingi sana in terms of corruption, in terms of all kinds of negativity, in terms of all kinds of like pesa ikapotea wakati tuseme like hata ikiwa ni wakati Uhuru, pesa mabilioni zikapotea, watu wote walikuwa pale ndani na saa hii wako. So when you're talking about hii mambo yote, hata saa hii like we are talking about the Adani thing, the Chief thing and whatever, the reason is why we are talking about it, it's all about hii ni biashara ya msee, ni biashara ya mtu okay, ni mtu anataka ikuwe biashara. So that is why I'm talking of hii mambo yote yenye imetusumbua kwa miaka mingi is all about corruption. How I wish our revolutionists, Gen Zs, millennials and alphas and whatever Kenyans, ikiwa wanaweza kaa kwa barabara hata ikiwa ni kukesha, because the new constitution kuna mahali ambapo like okay, well, kuna wenye wanaielewa vizuri, and they are there to maybe to advise us or else kutupeleka na rada. But for me, I believe that tuko na sheria, but sheria makaratasi. That is what mi chenye nimeobserve na nikaona. Kwa sababu gani? Like tuko na sheria ambayo like for example ni ya mnyonge ama ni ya mtu mwenye hana, but for any person that who is very stable na mtu mwenye yuko pale anajisikia yuko sawa, hata mpeleke wapi ama mpeleke wapi, I think that is none of his all her business. And how I wish maybe Wakenya wanaweza kaa chini wajue ikiwa ni the 20% Mwai Kibaki alikuwa amesema inaweza rekebishwa. Because I remember very well, alisema 80% ya katiba iko tu sawa, but 20% of our new constitution, the 2010 constitution, that's the only thing that Wakenya wanafaa kukaa chini warekebishe 1 2 3. And it was a trial, it was tried. Kukakuwa na mandizi upande ule na whatever thing upande machungwa the other side. Mandizi anataka kuweka interest yake pale, machungwa anataka kuweka interest yake. It was chaotic na ikashindikana. Mpaka sahi haijawezekana. Kwa sababu gani? Because these leaders that we have, and mind you, hata wachana tu na wenye wako juu still. Hata saa hii yule MCA mwenye tulichagua ama MCA mwenye like alichaguliwa ama MCA mwenye mlichagua, saa hii ameingia tu pale with one mentality. Akule ama anyakue. So that kind of mentality, it has dragged us as Kenyans. Mpaka saa hii tunashindaga kwa space, tunashindaga kwa stations, kwa media, sijui what we are, as in like hii mambo it was messed up. The sababu mimi ya kusema hivyo ni kwa sababu gani? Uhuru alituongoza tu penye angeweza. Na the 2010 constitution ni yeye aliface in terms of implementation. Na mimi kwangu like cause era yake nilikuwa kwa biashara. Kuna vile niliteta tu kidogo kwa sababu kuna vile like kulikuwa na uchungu kidogo kwa mtu mwenye ana pesa. And that is, hiyo ndio kitu moja ilimchangia kwenda tu, na kuna mahali ambapo like hakusikizwa and so on. Kidogo tu kulikuwa na hiyo interference. But when you're talking, okay, for me vile tu mimi niliona vile alitupeleka, kuna vile tulifinyika, but saa hii tunaona matunda. Naona SGR, naona super highway, naona sijui express, naona mashule zimejengwa, mahospitali zimejengwa, na nakumbuka hizo projects zilianzia by then. I don't understand the reason as to why like the current leader saa hii ako na wakati mgumu, who else mabarabara, most of the mabarabara zimejengwa, or else maybe ni kwa sababu ya hii maneno naona na moral like okay, inaweza kuwa like well, but I believe mambo mingi ilifanyika hata ikiwa zingine zinaonekana hazikufanyika, but barabara okay, let's focus on one thing. Barabara zilijengwa, hospitali zikajengwa, express zikakuja, sijui SGR zikaletwa. So hata ikiwa kuna ugumu tulienda tusahii tunajivunia, well, tulitumika kama daraja mahali, but I believe sahii we can see it. But I also believed apparently saa hii mwenye anatuongoza anafaa kuwa na wakati mzuri sana ama wakati rahisi sana, kwa sababu it's all about focusing on industrialization, unemployment, agriculture, vitu kazi zile. But in terms of development mingi, barabara kujenga, mahospitali kujenga, mashule kujenga, sijui hizo vitu mingi zishafanyika na zilikuwa they were budgeted for, na pesa mingi kachukuliwa. And that is when pesa mingi, you guys, you can consider, you can just hear from me that kuna saa hii we have some of our Kenyans walika 10 years as governors in their respective counties, 10 good years wakati wa uhuru, na saa hii wako. Mind you, mimi najiulizanga tu swali, hao watu wamenyamazia tu. Huo ndio wakati nilikuwa nasikia kuna hurubaru ilikuwa inanunuliwa giri 100, well else inafaa kutoka 3,000 ama 4,000. Huo ndio wakati nilikuwa nasikia kuna kalamu inanunuliwa 8,000, well else inanunuliwa mimi hununua kalamu 50,000, I mean 50 Kenya, 50 bob. So that is how we got to all these menace. Kwa sababu gani? All in the name of corruption. As I finalize ama nikimalizia, how I wish maybe tunaweza focus tuna kitu moja, ufisadi. How do we deal with this? not unless sheria ikue on top. Kwa sababu gani? Kuna mainchi like okay, maybe kuna wenye labda or they can maybe wanaweza tuwekea maybe clarity on this. Mi usikia China, they were the first guys ama walikuwa watu wa kwanza kukuwa na hii mambo na scandals za corruption, and within whatever thing after kuungana they finalized na wakasema anybody mwenye anapatikana na utumizi mbaya wa mali ya umma ama anything to do with corruption anapigwa risasi. I don't know whether it's 100% true. It happens. Rwanda juzi, Mr. Mugambe, Mr. Kagame alichaguliwa na, wachana na Kenya tunasemanga 50+1%, alichaguliwa na more than 100%. Kwa sababu gani? Hii nchi tu karibu na sisi, the history, mimi I'm trying to give the history part of it. Walikaa tu chini, they were still having such kind of problems, corruption, kutumia pesa ya umma vibaya. Hao watu walikaa chini still na president wao tu wakasema namna gani mtu mwenye anapatikana na mambo na ufisadi ama mambo na kutumia mambo ya mali ya umma vibaya anafungwa maisha. And I believe the first suspect to be caught with this alikuwa family kawaida tu. Like for example, hata mimi nikiwekwa nitaweka my fellow colleagues ama relatives wangu pale. So it happened, relative wa Kagame akapatikana. Mpaka saa hii huenda kumwangalia, na akimwangalia anamwambia sio mimi nilikufunga, ulifungwa na sheria. So I'm trying to focus on our law in terms of sheria kuhandle corruption Kenya. That is that's the weakness that we have. Kwa sababu gani? Guys, watu wanaiba
kazi malizia ndio tuende kwa the real
Okay, watu wanaiba hadharani. So ikiwa mimi naweza enda kwa barabara tena ama ikiwa tunaweza enda kwa barabara tena, let us focus. Hii mambo na corruption, hii mambo na ufisadi. Ukipatikana na ufisadi ama ukipatikana na mali ya umma umetumia vibaya, ikuwe strict, ikiwa mwizi wa kuku anauliwa, why not that kind of a person? Asante sana.
Ndio nimpatie the real. Nataka tu kukueleza kitu kimoja, ujue kuwa the reason why we delegated powers to them ilikuwa ni shida si sheria. Sheria tuko nazo nyingi sana, hakuna sheria hata moja, kipengee hata moja ambayo inakubali corruption hapa Kenya. Sheria it is very strict. Kama unakumbuka ule wa Luke wakati alipatikana alifungwa almost 60 years, but sasa yako nje ako bungeni akitutapikia. Kumbuka Oparanya ambao EACC alikuwa amesema kwamba ako na kesi, sasa hizi ni minister anazunguka na bendera tukiwapigia makofi. So the problem is not our law, the problem is the actors, the political actors. That is why wakati tunasema kwamba tukiwa this country it is only William Ruto to go out. The problem is not about the law, but the people to implement that law are the problem.
Implementers. So the problem ni implementers.
The actors, yes. Because they are the one that's supporting it. They are the one practicing it. That is a problem that we have. It is not about sheria yetu bado iko sawa. Tunaweza bado kutumia tukiwa na watu ambao wako na goodwill. Wewe ulianza vizuri sana ukatuambia kuhusu Kibaki. Kibaki worked under this same constitution. Na hata ali work under the old constitution in nearly his first term. You know, the constitution tumepata 2010 na Kibaki alitoka 2012. Kibaki only practiced this constitution 2 years. Even with the old constitution kulikuwa corruption si rampant, na hiyo old constitution ile moja alitumia na akapora nchi akamaliza. Lakini Kibaki akakuja with the same constitution, lakini kila kitu ikakuwa upright. So the problem always is not about the law but the will of those actors. The real, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Fabi, and also thank you for giving guidance to the previous speaker. But kitu moja naweza mwambia ni amesema mambo mingi which is okay. I mean, I agree with him that gains from previous regime, say Uhuru regime, Kibaki regime, zingekuwa capitalized by the current regime, but I don't agree with him when he says that Uhuru worked very well and Uhuru did a good job, and now we are seeing SGR, we are seeing Expressway, we are seeing he needs to find out the story behind SGR and behind Expressway. SGR was supposed to cost Kenyans just well of 55 billion. It ended up costing Kenyans 1.05 trillion. That is more than 10 times the cost of SGR. So you need to find out why. When Expressway was supposed to cost 28 billion, it ended up costing 70 something billion. So you need to ask yourself why. So this massive infrastructural projects zenye unasema tuko nayo hapa, we are not supposed to celebrate ati tuko na Expressway and you don't know how much we are paying for it. Do you know how much we are paying for Expressway? You might not be aware. Do you know that we paid Eurobond at an interest rate of 10%? Are you aware of that? You might not be aware. Do you know what that did to our economy? Do you know at some point dollar was going very high in our economy? You might not be aware. Don't celebrate things that are not making sense in our country in the name of we have infrastructure. We don't have infrastructure. We cannot celebrate having infrastructure at the detriment of our economy. When Uhuru came to power, our debt was just 1.8 trillion. When Uhuru left, he had increased the debt by 343%. Are you aware of that? Our debt went to 8.8 trillion. With 8 trillion, can you say what 8 trillion has done to our economy? Do you know what 8 trillion means? 8 trillion is our budget for the next 4 years. Are you aware of that? 8 trillion is our budget for the next 4 years. Our tax revenues, yes, our tax revenues might have increased, but yes, that is world over. I mean, we cannot be going downward. We should only be going upwards in terms of tax revenues, but we cannot celebrate a madness in our country like Kenya, where we need to have proper administration. And you're talking about a 2010 constitution. I mean, if you're talking about 2010 constitution, let's look at the 2010 constitution, by the way. When we had the first budget ya Uhuru and Ruto, if you look at our 2010 constitution, just like Fabish amekwambia, the implementers of the constitution are the ones who are a problem. If you look at the first budget we have of the 2010 constitution that was presented to Parliament, if you read Article 221, did you see any budget estimates in that budget? Have you ever seen any budget estimates in the last 12 years provided in Parliament, so that you can celebrate what Uhuru did? In the last 10 years of Uhuru's budget, we never saw any budget estimates in Parliament. That means if you are supposed to go by the constitution, all those budgets of the last 10 years are unconstitutional. Do you know that? If you look at the budget that we presented for the last 12 years, even with the Ruto budget, even just the last year budget and the budget in 2023, we've never seen any budget estimates. So we cannot celebrate madness in a country like Kenya, that we are supposed to have principles. Anyway, let me not dive so much into that. I'll try and talk into the topic of the day. Is the Gen Zote movement compromised? Yes, I think the movement could be compromised in a way. The government is working day and night to ensure that the movement is scattered in a way. That is why you get information being distorted right now. And right now we are speaking different languages. I'm surprised someone can talk about celebrating Uhuru regime. It is madness. By the time Uhuru was leaving office, we had pending housing projects and incomplete. But Ruto came and says housing project is one of the best projects, and that is one of his signature projects. If you look at one of his signature projects, we have houses worth 1.5 billion unsold. By the way, these housing projects are being sold, yet people are being deducted the money. How is that implementing Article 43 of our constitution? We need to understand these things, man. We cannot just talk out of just speaking in the sake of talking. We need to have some understanding in this, and that is why we have problems. That is why we are ending up having finance bill coming back into our country through backdoor. We are having finance bill. Nilikuwa nasikia watu mahali and another space just yenye meisha tu saa hii. Nilikuwa nasikia watu wanaongea vizuri sana about the incoming so-called deputy president, who has a legacy of 339 people killed since August to date, who has a legacy of femicide behind him, who has a legacy of Kware killings, who has a legacy of Gen Z protest killing, who has a legacy of killings in 2023 in protests, and we are celebrating and we are seeing he's a good man. And those are the things that we celebrate in our country. Unfortunately, that is wrong. We cannot celebrate those kind of things in a country that's supposed to have structures. Are we supposed to celebrate those kind of things? Kibaki was very corrupt, by the way. You need to understand that. Kibaki was a corrupt man. Very corrupt. Kibaki's regime was never devoid of corruption. The likes of Ruto was supposed to have been fired during Kibaki regime. Kibaki defended Ruto, actually, in fact. So these are some of the things that we are not supposed to defend in our country in terms of speaking out. We cannot defend such kind of things. The country needs to understand. And this movement is being scattered based on information right now. We are losing the info. At some point, we used to control the information war. We have lost grasp of the information war. We are losing it because we are going back to our old self, whereby we used to be negligent, even on information. I heard someone say how SHIF is good in another space and how it is going to improve our healthcare. Madness. I mean, there are some people who are speaking because I don't know, they're celebrities. I just put someone into task. You need to address Kenyans who have understanding of these issues. If you don't have if you think you can only talk because maybe you're a media personality and you think because you're in the limelight, you know more than people, you need to understand how Kenyans are well educated more. Don't think that Kenyans are foolish people. Wakenya wamesoma. So if you think that you can come and tell people about SHIF and SHA, and you think people are not aware about SHIF and SHA, and you want to glorify it and make it look nice, you are mad. How is SHIF and SHA at giving Kenyans, as per Article 43 of our Constitution, high standards of healthcare, which is demanded by our Constitution? How is it? Yet the PS aliambia wa Kenya, if you want more healthcare services, go and seek private medical insurance. That is a PS telling you that, and you are telling Kenyans that SHA is bringing better health services. Are you mad? I mean, are you mad? If you are talking about universal healthcare, unajua kuna watu wengine wanasemanga hizi vitu wakifikiria Wakenya wajui hizi vitu, ama Kenyans have not done research, or Kenyans have not studied, or Kenyans are just negligent. They are playing on on people, imagining people are negligent. People are not negligent. People are aware of these things. People are aware of these things. Watu wanajua hizi vitu. Saa zingine tu watu wataki kuzangalia because watu wamechoka. But someone is talking about SHIF and SHA as if it is just a normal thing. But there are people in hospitals. I'll give you statistics of people in hospitals. I mean, you look for a practical example. Go to any public facility, even right now as we are speaking in this space, and go and you will find a very huge number of people paying from their pockets. In fact, if you want the exact figures, I will tell you that Kenyans used 150 billion out of their pockets in the last 1 year on medical services. 150 billion out of pocket. That is, those are things that are there. Those are facts. Those are facts. We are not cooking the figure. This is actually, one thing about our government, they really know how to give figures, and they really know to document things, not knowing. And they do this because they believe that Kenyans don't read these things and Kenyans don't know about these things. That's why they give you all that information, because you will do nothing about it. And we cannot allow ourselves to fall into this kind of things. When we don't have healthcare, it is your right. Your rights are not given to you by the state. That is what the Constitution says in Article 19. Your rights are not granted to you by the state. Your rights are your rights. The Constitution only documents it. So if you think that the government should give you proper medical care and they don't give it to you, and you are there telling Kenyans that, SHIF is coming to help Kenyans, you are mad. You are mad. In fact, the government should not give you, it is there for you to enjoy. If they don't do it, that is a red line. If the government kills its people, that is a red line. You have a right to life. If the government abduct people because of giving contrary information to what they are doing, that is a red line, because you have freedom of expression. These are there, and nobody is granting them to you, and nobody will try and sell you anything other than that. So we need to challenge some of these ideologies zenye watu wanakuja nazo saa zingine hata kwa space saa zingine to defend madness. We cannot defend madness in our country. We need to see. I'll tell you, by the time Uhuru was leaving Kenyans with a debt of 8 trillion, we could not see anything. We had nothing to show for it. And someone is in a space saying that, Adani deal is a good deal, only that the government has not marketed it properly. You are mad. How is a deal that an Indian company coming to give you 248 billion for 30 years of your airport? Do you know what that means? 248 billion for 30 years of your airport. Do you know what the government loses in corruption? 680 billion a year. In 1 year, the government loses 680 billion. How many projects of Adani can they do with that 680 billion that they lose to corruption? So you want to give someone a project of 248 billion for 30 years, and in fact, these people don't even have that money. You are giving them that project, that deal, and then you're giving them your title deed so that they can take the loan, so that they can take a loan in case they don't have that money. And you want to tell us that Adani deal is a good deal, only that the government has not marketed properly? You need to go and lie to your children. Not everybody is your child, and don't think Kenyans are devoid of information. Unajua kuna watu wanaongeanga wanafikiria wa Kenya ama juu anaonekana kwa TV, sasa mtu anafikiria sasa anaweza ongea mbele ya watu wakifikiria Kenyans have information ban. Watu wengine ni wajinga tu. And people are giving them problem ni Wakenya mnapatia watu wengine too much attention. They don't need those kind of attention. You need to read this thing for yourself, understand it yourself. This PPP Act, those who are talking so much, PPP Act came to our country in 2013 during Uhuru. Just 3 years after our 2010 constitution, Uhuru brought in PPP Act. It was reviewed in 2017. The act was reviewed in 2017. These are things that have been there in our country. So we cannot try to glorify. Ruto is just trying to steal as much as he can for a very short period of time. Maybe he knows that he might not get to even 2027, 2032. He's trying to steal within the shortest time possible. Kenyans are awake. Kenyans need to be very, very enlightened about these kind of things. So it is very mad for people to support someone like Kindiki, Professor. He supported Ruto in The Hague. He was Ruto's lawyer in The Hague when Ruto was facing charges against humanity. He supported Ruto. I mean, that is a lawyer. That is his responsibility. But that is when he started associating with blood. And that is why we are seeing people are being killed in Kware and nobody's talking about it. We have normalized deaths in our country. Are we normalized people dying in our country? We need not to normalize such kind of things. The government has a responsibility to protect its citizens. If you read our constitution, Article 238 talks about national security. The government has a responsibility to protect. In fact, the constitution says it protects the people. Security is not about just protecting the people. You need to protect those people. You need to protect their democracy. You need to protect their rights. That's what the constitution says. I mean, if I'm saying something else from the constitution, go and read Article 238. That's what the constitution says. The constitution does not speak about any other thing. It talks about the people. It talks about their rights. It talks about their democracy. It talks about their property. In fact, the constitution has not said that politicians need to be protected. No, it has not said that. It has said the people of Kenya. Those are the people who need to be protected. So when you see people are going up and down, Kina KOT giving civic education to people, this information needs to get to as many people as possible so that Kenyans are aware of what we are dealing with. We are dealing with madness. But I understand that Kenya is a democracy, and therefore people will always have divergent opinion. Hata nilishangaa juzi karibu nishikwe na ulcers when I'm seeing the swearing in of Kindiki. There are some Kenyans who attended the swearing in, and vitu hizo saa zingine ukiangalia unaweza kuwa wazimu. If you are someone who is trying to fight for these things, you might even go mad sometimes. But it is what is happening in our country. we cannot give up on that. Those things the government is showing you so that you can give up. So that you can give up. But when Kenyans stand up, these things will just end. Kenyans just need to wake up. Kenyans hakuna kitu ingine Kenya wanafanya. Kenyans needs to wake up and stand up against atrocities that are happening in their country. We don't need to tell you that chief is bad until ule kwenye relative yako atakufa ndio usianze kusema chief is bad. No, this thing is bad. Kenyans are being deducted money from their salary by force. At the same time, you have a project that is supposed to cost 104 billion. Chief is supposed, the system that is running Chief is costing 104 billion, not even complete. It is incomplete. If the government was to upgrade NHIF systems, the government would have used 700 million. They would have saved about 300 and something million, which is money. If you look at right now, we are battling our basic needs. Why would we battle the government in terms of university funding model? Why? Why would you battle the government about university funding model? If you think you need to battle the government against university funding model, read Article 43. Education is your right. Education is the right of Kenyans, of Kenyan students. They have a right to get education. So why do we need to battle the government about education? Why do we need to battle the government about health? What is the housing project? I was so mad when I heard the ruling of the Supreme Court and about housing levy. Supreme Court, a whole Supreme Court ruling that housing levy is constitutional, and them saying that public participation cannot overturn an act of parliament. Madness. If you read Article 2, that I wonder, because me, I'm not a lawyer, but you know, there's nothing like constitution is not for lawyers. Don't be deluded. Law is written in English. It is simple. Law is written in English. It clearly says involvement of the people, Article 232. And that is all about public service. Involvement of the people is a must. So when you say that public participation cannot, why did the Court of Appeal declare it unconstitutional based on public participation? Those are the answers that we need to get, but we can never get those answers from the Supreme Court right now. We have declared Supreme Court null and void. It cannot give Kenyans justice. So Kenyans need to find an alternative means of getting justice. So we don't have confidence in the executive. Parliament tuliangusha chini, we don't have confidence in it. We don't have confidence in judiciary. And if Kenyans have failed to have confidence in these three arms of government, then Kenyans need to find an alternative way of government. That's what Kenyans are calling for. Because they are these three arms of government, they are enjoying delegated power. They are only enjoying delegated power. And I saw someone rush to court to ask court to interpret to them Article 1. Those are mad people. We don't need interpretation of Article 1. Article 1 imeandikwa na Kizungu, haijaandikwa na Chinese. Article 1 has been written in English, and no, a court should not interpret Article 1. How can you tell a court to interpret to you how you can take back the power that you have given the court? They will misinterpret it. Yeah. So those are some of the things that we are battling. We saw Kindiki anakuwa sworn in sahi. Haya, ameshakuwa sworn in, ameshika ofisi. Next week we want to start recalling MPs because apparently then IBC is present. Because IBC, how did Kindiki get his clearance? He might have gotten his clearance through IBC because only IBC commissioners. Again, this is not something I'm saying, and that's why I'm giving you reference. If you think I'm just talking out of talking, read Article 137. Read Article 137 of our Constitution. IBC is the IBC commissioners are supposed to give this person the nominated person. They're supposed actually to declare him. So if IBC was there, then we need to start recalling these mad MPs. Yeah, because the other time we tried, we were told, the CEO alituambia, by the way, we tried to recall we tried to initiate the process of calling MPs. Because I'm telling you, Kenyans are tired. If we start recalling MPs, you will see Kenyans are tired. We will exercise Article 104 of our Constitution. Now we want to do that because apparently the IBC that declared Kindiki, that is what we want to use to recall MPs, because there are people we need to recall. We need to recall as much as we want to test the limits of our Constitution. to the end. And if all those means don't work, I will repeat here on this space, the constitution is not above the people. The people are above the constitution. Because if you read the preamble of our constitution, it says, we the people of Kenya. We give ourselves this constitution and to our future generation. We give ourselves. Nobody has given us that constitution. So it cannot purport to be bigger than the people. There's no constitution. If the people are not there, there will not be any constitution. So if the people are bigger than the constitution can never be bigger than the people. If the constitution is what is being used against the people to push the agenda of tyrants, we will do away with it. We will do away with it. We will do away with it. We will test the limits of the constitution. Because I'm someone who believes in, I have read the constitution and I have not seen any part of the constitution that I've read the constitution and I read it all the time. I have not seen any part of the constitution that speaks against the people. It is only the people who are using this constitution. Ni watu wenye wanaisoma kama washavuta bangi. Wanaisoma kama washakula jaba. So wanapiga stories za jaba na constitution. I've never seen any place in the constitution that is oppressive to the people. It is the interpretation of the constitution. And if you read article 259, that's why I question these people who are called judges and things like that. They're mad people. They are mad people. They don't interpret the constitution based on, the constitution gives judicial authority and says judicial authority derives from the people. These are some of the things that we need to understand as a people. Everything revolves around the people. The people are the people are the power. When we understand this, hii kitu itakuwa rahisi sana. Wakenya watatoka nje kwa barabara wote na wataenda wachukue the power which is theirs. See, it happened in Bangladesh. It happened in Bangladesh. They took back their power. So unaona sasa hivi they are arresting all those leaders who are corrupt during that regime. The president of Bangladesh used the same tactics that I'm seeing in the Ruto regime. He used to do a lot of PR. But behind the scenes, he killed media personalities. He killed anybody who was against his policies. Behind the scenes, he did that. The same thing that is happening in our country right now. Jaribu kuongea venye tunaongea utakuwa abducted. Jaribu kufanya, these things happen. People are being, but the people need to understand that they need to stand up to the government. They need to stand up. It is your moral responsibility as a person, as a Kenyan citizen, to question mad policies that are happening in our country. It is your moral responsibility. You don't need to dance to anybody's tune. If you do that, you will be oppressed forever, and we will not agree to be oppressed forever. The people who will decide to stand against this will stand in the right side of history. The people who will decide not to stand up against the government will stand in the wrong side of history. And when change comes, change will come one day. I promise you, change will come. Kenyans are tired. We are not the only ones who are tired in the space. Kila Mkenya amechoka. Ni vile wengine wanangoja tu kuona kenye itafanyika. Unajua kuna wengine hawana sai. Kuna wengine hawana sai. That's why watu wenye wako na sai wanaeliminatiwa. Kuna wenye hawana sai, there are people who don't have sai, who are waiting. But when they see vitu imechacha, they will get out. All Kenyans are tired. All Kenyans are tired. Kenyans are tired. There's a lot of madness that is happening in this country that needs to be stopped. And I tell you, and I always repeat this so many times, it is only treason. You will be called treasoners when you invade parliament and you fail. It is treasonous when you fail. But when you succeed, you will decide who becomes your next leader. Sleep on that. It is only treasonous when you fail. But when you succeed, you will decide who becomes your next leader. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you a lot, the real. That is the reality. You fail, you become a treasoner. You succeed, you win back your country. Then now you can choose your leader. You decide your leader, and you decide who is a criminal that belongs to prison. That is a food for thought. Understand here, underline here. You only become a treasoner when you lose. Because in the lenses of a criminal, you will see someone who wants to fight him as a criminal because you don't subscribe to that criminality. So the real umeongea a lot of points, and that is the situation of our country now. Hata ukijaribu kuangalia wapi, left, right, center. Yes, and it is now time for action. Hata tukasema to recall MPs, they will go and hide in the judiciary. Tumeona wengine wakikuwa impeached, wanaenda wana hide kwa judiciary. Then those ambao they are enemies of the regime, au ndio itawakula. Lakini wale ambao they are friends of the regime, watafichwa tu kwa makwapa ya judiciary. That is the situation where we are, and that is why we should understand that Kenya, we are left on our own. So it is our time now to come up in arms and chart our path and take this country back. Free all. Can you come and free everyone? Free all. And Barack, I'm trying to approve your mic. I seem to have problem on my side. Maybe I sent you direct. Kindly reject that mic, and then you can pick from the one that I sent you. You can be able to come in. So free all. Free all oppressors. Can you come and free us? Amolelala. Seems like you asked the mic na ukalala. Tafadhali tusilale, hatuwezi kulala kwa space na nchi inazidi kuteketea. We need to have those collective voices. Like I think the real umetuambia we si lawyer, lakini dissect constitution kabisa, because shida si constitution, shida ni watu, the people, the actors. They don't care about constitution. Everything they do, they close their eyes because they believe that wametuzoea sisi wa Kenya, hakuna kitu tutafanya, tutapiga makelele alafu turudi, then waendelee na kazi yao vile wanataka. That is why they always ignore the constitution. So, and remember, the constitution vile the real amesema ni sisi watu we gave ourselves the constitution, and since we gave ourselves, nobody gave us. So it is ourselves again that we need to protect it. You cannot just give yourself something and then you leave it. You have, when you give yourself something, if you think that thing is valuable, and then you need to protect it. So where we have failed as Kenyans is that we gave ourselves a document, but now we don't want to take responsibility and protect it. We left in the hands of other people that they can choose whether they want to protect it or abuse it. And we all know what is their choice. They have chosen to abuse it. So we that we gave ourselves this document, we need to rise up and go and protect it. Standing for a country, let people or someone not lie to you that when you stand up for the constitution, you are being anarchist. No, you are standing up for the constitution to protect it and protect your country. But that is how they will lie to you. That when you come out and protest about it to protect your constitution, now you become an anarchist. That is a lie that you should not buy. They want to instill fear so that they can continue abusing the document, our precious, the only thing, the only pillar of this country. So as we continue keeping quiet and they continue abusing this constitution, before we realize, atrocities will happen. The countries that have plunged into civil war, the countries that have plunged into bankruptcy, the countries that are plunged into, being declared a failed state, this is how they start. Vile the real amewambia about Bangladesh, that woman, that president of Bangladesh, alikuwa anaongea kama Ruto. He was going to this big platform, international, the UN, and telling them how Bangladesh is progressing. You know, how they have made this, about the developments that are not existing, about the employment, even giving figure. And you can be, you can be convinced. I think I heard someone talk about Rwanda, that I did not want even we go there, in as much as we are seen from outside. But when you talk of democracy of Rwanda, it's in a bad shape, the democracy. You know, sometimes you can think that country is progressing because people are being gagged. So you cannot hear divergent voices coming out. And that is what William Ruto is trying to do. He's trying to suppress all the voices so that when he go outside there and tell the world that Kenya is making significant progress, so that when he will steal election in 2027 na kusema kwamba amevutiwa na 80%, the world will believe him. So that is why now anajaribu kuua the voices. So those are the things that we have to know, because he don't want the voices to go outside. And that is why he's trying to sanitize them himself by making ally with these American investors, so that they will help to sanitize his name when the time comes. The time that he will steal election, then atakuwa kina Bill Gates, they will be out there telling the world that Kenya had a credible election. Kwa hivyo tujaribu tuongee nini about the killings, watu ambao wamekufa mpaka leo. No one is ready to address. No one is ready to address, but they are ready to address the bills that does not even make sense about term extension limit, just only to keep us busy and divert us from the things that is ailing us. So we are left alone. It is now time that we rise up and defend our country, defend our constitution, fight for this country. We already know, everyone knows, that we don't have leadership anymore, that all the institutions have been paralyzed. All the institutions have been paralyzed. Not even single institution is currently working. Not even one. Apart from KRA, that they look to be working because that is how they are going collecting money. But where the money is going is not even a question. We all have the answer. The development is something of the past. In this regime, hakuna development hata moja imefanyika. You can only read them in papers. You can only hear those development in burials and in the pulpits. That is when you can hear development of this Kenya Kwanza regime. But on the ground, it is zero. On the ground, it is zero. KOT can attest this. He has been into many places, documenting zero developments, but they only appear in documents and in the budgets and in the approvals. Developments only happen in the budgeting and in the approvals and in the newspapers and in the Kenyan gazettes and in the burials and pulpits. That is when you can only hear about mega projects. Yeah, as the real put, we are not fools anymore. And now they're infiltrating everywhere. Now, some media houses are being used to help and propagate the propaganda of the regime. They will come and tell you, Shiv is good, it has done this, it has done that. They don't want to be questioned. They don't want to be told the truth. But when they are pressed, they always come to us to complain. The media sometimes surprises me. If anyone you are working in the media, at least be a patriotic. It is very shame. But when you are pressed, because one thing I like about Ruto is that you cannot defend him. You will defend him, he will disappoint you any minute. So even those media that they think now they are supporting him and selling propaganda, it will not last. You will hear them crying to us. But for now, they are enjoying. We are watching them. Yeah, let's request the mic. Tafadhali, musilale, kujeni, bring your voices. Let's amplify the voices. Barak, I see you are trying to request the mic. Maybe kindly drop and I don't know what I can do here now. Drop and request again, Barak, because I'm having difficulty in accepting your mic. I think KOT. Okay, yeah. Justice activist. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for an opportunity to speak. Also, thank you for each and every one of you for the sacrifice you are making towards our Kenya's well-being. So, mimi, I'm very disappointed for the happenings kwamba pia Zakayo tena ameanza kuleta wajingua tuwajengea sijui reli na 600 and something billion Kenyan shillings. Bado nasikia wanarudisha sheria za ushuru yenye tulikataa June 50. So this man is provoking us in each and every corner. And the scouts, they are just singing praise and worship for him. So na I think tunafaa kuendelea kukusanya hasira zaidi and let us show him that we are tired. And unajua anajaribu kutupress tu hivyo aone what we can do, but I think we have to wake up. Alifanikiwa kidogo kutusambaratisha hapa na pale, but I think we need to wake up before hajafika place anataka kufika. I think we need to do something manze. Sahizi tunafaa kukasirika, unajua tulitulia kiasi akaona life has just gone on yani as if nothing happened. So kila siku ona kitu wamefanya kwa koti sahizi, hata we no longer have confidence in the court. So he's spoiling everything, he's unleashing, yani kila siku anatoa kitu mpya. So I think we need to work up for 11 we need to show him that we are tired and we need to stop him as early as possible. I think tutaendelea kuchangia. I'm just mad. Imejaa mazee. We need to, tunafaa tukasirike mazee. Huyu jamaa sasa anasidi na we need to stop him immediately with immediate effect. I think I'm done. Mtu mwingine anaweza changia.
Yeah, thanks a lot. You are very, very right. Kindly request the mic, free all. If you are still awake, you can open your mic. Wengine request. I'll be reading a few comments hapa. Someone has said, I think AD, the line between treason and hero is thin, risky and bloody daring. That is very, very true. There is a thin line between treason and hero. And that is what Real was saying. If you fail, then you fall into the treason. But if you win, if you succeed, then we all become hero. Then I think Asma say, well, so far KOT has remained steadfast. That is true. In his political activities, it is high time we support him 100% and champion the change we want. We know he cannot do mobilization and education without resources, which it is very, very true. Let him table a change proposal before Kenyans and we revitalize. That is wonderful. Asma, fighting corruption is targeting 47 headquarters of corruption, which fights back. To oppose any attempt at transparency and accountability, they enjoy political goodwill from the top and exploit gaps, loopholes in the current constitution. They have captured governance institution. That is very, very right. Compromised when politicians infiltrated and allowed to interact with us. Soon people like Alonso picked up Gen Z agenda and made them their talking points. Agenda such TG and Andegwanjiru use Gen Z space to further Kalonzo's political objective. We must reflect and change tactics. Wow. I cannot agree more, Asma. Fertilizer was a scam. Finance bill rejected. Adani JKIA is an illegal contract. Kentraco Adani illegal contract. Shah Chief Jayesh illegal business. University funding model corrupt. Indian at the helm of our university. New DP illegally in office. Corruption on steroids. We say no. That is true. Corruption, corruption on steroids. Okay. Okay, Omtata is the only credible politician. I still want to give Morara Kebazo senior benefit of doubt. Okay. He does some things wrong, but is consistent with his civic education. Yeah, that is very, very true. Status quo have used Rigiji's woos to successfully dismantle Gen Z unity. The change opportunity, unity of purpose we had as movement is destroyed as people are consumed by emotions of ethnic politics. Kikuyu, Kamba versus Luo, Kalenjin, etc. We must resist tribalism. Indeed, we must resist. We have to marry up our words and action. This work needs practical solutions. Mabonga has already implemented actions, multiple town halls conducted. I propose you set up a GoFundMe account for this important work, submit the proposal there and publish it. Very good. Yeah, another tax being proposed by Duale. IMF funds government oversees Duale tax proposal. Okay. I said the only to ensure the Zakayo regime is home is only by only reforms in IBC where presidential voting debate be independent from other 5 seats, because rain start beating there. Every problem is from presidency. Look at legislature, judiciary. Makende imebanwa. I don't agree. I really don't agree, and I will tell you why. Build a collaboration with those active, Bonnie, Eric, Okia Omtata. Yes, Safaricom is owned by 1% of Kenyans, the 1% who brutalize us and make life unbearable for 99% of Kenyans. The day we will know how to neutralize Subaru boys is the day win come out. We cannot do same thing all the days and expect different results. Omolo, I agree with you 100%. We have to neutralize those Subaru boys because they are criminals, they operate as criminals, and we need to deal as criminals. Honorable Craig Mkenya Daima, Kalonzo Musyoka, the 6th. I don't know the 6th to where. Is it the 6th to where now? You need to tell us the 6th to where. Just say the 6th. Don't know whether it is his second name. Okay. Let's discuss revolutionary strategies. Let us not even discuss inefficiencies we have. Let guys volunteer to bring their cars and park them on the highway and street. Let us vandalize Safaricom mast. Let landlords ask M-Pesa agents to vacate their premises and go walk from Sugoi. Okay, Eric Katitwa. This strategy is on another level. Of course, indeed, I agree with you. Revolutionary strategies, we need to discuss, and even don't discuss more of inefficiencies. We need to go now into the action plan. Tuko ndani. I think unamaanisha kwamba 11-11 tuko ndani. Okay. Kabisa love those points brought by the speaker. That is kazi rahisi. Okay. Somebody saying good night. It doesn't matter time change will take. It doesn't matter time change we will take, but we have to fight till the end of times. That is true. That is the spirit of a revolutionary. Also to that speaker, we are not for anyone, but let's learn where we went wrong. Yeah, that's true. Awesome, let's deliberate on solutions to our problem. Complain less. That is very, very true. Now we need to deliberate on solutions. SHIF is going to be the worst medical scheme in this country. I agree with you. I think not only in this country, it is going to be used as a bad example in every country in this world. SHIF is going to be used as a bad example. Pulse, as we fight must go. Naomba retweet kwa pindi yangu, customer wangu anaweza kuwa. Okay. 527 battalion. Yes, husband. There is a 527 battalion that wanakaa hapa waki-tweet mambo ya maujinga za kusupport the fallen regime. Ruto is just but a Bill Gates puppet and IMF. These crooks have never had anything for Africa. That is very, very true. Can we kindly deal with Ruto head-on? Time is now. Ruto will kill us with oppression and dictatorship. He has captured all arms of government. Time is now, fellow Kenyans. Cannot agree more. Time is now. Raila ni arm to Kenyan lives. Okay. Yes, I see June, you raised your hand.
Yes, okay, thank you again. Kuna nimesoma comments hapa hivyo, kuna huyu jamaa na kampeni ya Kalonzo na I think hiyo ni upuzi fulani, unajua those Ruto boys wanajaribu to distract what we are doing. Kuna mtu yote anajaribu kampeni ya mtu fulani, ni upuzi. We need to be focused. Our goal is to make sure that Zakayo doesn't just do whatever you want and just na tumwachilie hivyo. So say wana kampeni ya nani bla bla, hiyo ni upuzi. We are focused manzi, na we need to come together. Tusijaribu hizo nini za kugawa, that is strategy na ameona ina work. So I think for those who trying to divert our attention, please leave us alone. We have a lot. Huyu jamaa anatupiga kwa kila place, sio abduction, sio kushika judiciary, sio kuforce things. Saizi ameleta wa China tena na ati wanataka kujenga reli bana, na hata hakuna competition ati toke shi kutoka. Unajua hiyo ni corruption nyingine, nini scandal nyingine that's loading you.
Alafu hata June, you know, at apart from Kuata scandal, even if it was genuine project, this guy doesn't have priorities for this country because
Sasa is that a priority really?
That's what I'm telling you. This guy don't have priority for this country. Now we're having a lot of problems. People are dying in hospital. Hakuna madawa ya kutosha. The system is not working. Watoto shuleni saizi malekara bado wamegoma because they are not paid. Halafu nakuja kutuambia tunataka kujenga reli. Is that even a priority? The one that we have. Hata tujamaliza.
What we eat, we want to eat. He has left Kenya as a skeleton. He don't care. So mtu ataniambia ati Ruto tumpe. Unajua he has been saying tumpe time. Sasa which time do we really need? So I'm trying to stop those people trying to divert our attention at his plan to for now. I think we should leave political parties aside and whoever has ambitions. Let us kwanza tupige hii nyoka. Nyoka ndio iko na shida. And other thing I think itajileta tu yenyewe. Anything else will fall into its regional position time ikifika tu. So tujaribu unajua tunajaribu kufight kwa kila kona mazee. Tusipo focus huyu jamaa hata tumeweza mazee. Ai bana, lazima tu focus bana. So I'm trying to encourage for those people who are for the movement, na wale wenye wametuma kutufuruga na kutupotezea time mazee, tupe space. If you can't fight, kaa kando, let us fight alone. Hata kama ni watu wachache, our voice will be heard, kuliko tu watu wengi hapo. Wengi ni wa kutufuruga hata na kutusumbua na wengine kuchukua information na make sure wametu frustrate. So I'm trying to let us be united. Unajua unity ya June 25th ndio ilikuwa tribal ile, kama tungeweza kulimaini leaderless, tribaless, partless, I think we could have done so venye walitufuruka na mambo ya regional na tribal kind of politics. Unaona kuna ka shake up kiasi. Of course we are gaining back our energy and because makasiriko naona imeanza tena kurudi vizuri. I think we are doing well, so I hope ya kwamba 11/11 we will do something great ya kuombea. Unasikia juzi tena wameenda huko hivyo tena bana kwa IMF tena kwa mambo ya loan bana, ati plus tena wamepropose sheria sasa. Huyu jamaa atatumaliza hivi. We don't stop him at all. Unajua tunafaa kurudisha hiyo pressure. Hata wale wa stop watu wa IMF na maloni na wa China, hata wa China wanafaa watishe. Sasa hizi tunafaa sasa tuanze kutisha hizo makampuni. Lazima tuwatishe kwanza waende slow, kwa hivi tukiacha hii ikienda hivi bana, huyu jamaa atatumaliza because tunafaa tuwa discourage kwamba their security and their property will never be guaranteed. Security yao itakuwa guaranteed if they do by force. Kama wana force vitu, tunafaa tuwaone fenye tulione nini IMF, at least wakaenda slow. So tunafaa pia turudishe hiyo sauti. IMF kwanza wa stop. Unajua akistop huyu jamaa sasa at least atatulia, kwa sababu pesa ya kuiba. So wanajaribu kutenga do ya kuiba, si ati miradi. Unajua na watu wengine wamefungwa ati na kila mpaka akili. Wanaona ati ni story maendeleo. There is nothing. Kama walikuwa wanakopa mishahara, sasa hizi naanza kusikia tena wanataka ati kujenga sijui reli, mara wanarudisha taxes sijui vitu tulikataa tena. Yani hiyo sijui hiyo ni provocation ina gani manzi? Sasa hiyo lecture bado wamegoma, ndio wanaitwa State House. Sio walimu waliitwa State House juzi, sio ni kuhongwa ndio watulie. I don't know. Walisikia watu wa aviation walikuwa wamegoma JKIA tena, sio walipelekwa aje hiyo story. Walichika walijengwa ama walitishwa, so we don't really know what happened, but this man atatumaliza hivi. We don't raise our voices tu ndio zinaweza stop, because that is the only main weapon we have. Our voices will stop this man. It stopped him, but now because ametufuruga including hiyo kufuruga Rigathi. Kuna hiyo jamaa aliandika hapa akasema amefanikiwa hiyo kujaribu kutu position in a tribal politics, so that ajaribu kutufuruga tena. Hawa ni Wakikuyu, so wakiitwa Wakikuyu, wakifinywa Kikuyu yani wakifinywa kama Wakikuyu itakuwa ni kitu national, so that wataumizwa kivyao. So but wakati tunaongea voice moja inakuwa sasa akifinya wale bado wako akifinya wale. So unaona fanya tumekuwa one voice in terms of fighting abductions na tumekuwa tukifaulu. So if we remain steadfast and push forward, lazima tutapata victory. So ikifika hivi tukipush vizuri, hata utaona IBC nini, and I think that's where that should be our point of action as soon as possible, because that's the only hope we have. IBC ikitengenezwa, hata hatutakuwa tukiongea story mingi, ni mistiki na so inafaa iundwe haraka before tena ile time elapse. Kuna hiyo time yenye timeline, so that ikibaki mwaka moja tutakuwa nini yetu itakuwa ime expire, so that hawatatoka mpaka wamalize term. So IBC that's where wanafaa hata compare. Yes,
you know the problem tusidanganywe about IBC Nimekuambia, kumbuka
Yeah.
impeachment ya Kenya
Yeah.
saizi ni kitu ambayo it is not predictable. Hata if you manage kusema kwamba you are recalling one, atakimbia kotini,
Yeah.
aseme hivi na hivi, anaanza kupatiwa hiyo stay order. Before mrealize mnapambana na kesi, majudges ndio hawa ambao wametuonyesha mali wako. Unaona? Hawa jamaa saizi washaiba pesa ya kutosha. They have enough money to buy the judges. And
Venye hiyo kesi ilienda, it is a clear indication ya kwamba that there will be no hope in
there is
court.
no
So
hope.
if we start, there is no hope in our courts anymore. So I think we need, our only voice we have is the voice according to chapter 1 of our constitution. So we need to rise up.
That is the only solution we have. That is
the only hope
only
we
that
have.
chapter 1.
Only weapon. If we lose that weapon, we are done. We are done manze. So naambia wazee manze, tusijaribu kulala, tusijaribu kuuziwa uoga tena. Tukitokea tu once tu tena hivi jamaa atatii. Saizi hata atatii vizuri sana. So wale wa jamaa walijaribu kuconvincewa wachache wanafinyika, lakini sasa ni fanya hizo 530. Hizo 530 ndio zinafanya ati hapa online watu wako na account 100 kila mtu wanapush hapa hivi, wanajaribu kuonyesha ati still popular, na wengine wanapush story ya ndani, wako na account karibu mtu mmoja. So we should not be worried of those descending voices na to the negative energy in the movement. Let us focus. Thank you for the for the sacrifice you are making. Manze, siku moja tutakumbuka tuseme we did it because we sacrificed a lot, manze. Let us fight for our future. It is not us now. It might not be us. Kuna fruits zenye tunafaidia saizi hatutawa maybe hatutawahi kulia, but our generation to come, manze. That is the, na sio story ati ya Wakalenjin, si Wakikuyu, si Wakisii, si what. It is all of us. The rich versus the poor. Hata sio rich, watu wote wako rich ni watu wabaya. But for the elite politicians with selfish interest of business, wanajaribu kubushisha agenda because they are businessmen, wakiwa na Ruto na watu wachache. Kwa sababu unaona kama saizi bana, hata watu wake nyumbani wanzi wamefinyiliwa tu, na they have no even hope, they have nowhere to run to. Wamekoniwa kila kona wanzi, the one who are suffering the most. Unacheki hata historia ya Shaa bana, ni Shaa shi. So, yani me I'm just, I feel like I'm done. Yani saizi kama ni kurisk, kama kuna time I feel even risking even more is this time. I don't even care, because if we don't fight now, our generation might suffer the most. Because unaona ikienda hivi, huyu jamaa kosa anajua amefanyia watu maovu, so ataanza kutengenezea maboys wao ndio waingie hapo, so that waendelee kufinya another next generation, something that we never accept to happen. Hivyo ndio wanafanyanga madikteta. Kama sasa Museveni ametayarisha kijana, ni kesi akitoka yeye ndiye anashikilia president mpaka ile siku, sijui sasa itakuwaje. Juu sasa yeye ndiye amiri jeshi mkuu, akitoka hivi ni kesi ya kufa yeye ndiye atashikilia, anaendelea kuakaliwe hivyo hivyo. So that is what we should say no to. That is, hiyo ndio plan ya Ruto. Kama sio kijana yake, mtu wako close mwenye hawezi mpetrol. And that is how dictators works. So we should work up mazee tuamuke banze. Sauti yetu ndio silaha yetu ya saizi, and will save our generation to come. Thank you so much for an opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. And yes, we have to keep the fire burning. We have to keep our unity. Alafu ngoja nikwambie June, we are going now to be even stronger, more than even 2050. Because why? You know, even now, hii period ambayo tumekuwa tunakaa tunalumbana hapa na pale, it was a eye opening. Tusha at least imetusaidia kuidentify hata wale the few elements ambao walikuwa wanajificha na sisi. So you see at some point wamekuja wakajireveal themselves, and that is why you see they are dropping one after another. They don't have anywhere to hide again. So hii sasa imetusaidia because the people now that will be coming out, it will be more organic and very genuine people. Sababu sasa wale ma pretenders,
Yes,
those that they were coming with different agendas, now washajiweka wazi.
hapo ni true, that is true kabisa. Unaona kuna wengine walikuwa wanapiga kelele ndio waitwe wakule. Sasa shida yao ilikuwa njaa. Unaona wamerudi tena, wamerudi chini ya maji.
Yes, sasa sasa hiyo washarudi chini ya maji. Maana yake unajua walijaribu kuuza hiyo agenda yao kwa njia ya ulagai, lakini when we keep on fighting and asking ourselves questions and interrogating ourselves, then now their lies, they run short of the lies, and now they are exposed. So this movement now is going to be strong because itakuwa sasa ni watu kweli ambao they are all united for a purpose, organically and genuine.
So ile pia bibi can allow me kitu kingine ningependa kuambia the patriotic Kenyans including security agents manze NIS na wale wengine bana. Just wanafaa remain at least tujaribu kufight hiyo jamaa. We are fighting also for their children because as soon watakuwa wametoka hapo they will serve. Their generation will serve. Hakuna generation itajua kama ulikuwa karao, wewe ulikuwa shule NIS nini and uliserve faithfully at sasa uwe compensated. There is nothing that, what you can do is just let us fight for you. Even police, we are fighting for their rights. Kama watu wa fight rights zao basi we are fighting for the rights of their children. Leo uko job, kesho utafutwa. Most of police unajua hata hawananga skill nyingine ijapokuwa ya shaba. Hivyo wakifutwa tu either ndikwe ni watchman ama afanya anything else goes there. Maybe wale dereva ndio wanatafuta kazi ya udere. So my message is they just stay aside and let us fight this snake called Ruto. It is our enemy number one because he is destroying he has stolen from us and he has destroyed our economy and raped our economy. He's just a terrorist, economic terrorist, using our resources to fight us, to fight young people of the great generation. We should fight. Hata kama ukiwa hapo fight chini ya maji. Kufight kwako sio lazima tuweke nini chini, but give us information that can help us to at least hiyo jamaa ati. Umeona? Hata mimi najua kuna karao wamekuwa wanafight na sisi lakini chini ya maji. Including giving us information of how to navigate na kuepa mitego na kutupa information fulani, mtu fulani amepangiwa hivi. Unajua there is a good people out there wanatusaidia kutupa information we need for us to be able to. So sio kila karao ni mbaya. So whatever you can do kwa department yuko, kwa parastato huko, give us information that can make this country great again. Even you can be remembered for 50 years to come. Unajua sahi Ruto ako hapo tu just there temporary. Mwingine atakama. So sasa if you nini history will charge you actually. So the best thing we cheza chini ya maji. Najua they work with command, lakini cheza kwenye utacheza. Sisi tunataka at least kuona our better tomorrow, a better life for our generation. Hata pia wala wazazi wako cause hawakufi saa hizi, they will be there at least some few years to come. Pia at least wenjui tumevinywa vya kutosha bana. Na sisi na ujue we are not just Kenya. Kuna watu wengi sana wanatuangalia from Africa, within Africa and from other countries that wanatakanga freedom kaa yenye tuko nayo. So huyu jamaa anataka kuenda na freedom yenye si yeye alileta. Ana fight freedom yenye imepiganiwa na watu waliotangulia. Alafu sasa anataka kuichukua tu na day ati kujaribu kutuwekelea ati ni criminals ndio atufinye. Ati sasa so, it will never work like that. So ile kitu naomba security agencies mazee cheza chini. Tunaelewa ni job because pia amefanya it hard for the work, kupata work huku hivi mazee ni noma. Lakini cheza venye utacheza, at least make sure it is for us. We are fighting for us all, not just few of us. Leo uko kazi, kesho utafutwa. Au watu wenye unapiga wataingia kazi, ama watoto wao wataingia kazi, pia mtafinywa. So the best thing is let us fight for our nation from wherever you are. Huyu jamaa ana rafiki ama nani atambui. Amekuwa akiidi karao, si waliongezewa dawa, I don't know kama ni ukweli waliongezewa do, lakini
Nilitumiwa
ile kitu
payslip
mimi
ya
najua
karao, hata ngoja nitaangalia kama niko nayo, nitaweka hapa uone.
yeah.
Niliona sijui ni rank gani,
Yes.
sijui ni corporal, payslip yake
Yeah.
inasema 52k, lakini sikudanganya, you cannot believe
52.
after every deduction alibaki na 24k. Yani unajua
Lakini hiyo sio corporal bana. Corporal hawezi kula 50 bana bro.
unaona sasa, labda huyu hata ni inspector, alafu 50k after deduction inakuja anabaki na 24k. Sasa unashanga hiyo 24k atalipa rent, atalipa mtoto shuleni, atanunua nguo, atanunua food, ama atafanya nini, you know. Umemute mic yako June. And I don't know the space. KOT, you need to KOT, bado uko macho kweli? Yeah, wala bado mko macho, kujeni kwa mic. Yeah, Jango nimekutumia mic eh. Naona you having issues connecting, sijui kama ni space.
Net yangu imekatika
Okay.
while talking. So ndio nilikuwa nasema wazee wetu bana, makarau bana, pia wana namna tu, ni venye tu sasa wakubwa wao wanajaribu kuwatumia kwa kinyume na sheria venye ifai, at least kujaribu kushield hiyo power wanadai ati walipewa, but wanasahau kwamba pia walipewa constitution wailinde na waitumikie vile inafaa. So sasa wanajaribu kutuambia ati walipewa kisu, sio ya kukata mboga, wanaweza kututishia, but ile kitu walipewa ya maana ni constitution ya kugovern na kufanya venye inasema. So that's why na urge each and one of us, leo huko kesha utakuwa, what you will how will you inspire the generation to come? Leo uko karao, kesho utafuta kazi na wengine watakuwa, utachange yako nini apart from kupewa the little you are given just to destroy Kenya? Unajua leo tuna fight, kuna siku hatutakuwa, kuna wengine watakuja kuwa. Sasa venye saizi tunasikia kuna watu walifightia this nation, kuna wengine ni genuinely, the others who take advantage of the same, na wengine walikuwa traitors ndio wakule. Shida ilikuwa tumbo, wakakula wakacorporate na the whites wakafaidika, lakini bado wanasema walikuwa wanafaitia na walikuwa collaborators, walicollaborate ndio wenzao wanyanyaswe na wanyongwe, ndio walikuwa wanatoa siri wengine mahali wako, ndio wanyongwe so that wapate food. That is the same thing some of our security agencies wanafanya, some of security forces they are doing, they are just doing it. Of course wanataka Kenya ibadilike, but so kwa sababu wanaongozwa na tumbo, so they are not paying attention for what we are fighting for. Wao wanaona kazi ya saa hii lakini hawataki kujua future after hiyo kazi, after ile siku wataekelea hiyo punduki chini, ama irudishe kwa mahali anairudisha, kwa ameretire ama amefutwa, what will happen to his generation? So tunafaa tuangalie mazee beyond what we eat and drink now. Tunafaa tuangalie beyond our comfort, yes, inaitwaje, comfort zone. Tunafaa tuangalie beyond. Sasa kama saizi naangalia tumeteseka hivi vyote from nini bad nini inaitwa system ya kusoma. Tumesoma system yenye nijui inakaaje, tumefika hapa tumeteseka. Unasoma, unaenda kuchagua subject, baadaye unaweka course, unaingia course yenye utaki kwa sababu si marks haikutosha. Kutoka hapo inataka uongane upate kazi wazo, wengine wanajisomesha kama right now saizi few of the people watakuwa ndio wanasoma bana. Unaona sasa kama saizi hiyo method waliweka ya kulipa mazee, many of the people hawataweza kusoma wawe na qualification zinafaa in the next 10 years, kwa sababu wanataka watu wawe mazombies ndio wa control venye wanataka. Iwe kama hiyo era hata Moi hakukuwa tisi mbaya hata records iko ndio, hata kama of course constitution ilikuwa inamruhusu kuwa mbaya hata than vile alikuwa, kwa sababu the old constitution ilikuwa ya kikoloni. President ndio sheria, ndio kile, yeye ndio ana appoint churches, anaweza mfuta anytime, yeye ndio anaamua ni kesi gani inafaa kuwa through, kwa sababu the constitution allowed him to. But sasa kama hii constitution imerestrict mtu kufanya maovu, yet he is doing it na kiburi hali ya juu, ana force with all powers and everything, anaita mwenye anaita, anachukua pesa, wanaonga wakina Raila ndio watina watu wengine wenye watuko kelele. Kama mkimzidi ujanja, either akumalize ama akuhonge ama usenye alikuwa anasema si uende exile ama mbinguni. So kind of a person, if we don't fight for this, ni saa hizi our Kenya will be no more, because unaona vile our westerners venye wanampenda, because he can be manipulated with anything as long as yameaidiwa ka something, either do ama some biashara zake kuthrive, kwa sababu kuna biashara kila place. Wanaiba hapa wakiinvest huko, he can give anything and everything. Alikuwa kwa Wahindi juzi, anasikia Wahindi wanapigwa stopa moja moja, tena amekimbilia wa China ba. Na hata nimeona ati hiyo kwa chini inaitwaje, si convoy ya wa China ati itajengwa with no competition. Unaona sasa hiyo impunity anajaribu kutuambia, utanle sasa itajengwa na hiyo nini private partnership na iwe kitu competitive vizuri, ni sawa, lakini priorities ni gani? Sasa wazee bwana, watu wana date mazee, see it is education not working, transport not working, wanajaribu kucreate ka problem ndio anza kusema ajali zimekuwa nyingi barabarani, wacha tuongezee reli, na wengine waone watafanikiwa kwa sababu ati watakuwa na tukazi hiyo miaka 2, ati sasa waanze kutulia. So unaona alileta, si alianza kusema story ya kazi mtaani, akafikiria ati vijana watanyamaza kwa sababu watakuwa wakifanya kazi ya kufagia mafi barabarani na maji taka. That is how he thought. But still the movement its on. Alienda akadanganywa na Raila ati wapee kazi mtaani. Kazi mtaani ilipeanwa kwa sababu ya COVID. Ndio maana ilifaa, na ilienda muda mfupi kwa sababu COVID it was just passing. So anatumia akili ya 1910 kujaribu kurili watu wa 2024. Watu wamemzidi akili, ni miaka tu na kichwa ngumu ya kishetani. So what we need to do, my people, we should fight. Hata kama wewe ni nani, hata kama umepewa pesa ama nini, but let us think beyond that goodies yenye tumepromise. Unajua ni njaa, shida ya watu, hata hiyo wakati wa nini inaitwa stumbling block ilikuwa ni watu wana collaborate na wakoloni wanaumiza wenzao. Hiyo ndio ilifanya hata watu wengi sana wakakufa. Yet hata ucheze chini uache wenye wana fight wa fight kuliko collaborate kufanya. Hata hii story unasikia TCI nini, ni watu tu, ni collaborators tu, wanapeana tu watu wenzao tu, tuna mangwa tu safari kama wanachangia na hao wengine, but kuna watu bado wanapeana voice. Ati sasa ati tutulie ati kwa sababu mtu ni wa kutoka kwa ama because anapata kitu kadogo ndio uwe blogger man. 550, so 550 hata unaweza hata ajiriwa ama unaweza ikula tikiti ngapi. So ile kitu naomba tu sometimes mtu I'm trying to convince my fellow Kenyan ya kwamba we should look beyond what we can see or touch now, because hao watoto wetu, je, system ya masomo itawasaidia? Sisi tumestruggle vya kutosha, but we need to be, our generation need to be better than us. Governance, structure of governance, it should be better than us, because kama saizi unaona watu waliongana kutoka kwa mitihani bana, wanaongana all the way mpaka kupata kazi. Walisoma academy wakaongana wakapita, lakini ikifika kwa kazi wanataka ya serikali kwa sababu ndio njia nzuri ya kuiba. So that's not the way we want our generation to thrive. Tunataka kama wewe yani unakula haki yako, kama umesoma kulia masomo yako, kama hukuenda nini kulia hiyo at that level. Umeona? Hata tunataka hata kama ni traffic, kama mtu tuanze kuadapt ile you just eat unakula haki yako ba. Mtu anakula haki yake, si ati shortcut mwenye akona do ndiye anashinda kesi kotini. Kama saizi watu wako almost 70% ya watu ni watu wako innocent kwa sababu walishindwa kesi ama walikosa mtu wa kuwakilisha, si ati kwa sababu wako guilty, but because hawakuwa na mtu wa kuwala. Watu wengine wauni wako hapa nje kwa sababu kuna do. So that is what Kenya we want, man. We want Kenya mtu ataishi, mtu kama umekosea umekosea, na kama ni punishment unapanishiwa no matter au rich wa kila mtu, yani uwe na sheria yetu iwe na nini, kila mtu tuwe na usawa kwa sheria yetu. So that Kenya we want for our children. Hata kama sisi life imetunyorosha na wazazi wetu wenye waliwanyorosha, but our generation must enjoy our fruits, and it's only us who can fight for our future, for the future of our children. It's only us. Sasa unaona kama huyu Ruto anaiba, sio tu kwa sababu anaiba tumbo yake, yeye atakufa in the next few years to come, but anaiba kwa sababu ya generation yake. So sasa yeye anaona generation yake, so is fighting to retain that na kuili na to protect whatever he has stolen. So kama sisi hatuta fight ya nini, fight ya generation yetu, so that ile haki tumekuwa tukinyanyazwa, at least wapate at least kuwe na order na good structure ya governance, enjoy bana. Sisi tunaweza kosa kuenjoy sana, ama hata kama tutaenjoy ni kidogo, watu watafaidika sana wa generation. So each and every one of us, let us think of our generation. Hata kama tunawatafutia mali na masomo na nini, kama bado structure itakuwa ni hii na itakuwa wasa sana, itakuwa hiyo kisomo wanafanya ni ya bure. Ni kama tu watu wengi sasa hivi, boys wengi wamesoma walipata A. Kama kuna best yangu mazee alipata A kila kitu, kuna nini ya economics, mazee hawezi pata job. Sasa tena anajaribu kujifundisha job nyingine so that a thrive. Anajaribu kwenda place unaambiwa you are overqualified. Huwezi pata job kwa sababu unatishia hata hao HR wako hapo. You are overqualified, you can't get job, but makurutu tu wauni ndio maofisi. hadi wanashikilia tu kalamu hivi wapigwe picha. What kind of a nation is that? What is that? Get? So we are trying to make Kenya iwe at least iwe, yani kila mtu enjoy kulingana na fruits zake. Get? So that's why we need to fight. So tusione ati hii story tumekuwa tukishabikia vyema na uchaguzi ni kama football yetu tunashabikianga sio Arsenal sio na nini. This is our life, it's our life and it's our generation. If we don't do, no one will do on our behalf. So it's only time and a chance, kwa sababu hii kichwa ngumu ya Sakawa imetusaidia pia. Hata sisi Sakawa ni must go imetufanya pia sisi, imetupea opportunity nzuri ya kufight. Kichwa yake ngumu ilitufanya at least pia tumesikika na tumekuwa na hope, because hope ilikuwa imeisha but ilifufuka wakati aliinua mkia juu na kichwa ngumu. It is helping us to fight. It is an eye opener, inatusaidia to fight for our generation manze. Kila mzee mwenye ananisikiza naambie mtu mwingine, it is not all about us but all about our generation to come, starting by us. So we can, yani hatufai kulala, yani hata ukijaribu give up, don't give up because of your children and the children of your children. Sasa hivi unaona hakuna mashamba. The only hope we have, we need to invest in education. Education ndio hiyo anaribu saa hii. We need to invest in health. Saa hizi ndio hiyo iko down saa hii as we speak, it's not working. Haya ndio hiyo anaingilia energy pia anataka kuiria, ndio hiyo ameingilia transport. Tunasikia ni wapi Sakaja ni must go ajaingilia. Mtu aniambie, alafu hapo useme ati umegive up, ati sasa we can see nini bla bla, ati sahi ati tunapanish si wale walipigia mtu fulani kura si nini. Hatufai ku regret because for those of us who voted for him, I voted for him because of the hope he has sold to us. Me, I voted him, but now I am nimemweti ile mbaya. Kwa sababu gani? He promised us and he is not able to do even an inch of what he promised us. Promise tupu. So that's why I'm saying we should focus and do what our children will enjoy in the next few years, the next 10 or 20. Tunaweza focus kwa hiyo mtu hivi, hata labda maybe hata kufe before amalize term, but our future it belong ina belong na sisi. Itategemea venye tutabehave na venye are really willing for the change beyond Sakawa, because unajua mtu anaweza enda anytime. So tunataka governance fiti alafu na structure poa. So lazima our voice tutumie ile weapon tuko nayo to make sure that things works. Thank you so much for an opportunity to speak, Mali. Hello, are we together?
Yes, we are together. Thanks a lot. Yeah, we need just to start action. Matea, hi.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, we good. We are still strong and going on.
Good deal. Yeah, I'll play some something for us in a minute. I need to charge a device, but yeah, I didn't even charge my other phone when I laid down after the space earlier that you were hosting. So, but yeah, no, good to be in the space. Thanks for having me, and glad spirits are high. And let's continue going on. I don't want to break up the conversation too much since I just joined, so I'll listen for right now. Hey, there's Xavier.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can talk. I'm trying to.
I see you, Matea. I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead, Xavier. Give us your submission.
Yaani kwani wewe bishi ulalangi bwana?
Mimi siwezi kulala mpaka Ruto atoke. Because I'm
Unatoka
fighting.
space moja mpaka nyingine.
Yes.
Hata nizime muziki yangu yenye nasikiza hapa. Najua hiyo muziki?
Hata tusikii.
Okay. Wacha nizime, itainterfere. Yes, let me say hi to KOT Sonko. That is the first place I ever attended and spoke with KOT Sonko. So my buddy, I'm glad to see him here. I hope he's not sleeping as usual. Mr. Matea, good to see you. We are together in this one. And to death. You are my brother. Okay, June, the speaker, Nixon, everybody, Western is here too, and many good friends and the listeners. I'm so glad you're here and that we are here together with Fabish because moto umewaka. Things are boiling very nicely, as Oguda would say, before he joined KK. Juzi nilimsikia Gabriel Oguda ndiye anaorganize university students. Juni Eldoret ama wapi? Wakati they were giving their, I think it was Eldoret University or Kenyatta, Moi University. So anyway, walipewa kazi, wametulia. Sisi, things are boiling just nicely as ordered by the chief chef. And he himself, Mr. Xavier. Now, the butcher of Sugoi must go. That is the language. We don't recognize him. He's not our president, has never been my president. I cannot even utter the word President Ruto. I have to withdraw. That is the butcher of Sugoi. Everybody should know about that by today. Anybody coming here to talk that, oh, constitution says this guy don't follow constitution. This guy did not support the constitution, him and Uhuru. These two belongs to jail. Alituambia mambo ni matatu, kumbe alikuwa anajitabiria. Mambo ni matatu. Aende Hague na afungwe, aende jela. Mambo ya pili, hame Kenya, aende exile. Na sijui ataenda wapi, ulimwengu mzima unamtafuta. Ama aende Sayuni. Nyinyi ndio mtachagua. Lakini by the 7th of, I'm not now talking prophetically, by the 7th of July next year, hata jina ya Ruto itakuwa nowhere. Nobody will remember him. Because they'll only remember him for the ills and the devilish activities he has undertaken in Kenya. This guy is possessed by the Illuminati now. The guy is Illuminati. That's why you saw when he went to US, they gave him some state honors and he sat on the seat of Biden or something like that. These are the people promoting the globalist agendas and promoting LGBTQ and all these nonsense things. To wonder, somebody who had told us that he's muti ya kanisa, ikiweka Biblia chini. Uliweka Biblia ukachukua nini? Kitabu ya Lucifer ama gani? Yeah? Wewe umefukuza Gachiedha. We don't care about Gachiedha anyway. But wewe utakuwa ndio mzuri sana. Ndoa imevunjika sasa, wewe ubaki pale unaleta bibi mwingine, Gachiedha aende na hajatuambia ni nini. So we want to get Gachiedha to come and tell us what exactly was going on. And he's already talking. So this guy, we need him impeached. If he doesn't resign after 11/11, we want to impeach him. Na ikizidi, tutaingia hiyo state house. Wacha vile, watu ya Sri Lanka, this country, Bangladesh. We will do a smarter thing than Bangladesh. We will have a plane waiting for him to Hague. He'll be going to Hague. He's not going to be going anywhere. Anyway, the fire is burning. And we have spent almost, I don't know how many hours with Fabish in a certain space. And it was very productive. Matea did a very good job, and he's doing, producing those posters and everything going on. So now we need to think about 11/11. People need facilitation. Some people, we have decided that people should demonstrate in their own areas. There's no need of people congregating in Nairobi, congregating in Mombasa, every county. On June 25th, we had 23 counties registering a major demonstration, including Eldoret. This time we wanted to go to at least 37 counties. Na ikiwezekana iende zote mpaka mashinani, watu wakuwe na demonstration it's a civil disobedience. We will stop paying tax to this rogue regime. And if they do not accede to our 11 irreducible minimums in 11 days, that means from 11th, we are giving him to the 22nd to have decided his fate. After that, we are going to that state house and kick his balls out of the place. Thank you. The fire is very hot.
Kindly read
Lakini,
read for us the 11 items.
The 11 irreducible?
Yes.
They're right here. They were posted in your thing. I don't have them somewhere. Maybe you can do it.
Go to the comments. Go to the comments.
I can read them.
Nate has put it there?
Yes.
Let me see. Oh, yes, they are here. Thank you very much for telling me. These are 11. Oh, hold on. I went to the comments and then it kind of flipped off, bringing me some photos. Yes, they are here. Okay, I'm going to read you our 11 irreducible minimums. My eyes need glasses, but I'll try. Number one of the 11 demands we are asking within 11 days. Withdraw of the presidential 7-year term limit debate and motion forthwith. Cancel all Adani proposals and contracts. Number 3, public apology for murder, abduction, forced disappearances of Kenyans before, during, and after the protests. Number 4, we need independent commission of public inquiry into the extrajudicial killings and abductions by the police and by any other security arm, and even by rogue agents, including CIA agents. We need him to public apology. Number 5, dissolve illegal parliament. This parliament is composed of MPs. So they have made it so hard to impeach them. So the Kenyans themselves impeached them on June 25th. We want that parliament dissolved immediately. We don't have a parliament there. It is a house of pigs. These are MPs. Reversal to the old university funding method. The old funding method was working just fine until KK comes into place, and now our students cannot pay fees. They cannot go to school. All our bright students, they are suffering out there. So we are asking all comrades in the universities, come this day and demand for reversal and removal of the new banding system. They didn't consult anybody, they just put there. Number 7, we want SHA nonsense to be cancelled. We need it to be cancelled, and we revert back to NHIF, which should be better managed. There is just corruption in there. Otherwise, NHIF was working very well. Stop the globalist agendas of Bill Gates, vaccine, GMO, and then these agriculture bills, all this nonsense. He has to revert it back to 2012, where Uhuru, at least we can give credit to Uhuru, he had banned GMO foods. This guy comes to power, ameweka Biblia, ameleta GMO foods. Number 9, free all abductees, protesters, and people exiled, like Miguna, should be allowed to Kenya without excuse. Miguna is a Kenyan like me and you, and he deserves to enter his country in and out as necessary. Number 10, Ruto should resign. If he cannot fulfill all these conditions, he should just say, I'm unable to run this government. I am resigning today forthwith, and we are going to have elections in 90 days. 11, repatriate the 5 trillion or more that is hidden in the Ruto, in hidden foreign accounts, including Uhuru. Uhuru is here too. We left him by mistake. These guys have hidden trillion of dollars. I think Uhuru himself alone has 10 trillion. And Raila has at least 5 trillion. This gentleman called Ruto has equally 10 trillion. So 25 trillion of Kenya money is out there. They will bring it back and pay our soldiers, our police, who he took to Haiti, have not been paid. And when they tried to talk to him, he said, "Oh, those are administrative matters. Ask your seniors." Anyway, I want to leave it at that. Have you ever had a president who is in the land where he took the soldiers and tell them to ask the seniors? And they were saying they have not received their allowances since they arrived, but they're getting food and they're doing whatever they need to do. Anyway, those are the 7, the 11 for 11. We are calling them the 11 irreducible minimums for 11-11. Thank you very much, Fabish.
Yeah.
I have kind of a sore throat.
Yeah, and the point of clarity is that not that we want him, that if it is not implemented, then he should resign. Resigning is a must because he cannot continue staying there. So
it cannot be him.
He will implement and resign. So we want to implement because he will reverse the dirty that he have been doing, and then he resign. The resigning is not negotiable. He must resign, implement and resign.
That makes sense. So mambo iko namna hiyo. Speakers, mwingine achukue hiyo hatamu, tuendeleze, lakini mimi niko hapa nasikiza tu, alafu I can chime in from time to time. Thank you.
Plus compensation for the victim of the killing of the abduction. I mean, for the killing of protesters.
Yes, of those that
I
died.
think
Yes,
that's what
compensation. Yeah,
it's called restitution.
Compensation for the victim of
restitution for the victims.
protesting.
Yes, yeah.
Those who were killed.
Yes, true.
Yeah, you're very right. It is, yeah, as in that commission of inquiry, yes, restitution have to be there. Wakuraya, is it charged now so that you can charge also the movement?
I love how you said that. Yeah, give me a couple minutes.
Sorry, I was saying, Fabish, Western is down here listening. He can climb up and give us his ideas.
Who is there?
Western.
Oh, Western Silao. He has been here for long. I don't know whether he's awake or perhaps
maybe sleeping. Is he in Kenya? I know he should be sleeping.
He should be sleeping.
Yeah, so I want Mateo to be ready. Mateo to be ready. Charge his phone. I know we have been in space with him for the longest. Yeah, and he has ended up being one of the most resourceful person. Yeah. Last night I sent him my things, but they didn't reach in time. But incidentally, they are exactly the same way, Fabish. Only difference between mine and yours,
because
I talked about
yes,
social.
because you know when ideology is the same, nothing will differ.
Yes, the only difference was that I had asked for a return of kazi kwa vijana na hii kitu ingine wanaita elder care hii ya social support irudi haraka sana. Hiyo hata haihitaji sijui bunge sijui nini, ni kwa yeye kutoa tu order forthwith, hiyo pesa ya watu na ria zao zitoke leo. So anyway, I think we got 99% congruence, only 0.1% degree of difference or degree of freedom in statistics. So that's really good. Anybody wishing to come up and tell us, Mateo, when you're ready, the floor is yours.
Maybe Wakuraya, as you're waiting for the gadget to charge, maybe you need to educate us on something about the GMO so that we can understand what Bill Gates is bringing to us. If you are conversant with the GMO, the adversities, the effect, and even, yes, I will come also to you, Xavier, and yes, Wakuraya, you start. Tell us, in these advanced democracies, are they embracing GMO, or GMO is only for for people like us in Africa?
Heck no. That's all over the world at this point. They're doing it, here in America where I'm at right now. So that's part of the the cabal's arm is GMO foods. To reduce us, mess with our DNA. I'm sure some of that stuff has mRNA technology in it, the GMO foods. So that stuff's not good for anybody, and it's definitely not needed. By no means is it needed. Anybody that tells you, oh, this is needed so that we can have food, it's a bold-faced lie. We have more than enough arable land and water and all the good, all the wonderful things on God's green earth to feed ourselves, and even so much as make sure that nobody goes without, that may not be able to carry on a job or something like that. So I'm not sure what you want me to say beyond that, but it's nothing to be trusted. They've been doing this for a long, long time. Everybody talks about World War III. Well, World War III started in 1948. It started right after right after World War II, and that's the whole thing. Is it's a silent war. The things to look up about that, you can look up Bill Cooper. Behold a Pale Horse. I think I had a PDF of that at one time. Anybody can hit me up to get a copy of that. But it's all part of their kind of tendrils that they put out. It has everything to do with everything. Even so much as Ruto saying, or the butcher saying that he wanted to chip newborn babies in Kenya. How disgusting. So it's all tied in together.
Yes, and there is something also that Africa now is oh yes,
Fabi,
Xavier, yes, go on.
Fabi, I just Googled here, and I asked for Bill Gates globalist agendas. And the topic here, the document I came across is from a newspaper called Globalist. Is describing, so I'll talk about COVID and then we'll go to the GMO food. How Bill Gates and partners use their clout to control the global COVID response with little oversight. So the take home from that is as follows. The four organizations have spent almost $10 billion COVID since 2020, $10 billion on COVID, the same amount that the US leading agency tasked with fighting COVID abroad. So US spent 10 billion and the US government spent 10 billion. So he funded half of the COVID throughout the world. The organization collectively gave 1.4 billion to the World Health Organization, where they helped create critical initiatives to distribute COVID-19 tools. That program failed to achieve its original benchmarks. The COVID did not reach the people. The WHO, the COVID medication did not reach the people who it was designed for. The organization's leaders had unprecedented access to highest level of government, spending at least 8.3 million to lobby lawmakers and officials in the US and in European Union. Officials from US, European Union, and representatives from WHO rotated through these four organizations as employees. In other words, these were the same employees who are claiming money in the US, EU, and World WHO, meaning they were getting triple salaries. They were being paid triple. So this was just a financial thing for Bill Gates to just make their money, then and get access to controlling the WHO. So the United Nations programs, who are partly WHO is a United Nations program, contributed that much to the failure of the COVID response. Thank God, Africa, we were saved by our own genes. We are very resistant. We are the original human. The leaders of the four organizations pledged to bridge the equity gap. However, during the worst waves of pandemic, low-income countries were left without life-saving vaccine. You remember that vaccine shortage, that people ended up having to spend Russian vaccine. I think Russian vaccine is what saved most of Africa that needed. These globalist agendas, they did not meet. And during the worst part of the pandemic, we had shortage. Six leaders of the four organizations maintained that lifting intellectual property protection was not needed to increase vaccine supplies, which activists believed would have helped save lives. So this is a killer organization just interested with money and human control. The issue of vaccine, as Wakuraya was saying, was a human population control, which Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci, who was leading the US and NHI, National Health Institute, actually are the ones who created HIV and created COVID. This is a created virus. It was not an official virus. And I'll get the video for you guys later in another space where there's a scientist saying these are the people who funded it from 1985. Thank you. And then I will look for the, somebody else can, Mataya can continue while I look for the GMO issue.
Thank you, thank you. This global agenda looks to be a well-crafted conspiracy. And when I talk about conspiracy, Wakuraya, there was a US senator, because I want also to talk about the issue of climate change and this agenda of climate change, of which personally to me, I think it is more than what we are told. And there was a US senator that said that climate change is a scam. Do you have anything to tell us about this climate change agenda, and that, you know, we have seen a lot of quote unquote funding coming to Africa? They're talking of emissions, you know, and many things revolving it. And even when they talk of this, because this I will put to Xavier, the tree planting, you know, like Kenya was talking of 1.5 billion trees, but no one has interrogated what kind of trees are we intending to plant? Because, you know, we plant some trees that, to me, you know, they just become nuisance and just occupy space for nothing.
The only
But
tree planted cabbage was in Soipan-Tuya. That's the only tree planted.
because, you know, why can't we plant first the indigenous trees? Because there is a reason why we add indigenous trees that are compatible with the climate, you know, and depending, because you cannot tell me you go to Savannah and start and going and planting trees like cypress, like pinus, like, you know. So to me, it doesn't make sense that we just plant trees blindly and without even taking into consideration the ecosystem and I mean the, you know, we see. And also we can plant even trees that have fruits, you know, plant mangoes, plant different trees that even can help, you know, in food security. Why should just trees occupy land and unproductive, if indeed we are talking of changing the climate?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's no climate change. The climate changes naturally. It's actually cooler now than it's been in like thousands of years or something. But they're trying to tell us that the Earth is heating up. If anything, the sun's heating up, and that's not really a problem. That's supposed to happen too. So, and I fully agree when it comes to planting trees. Well, then why would we not be planting fruit trees to have food sustainability when we have people that are obviously, very unfortunately, going without? So, what are we planting trees for? Oxygen? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. And again, I mean, it's so preposterous. I mean, and if you can't tell, I'm not the most well-versed person on these things. I just know enough to look at it and say, well, you know, I look at patterns. I look at pattern recognition. And that's where the pieces just don't line up. So they're puzzles all over the board, and it's just about bringing more control, trying to tell us what we can and can't grow, what we can and can't export, etc. So I'm not going to act like I know more than I do. I just simply, it's obvious to see that this is a scam, and it's something that's been going on for a long time. It didn't just start, 20 years ago even. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thank you. And
Fabish.
For just a minute, Xavier.
Okay.
I want to make this. I want to make this announcement that let's continue and let's support. We need data support to continue so that we can continue running the space. You can send any support to 0710 45 2543. You can see at the topic the number there. The name is Marvin Mabonga. And also, if you don't mind also funding tomorrow activity, there will be civic education in Embu. If my memory is serving me right. In Kiambu, actually, there is a tour to Kiambu for civic education. So any support will go a long way in fuel, in buying water, and other things that those people, the convoy that will be going to Kiambu, they might need. Remember that in a movement, civic education is actually the vital part of this movement, because disseminating the information and debunking the wrong information that this oppressor regime has, put there in the villages and to the society. We need to debunk those lies and give them the right information to tell them what is not working, because we know that they have been going around promising people empty promises, giving people false hope, selling agendas that are not existing, selling projects that are not there. They only appear on papers, they only appear on the budgets, and they only appear on the approvals, but are not anywhere. So, yes, let's continue funding the movement because this is a civic education wing. Thank you so much. Yes, continue, Sebi.
Yes, is KOT there?
I think he's sleeping, but yeah.
Okay, yeah. KOT, as I said, was the first space I attended after mambo ya maandamano. Otherwise, before I used to attend Kibe, and George Watson are so abusive that I had to leave the spaces. So until I came back now during my maandamano, ndio nikaingia kwa court KOT Songo. Now, just I want to respond on one thing. As Mateo said, global warming, I am a geologist by training. So we know that global warming is a cyclic event. It happens regardless of what we do as human beings or on the earth. On the other hand, there was accelerated increment of carbon dioxide in the air due to farming, and especially not really farming, but mainly due to carbon dioxide from emission by cars and factories by burning coal. So if anything, it is the Western society and China today that are contributing greatest. So they have come around Africa and told us, because of that, you guys did not pollute the environment. We want you to keep growing trees, and then we will pay you some carbon credits. It's a very convoluted thing. You don't know what it is. But like here in Canada, we are getting carbon credits. I've gotten the last 2 years, I have filed my taxes and I have gotten like $400 or $500 on carbon credit. So I don't know whether it acts the same in US, no, in Africa, but I think Africa have not had anybody who earned those carbon credits. Now, let me go to the topic of GMO. Just a simple Google search. Just Google search. It brings me out. I said Google. I said Bill Gates and GMO foods. and this is what it brought me out. Bill Gates has discussed genetically modified organisms in a number of contexts, including one, in Africa, Gates has said that GMO could help end starvation in Africa. He has also discussed the idea of rich countries shifting to synthetic beef, which he believes could be beneficial for the environment. Because the argument is that cows produce a lot of carbon dioxide when they belch. But I disagree with that. They actually produce methane. Methane is a carbon compound, but it is not carbon dioxide. So there's no issue there with global warming. So we're just trying to control beef farming. So he has bought in California, I understand now from a different source, he has bought about 1.2 million acres of land. So what do you think he wants to do there? Discourage people from keeping beef so that he can keep them himself and sell them very expensive. Now, the criticism, some environmentalists and other people have criticized the use of GMO seeds, and they say that GMO and other agricultural products can displace traditional seeds and wisdom, and that the beneficiaries are the same as they've ever been. In other words, this is gonna dispossess us of our traditional seeds, as we have seen with the seed bill, with the agriculture bills, and therefore we'll not be able to use our own seeds, so we'll be dependent on buying seed for everything, including beans. Now we have been using maize seed that is bought from the Kenya seed and other places, but now they want to introduce that for all seed, legumes, for what do you call these things? Dengus, for beans, for peas, for everything. So we'll be dependent on America situation, on the American globalists to run our farming, because that we will give up with farming, nobody will make a profit, and the people will be moved. Another theory has said that's why Ruto is concentrating on building those houses in the housing program, affordable housing, to accommodate people who will be leaving the rural lands so they can be taken over by the globalists, Bill Gates and others, and they will be doing the farming. We will be pushed in town and we will be fed with factory farms, both beef, cattle, chickens, and pigs and everything, and then even the produce. So we'll be dependent on global organizations. Further, it goes to say, what does Bill Gates have to do with Ethiopian chickens? The idea was very unsettling. In 2021, it's a long story here, but there was a story, I'll read it in details to give you what it's talking about later. But also he has been trying to include himself in producing Ethiopian chicken. In other words, he again wants to take over the production, the market for chicken in Ethiopia so that he can run everything. So it's a global agenda everywhere. And then the verdict, this paper did, a fact check, and they said, really, Bill Gates did not order governments to replace all foods with genetically modified food during his speech at the 2023 African Climate Summit. This article was fact-checked by the Reuters team. So it is not true that he ordered governments, but he's inducing them. See? Also remember Reuters, although it's a very reputable organization or news place, but also its interests are also globalist. They are Western oriented. So we cannot take that, we have to take it with a pinch of salt, that they're trying to clear the globalists. And finally, on the GMO food, just a minute. Just a second, my computer is taking quite a while. But I think that basically that's what I can say about that, the food, and GMO food and cattle. Yeah, everything is trying to control it. And then I want to talk a little bit more on the climate issue and planting trees. It's true, as you say, Fabish. My first job in the Kenya government, I worked as an extension officer in Makueni. And at that time, the border between Makueni and Machakos had not been decided fully. So I went to a field day somewhere called, it's very near Katumani station. Katumani Station is a Kenya Agricultural Research Organization, Karo Station, that produce the Katumani maize and many other research going on. And so I went there in a field day that was organized by Katumani. I was working as the research liaison officer with the ministry and Kari. So when we went there, these farmers were complaining that we can hardly grow any food. Why? What's the problem? First, our rivers have dried up. Number two, so we cannot do irrigation. And number two, there's too many trees. Now, we went down to check the trees. It was the eucalyptus. The eucalyptus is not a native species. It's an Australian species. Hii miti mbao, miti mnaitaga nini? Fabish. Miti Ulaya, sijui miti whatever, blue gum. Those are very destructive to the environment. They extract all the water from the groundwaters so that all wells dry in the neighborhood. And then they dry the rivers. And they end up causing damage to the agricultural lands. People cannot produce anything. So part of the first job we did was to educate our farmers in Mumando. Yes, I remember the area is Mumando. Just the first place on the Makongo Road. But now it is in Machakos, not in Makueni. By that time, they thought it was still in Makueni. So we had to ask these people to cut down those trees in their rivers. Do you know what? Ministry of Environment was on our necks. Why are you asking people to cut trees? And we tried to explain to them, but when it went back to Machakos, I don't know the verdict, what they decided. But that is, I can tell you, those trees we are being told to plant are very injurious to our environment because they are very competitive. They are going to compete our native species, and then they don't do very well for the purposes, for example, of agroforestry. They only do good for timber and other uses. But our primary problem is food production. So that tree should never be anywhere near a river, the eucalyptus, or near an agricultural land. You are not going to harvest nothing. I even have a neighbor in Kitale who also has similar problem. And we have since convinced him to cut them down, and he's now getting better harvest. So in short, the globalist agenda is real, and Bill Gates is pushing it, and they want to control the world production of food so that we'll be begging. You are in your own country, but you have nowhere to produce food, you are begging from the government. And this Ruto, this butcher, has decided to sell us wholesale. Ametuuza wholesale kwa hizo globalist agenda. So our demand that he should resign and withdraw the GMO, he should go back to 2012, where GMO remained banned, is very concrete. And it is one of the issues that we have to ask him to resign. He has to resign. He cannot run Kenya. He has failed. He has killed our people. Many questions we can't even explain here. Thank you. I see Matea's hand is up. So I think that is good enough as far as I can go for now.
Yes, Matea. And KOT, if you can hear me, kindly refresh the space because I'm trying to add some speakers, but it has some issue. So BOA, you can drop again and try to join. Yes, Wakurai, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to add, yeah.
That's like the start music. What song did you want me to play, sir?
Oh yeah, wait, I will text you. So BOA, you can drop again. I'm trying to send you the mic.
So while he refreshes, I want to read you another Bill Gates thing. Bill Gates has invested in the following brands or companies, the GMO companies: Beyond Meat, Impossible Foods and Upside Foods, formerly known as Memphis Meats, and believes that these products will eventually be very good for consumers, even though their share of meat market is currently very small. So he wants to expand it from Africa because he thinks we are fools. We'll just accept Bill Gates is here, he's giving us new breeds, let's take it up. And then we are hooked for another 1,000 years.
Well, that's the main reason that they've all just got to go.
Yeah, they
You
gotta go.
can't,
They gotta
you
go.
can't negotiate with some people and say, okay, well, you do this and we'll allow this, and no, forget that, dude. That's
So
not
Wabraya, I have
gonna.
a question for you.
Yeah.
These issues, the elections are coming in about 3 days, is it, or 2 days on Tuesday? What is I stopped following American elections since 2016, when CNN lied to me that Clinton is winning and then Trump won. But at the end of the day, I've come to see American parties. This is my assumption, that American parties are one and the same. And somebody told us here on Space that really it is not the president or even the parties that run the show. It is globalists and lobbyists and other people who run those governments. The president doesn't have that much leeway. It's controlled at Congress, and hold on. So it's controlled by Congress, and they decide what money to put where. In other words, the American parliamentary system is really effective. The parliament and very powerful, so they can guide the president on which direction to go. So could you advise us a little bit on how the veracity of those claims that it's really not the president who runs the country is actually, and this I know we are getting into dangerous territory, especially because the elections are just near the corner, and some people don't want us discussing American issues here on these Kenyan matters. But I was thinking that probably Trump would be a better person for Africa because he's a no-nonsense person, and will not entertain some of the nonsense going on. Anyway, to you, Matea.
I mean, I would tell you the same thing, Elder, that I said the other day. He's just as much a cabal member as the rest of them. We can't trust him as far as we can throw him. It does not mean that he wouldn't do some good things or, be better as far as relations is concerned. Possibly. The only thing I advise is we can't bank on that. That's the main thing we need to remember is we cannot bank on what politician or president is in the office in the United States. And they're very right when they say that it's ran by Congress, but then who's Congress ran by? The lobbyists. So you have companies and countries then being allowed to lobby. I mean, it shows. We send like 1.2 billion or something every year to Israel. So, I don't know how to say this, but America's nothing more than, in the military and all those different arms are nothing more than the lapdog of the globalist elite. They're going to kowtow, whether that's a transitionary period. And hold on, Xavier, whether that's a transitionary period and it's kind of like, okay, things seem like they're good now, but then again, the main thing I think that we need to keep in mind is we should not be relying on any outside source for our sovereignty, our food, our resources, etc. So, that's the best short answer I could probably give you.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
really good. That's really good. We can't trust them. And number two, we cannot bank on it. That's my take home from you, Matea.
Oh, absolutely not. We cannot bank on it. Period. Point blank. And I mean, this even I, me and Fabish, or I said, hey, I can do the ambassador thing to Kenya because I'm an American citizen and I can't be extradited to Kenya. Of course, I'm planning on physically coming, but it doesn't stop me from doing whatever's needed, whatever. And I mean, you can't trust these people because they're always going to just send somebody with a smile and a handshake and say, here's what we're going to do for you, but here's what we want. It's not really of a reciprocal nature because they're taking good things and wanting to give you bad things, to put it bluntly. So no.
Very well put. Very well put. Fabish.
Yeah. So to all this we are talking is about our country. Let someone know that maybe you are lost or you are just joining in, because we know our president, as cunning as he is trying to use every opportunity that he have to siphon money, either by pretending to fight for climate, and that we don't see any change in Kenya since he advocate for this climatical change. We are talking that even if it is planting trees, but at least plant the trees that is beneficial to Kenya. Like indigenous trees, we need at least to, and also the trees, that can bear fruits, can help in food sustainability. But you are not dealing on that because you just want to please your masters. So tomorrow, our comrades are going to Kiambu for civic education. This trip of Kiambu is very, very important because Kiambu actually is the heart of this country, and especially it is very important for our movement, because we know in that Kiambu many things are happening, and we need to debunk the lies that this regime have been propagating in those places. So for comrades who are going there, it is very good to inject and give the civic education, and not inject actually, but for civic education. And also they will be listening to the ground. So when they come back, we will know what Kiambu are saying in regard to the call of action, because when Kiambu is ready and other parts of the country are ready, it motivates us, even as we are calling for full action, for change, for revolution, and especially for 11/11. That is very, very important for beginning of revolution. So please, the people who are going to Kiambu, they will need our support. The number is up there, 0710 45 2543. Remember, they need fuel, they need water, they need some snacks, because they will be going in the morning. They will come there. Perhaps maybe they will come even at night, because they will have stopovers. They're not just going to Kiambu, but even coming back, they will have several stopovers to continue doing civic education. That is very, very important. So please kindly send your donation to 0710 45 2543. The name is Marvin Mabonga. Make sure that you get the number right, so that you don't send to the wrong number. Send anything that you have, be it 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, and it is helping a lot. You are not throwing, it is helping a lot. This movement have now to gain momentum. We are now becoming very aggressive, very agile, because we must get these results. We cannot continue wasting time, because the more we waste time, the more we continue to suffer, and we cannot continue in this suffering. And yet we know that with unity of purpose, we can emancipate ourselves. So please send your contribution. Let's all send our contribution to 0710 4525 0710 452543, Marvin Mabonga. And also, we need also data support, because to keep the space running, it needs data support. And we are saying we are boycotting Safaricom, and very soon, yes, we'll go have other alternative that we'll use. But for now, let's use this number to send our support. Thank you so much. And yes, as I put it earlier, we don't have enough time to waste. We don't have that luxury. We must be agile. We must be aggressive. We must now. This is the time to stand up. We are not waiting for anybody else to come and redeem us. It is only ourselves that we have to fight, and the time is now. The more we waste time, the more suffering is coming onto us, the more our resources are being shared and sold, the more abductions, kidnappings, killings, the more our people, our sick patients who need Medicare are neglected and will continue dying. So the more our children will continue staying at home because of lack of funds to go to school. And even we have seen that the lecturers are
yeah. So the data,
yes.
He knows what I usually send him. So he's going to receive it.
Education and a proper civic education, not just going for road trips. To approve them.
Maybe enough rights, all the rights as a co-host.
No, I've been approving. Even you, I'm the one that give you mic. Everyone that has been. So, Wakuraya, charge us, and then we go to the next speakers.
Limbwa historia, watu wote mnaombwa msikize kwa makini. Ilikuwa Oktoba 52, watu wote tulisikia Kenyatta ameshikwa. Hakushikwa Kenyatta peke yake, lakini alishikwa na mabingwa wa uhuru. Ilikuwa kilio nchini Kenya, watu wote tuliona huzuni mwingi sana. Wakina baba, kina mama na watoto wote walilia machozi wakisema woi, 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 tunataka Kenyatta achiliwe. Baba wa taifa alipotoka gerezani, aliwakuta jumbe wetu wametengana vibaya sana. Aliongoza wajumbe mpaka Ulaya, kufika huko alipigwa na mayai yaliyooza. Mzetu wa kujali alishinda na kurudi na katiba ya nchi yetu hapa Kenya. Mzetu alituomba tusahau yaliyopita, badala yake tuijenge nchi yetu. Asante baba wetu, wengi asante baba wetu.
Asante sana Wakuraya. Lazima tujikumbushe hii nchi imetoka mbali, kilio ilianza mbali. Hawa ni mashujaa, walipigania ukombozi wa taifa hili, wakashikwa wakatupa korokoroni. Kulikuwa na kilio nchini Kenya, watu wakilia, wanatafuta uhuru, wengine walikufa, walipoteza maisha. Leo tena tumerudi pale pale tulikuwa mwaka wa 1963. Tunarudi tena tukilia, maanake nchi yetu inaangamia, nchi yetu inateketea, nchi yetu inapotea, nchi yetu inauzwa, watu wanazidi kuuawa. Tumerudi katika utawala wa ukoloni wa mamboleo, ukoloni ambao inatekelezwa na Waafrika weusi wenzetu. Ni ukoloni ya unyama katika karne ya 21. Lazima tujikomboe, tujipiganie. Mambo ya kutengana tuache, mambo ya kununuliwa tuache, mambo ya kutumikia hao ambao wanatutesa tuache, tushikane kama Wakenya ili tuweze tena kukomboa taifa hili letu la Kenya. Ben, karibu.
Asante sana. Hello, can everyone hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Mimi nasema kesho nitakuwa Kiambu. So sijui location nitakuwa.
Ndugu Ben,
Yes. Who's talking? Hello.
Yes, mziki ndio iko juu. Sasa tujui kama unatuwekea mziki ama ulikuwa unatuongelesha.
Kesho nitakuwa Kiambu.
Ndio.
I was requesting msema atakuwa that nini civic anaweza niambia location so I can join later. I can provide some water.
Thank you so much. That is the voice of a revolutionary. Sasa fanya hivi, uta DM KOT ama umtext kwa hiyo namba, unaweza kumpata kwa WhatsApp, alafu mutacoordinate ile time atakuja. Tafadhali jaribu kumobilize ground, then KOT atakwambia location exactly, na pia utasaidia katika in terms of places pale. Kwa hivyo umefanya vizuri sana. Utamtext KOT kwa hiyo namba kwa WhatsApp.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, then also you will be helpful in even providing logistics and mobilization.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, yes. Hivyo sasa ndio tunahitaji. This is the heart of revolution. At least tumepata host wa kesho, ile team itaenda Kiambu, but the rest of us tunaweza wote kufika Kiambu through by supporting, send our support to 0710 45 2543, na utakuwa umefika Kiambu, utakuwa pia umeparticipate in the civic education. So anything that you have itasaidia kununua maji, itasaidia kununua mafuta, itasaidia katika transport na hata kununulia snacks wale watu ambao wanaenda Kiambu. Kumbuka watu wameamua kuacha kila kazi kuhakikisha kwamba wamerudisha ili taifa mahali ambapo inatakikana. Watu wamewacha masomo, watu wamewacha hata kulala, watu wamewacha hata kutengeneza watoto. Ndio sababu tunakesha katika hizi spaces. Tungekuwa labda tunatafuta watoto next year, tungekuwa tuna baraka mpya, lakini saizi kutafuta watoto na hii serikali ya Ruto ambao watakuja kuvaccinatiwa na Bill Gates, hapana, ni balaa. Tuna suspend kwanza kutafuta watoto, tukomboe nchi yetu, ndio hata tukipata watoto tunajua kwamba watoto watakuja kuishi maisha ya raha na watafurahia taifa hili na wata regret mbona walizaliwa Kenya. Manake sasa mahali tumefika, unaweza pata mtoto wako akikuuliza kwa nini nikazaliwa Kenya. You know, I remember there was some point you could hear someone lamenting kuwa eri ningekuwa jibwa US kuliko nikuwe binadamu hapa Afrika. We don't want to go to those kind of lamentation. We should be proud of where we are born, but we can only do that if we have a good governance that is transparent, that is accountable, that is free of corruption, that respect the rule of law and the constitution, and also that uphold the human dignity and fulfill the human rights. Thank you so much, Bernard, for your contribution, and also for taking your time to avail yourself in solidarity with our comrade. Of course, wewe pia ni comrade wetu uko Kiambu. Lakini Bernard, sijui kama utakuwa na time kidogo, ufungue mic. I want to ask you something. Kiambu munasemaje about this government, about judiciary, about the parliament, about the president? Do you see there is any hope that we have in this government?
Actually, no. But mi mwenyewe siishi Kiambu. I'm from Nakuru, but mi ukuja huku sana.
Sasa huko Nakuru pia, because huko Nakuru ndio tumeona saa zingine tunaona ule mama akisupport the government sana. Is it ni voice ya watu Nakuru ama ni kelele ya mama mwenyewe?
Ni kelele ya mama mwenyewe. Mama mwenyewe hafanyi kazi, anaenda kulaunch tapa zina maji. Hello.
Anaenda yes. Talk to us, bro.
Anaenda kulaunch project hazina ati tapa hazina maji. Mama mwenyewe nasikia amegrab sijui hapo Dalamia, amegrab sijui Kwale.
Ile iko pale Dalamia. Anatumia watu wa gava kufanya hiyo kazi na lori za gava kusafirisha hizo vitu zake, na gava ndio our tax ndio inalipa hao wase. We don't have a country.
Sina lawyer. Let me not talk too much. Pangu saisi na lawyer.
Nimesikia usijali mambo na kuwa na lawyer, hata usiwe na wasiwasi, manake huko peke yako. Kuna mtu anakuru hapa, I am savior. Nafikiri unaweza kuwa unamjua vizuri, ni mtu huko Nakuru.
Kama utanikubalia, Ben.
Yes.
Unatoka constituency gani?
Yatoka Bahati.
Unatoka Bahati kwa Mrembo na kazi. Leo nimeongea na mtu amesema ati Mrembo anafanya kazi. Is it true?
Nafanya kazi gani?
Ati amewajengea mashule.
Mashule gani? Wewe usiende hapo, enda hapo Viora net hapo nini, ukienda Dondori hapo upate shule hadi iko na choo za dini za magunia.
Okay. Lakini sasa sana tuongee maneno ya governor. Huyu Akarura. Anaitwa kwa Akarura?
Wacha nisiongee huko.
Huyu Mr. Usiogope ndugu yangu. Some of us are international lawyers. I can give you a
just mtu anajijua kama wacha tu let's not push to talk. Si kila mtu anaweza ongea.
But anyway, it is very sad, Fabish. Huyo governor yetu huyo aliingia kwa mbwembwe na vigeregere, lakini she's done nothing whatsoever. Even the senator has done better work. So for me, she should be half term. She should be the next person to impeach. That's where I was going. He needs to be impeached. Saa hizi vile wameimpeach Gachagua, parliament should move with that speed to impeach these governors. Karura should be impeached. Hakuna kazi anafanya, ni kuiba tu pesa. Na huyu bwana yake Mburu ndio conduit ya nani? Ndio conduit ya butcher of Sugoi. Ile shamba ya huko juu ya Naivasha yenye walisema 5,000 acres tena imekuwa belongs to butcher. He was the one coordinating that and transferring the money and the transfer. So we don't have a governor in Nakuru. That she belongs to the trash with this gentleman with the butcher themselves. They should go together.
Yeah, indeed. We have, as we are talking of Ruto being a thief, but remember we have other 47 thieves. There is no governor that is clean in this country. All of them are a bunch of thieves and criminals. What we have actually is a criminal enterprise that they are marauding themselves and parading themselves as government. Because any county, ngoja tu hata kesho acha kina KOT waende Kiambu, utakuja kusikia wakirudi things that they will be told. Unajua saizi imekuwa ni vizuri kuwa hakuna mtu atakuwa anadanganya because tuko on the ground, tunasikia vile watu wanasema. You know, I'm sure hata KOT akitoka utasikia vile wananchi wanasema. KOT, I hope mkienda wakati mnafanya civic education mnachukua pia feedback ili tu tunafanya evaluation. Ulizeni pia about projects za county ndio tujue. Manake we are dealing with 48 thieves, not only one. You know, that is what this devolution brought us. We are not dealing with one thief. We are dealing with 48 of them. So, and it is good now that kwamba sisi tunaenda ground na tunapata habari kutoka kule mashinani, what people are saying, so that we stop listening to these mainstream media ambao wanakujaga wamewekwa katika payrolls. All these governors wameweka payrolls sawa media, ndio wanakujaga wanawasanitize. Huyu anaweka press conference, governor leo anaanza kuongea projects zenye haziko. Sasa wewe unasikia anaenda mahali anafungua tap ya maji ambayo iko empty. What a shame. And many things including hata si ni mtoto wa nani wa Kika Kimani huyu governor, if I'm not wrong. And they had even family dispute ambao hata alidhulumu siblings wake, you know, aliwarusha.
By the way, she's my neighbor. I have a property next to her home. And juzi huyo nani ameweka lami, huyu mama wa nini, huyu mama wa mkazi. She has tried a little bit. We got a tarmac for the first time in 60 years. Hata unajua baba yake na Moi walikuwa initially they were together, but wakakuja wakakosana sana during the what we call the change the constitution movement. He was one of the people who was moving that Moi cannot become president. So when Moi became president, huyu jamaa alipotea kabisa until Moi called him one day and told him, Wakemani, kiena gashurie leo. You know, he used to call him Gashurie. And so when Moi came to power, he had to go under. Well, anyway, Moi rehabilitated him. He even became a member for parliament, I think, for Molo, and then for Bahati, then like Kipia. He has land everywhere. But the point is, huyu msichana wa Karura ametoka America. He was a lawyer in America. What we call, wanaitagwa nini, attorneys. No, there's a name for them. Working for the county government, kama prosecutor. There is an elective post. You're appointed by the governor, but you know, you're nominated by the governor, but you have to be elected. So she was doing well there. But come to Kenya, I don't know how fast she got the speaker position. That was just luck. And I think also a lot of money. And that's where she met this gentleman, Boro. And Boro is the one who has been taking her across. Now they were even suggesting for her to be deputy president. If you remember, before they made a decision with Kindiki, she appeared somewhere until this gentleman, Faruk akakataa. So alienda ametusi Faruk juzi, kama umesikia hiyo story. Naambia Faruk, wewe uliniona usiku. Anyway, the point is that governor is among the most corrupt governors. As you say, Fabish, the whole 47 of them, none of them. Angalia hii ya Nairobi, ameharibu jina ya Lenana, my alma mater. Hii ya Lenana, kameiba pesa hapo nini? Hapo Milimani, Kilimani. Hizo floods zinajengwa. Kamekula pesa ya approvals. Kameweka 900 million in property in Dubai, just in 1 year. Yani wizi mbaya sana. Anyway, we can speak to the end, but we have to do something. That's why we are here. We want to put the whole of KK government, wote wakwende, na wabunge wote wakwende. None of them should ever come back to parliament. In fact, most of them belong to jail, including those governors. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So yeah, let's continue funding tomorrow. Let's enable this civic education to work. And pia let's continue mobilizing about 11-11. Tujitokeze 11-11. Let us occupy Milimani High Court about Adani case, and let's also occupy everywhere to register our dissatisfaction about Safaricom, about the whole government of thieves. So Wakenya, let's continue mobilizing ourselves. Tumekuwa tukiongea, tumekuwa tukisema, tumekuwa tukijadili, tumekuwa tukipika kama porojo, but sasa isikuwe porojo. Remember, revolution is about numbers, and numbers is about building momentum. So let's build momentum starting 11-11. But until then, let's support civic education, because we cannot have that numbers without civic education. It is very, very important. Let's rally behind KOT. KOT, I am authoritatively telling you, is the only agent of civic education currently that is doing diligent civic education. Is not going for road trip, is not going for tour, is not going for holiday, is going for civic education. Ukimwona unamwonaga mashinani kule kwa mavumbi mpaka unashangaa, hey, huyu jamaa alifikaje? Kwanza hata mimi hata sijui nani huwa anamuonyesha njia. KOT unajua ni mtu yani juzi nilimuona mahali Embu huko, nashangaa huyu jamaa nani kwanza alimuonyesha njia ya kuingia mpaka huko ndani, but it's a great work. So for us to be able to get this message, and so that 11-11 can be realized and we can have that momentum, it is when we are doing proper civic education kule mashinani, because the voice have to go far and wide. So, and KOT ashajitolea, is actually one of the people that we rely in this movement. He has been consistent, he has been disciplined, he has been objective, and he can only remain so if we continue supporting him. Remember, this is not a small work. Ukiona wale politicians wakizunguka, they spend millions and billions of money. But how KOT even is doing it, it is just by a miracle, because he tried to, with the little that we donate to him, he sacrifice a lot. Atakula mandazi na chai huko njiani akienda. He does not go to 5-star hotel to make his stomach full. Anakulaga mahindi choma huko, mahindi chemsha huko, mandazi. Kama kesha akienda Kiambu, najua atatafuta mahali akule ngwashe, akunywe na chai ya rangi, alafu utamwona akiwa anachapa injili ya civic education. But I want to assure KOT kuwa your work is not in vain, my brother. What you are doing for this country, it will be remembered for generation to come. So continue doing that work, and also it is also our duty to continue supporting this movement. Anybody that is doing anything for this movement, I know not all of us we can do civic education. Not all of us we are in the country. Not all of us we can air our voices, but there are a lot of ways that we can participate. That $100 that you are sending, that 100 shillings you are sending, that 50 shillings you are sending, that 500, that 1,000 is doing a lot of work in bringing change to this country. And I tell you, that coin will not go in vain. In fact, hata ile kitu tunasema sasa, ile pesa ambao huwa unapatia mapasta ukitoa kanisani, sasa tusimamishe kidogo, tuifanyie kwa movement tafadhali, maanake hii movement inafanya kazi bado ile kazi ya Mungu, because also God want good governance. God is not God for oppression. God is not God for corruption. God is not God for that support injustice. So by you donating to fight for justice, by you donating to fight accountability, by you donating to fight for transparency, good governance, I tell you, you are doing Lord's work. So even if you channel your tithe, hata ukitoa kabisa kwa movement ile zaka na sadaka, I tell you, you have not lost, you are doing Lord's work perfectly. In fact, sometimes tunapatia hata mapasta wanajinufaisha wenyewe na matumbo yao, wananunua magari, wananunua manyumba ambao ni yao peke yao. Lakini kumbuka, ukisupport movement, umesupport the entire country and even helping in extension even entire world, because when democracy is enhanced in one nation, it is also enhanced in the world. So please, this is the time now to channel our contribution. Let us put our efforts, of course, bring your voices, opinions we put together so that we can realize this movement. It is not a joke. It is something that need very to put a lot of seriousness so that we can be able to achieve. It is not a small war. We are at war. We must understand that. We are at war, and when you are at war, ufanyi mazoezi katika uwanja wa vita. Unakujaga kama umejami, umejitayarisha. So tafadhali, ile silaha tunatumia ni silaha ya sauti zetu, kuhamasisha Wakenya, kuambia ukweli, kuwafungulia ukweli. Manake hata Biblia wakati tukisoma inasema utajua ukweli na ukweli utakuweka huru. You shall know the truth and the truth shall set you free. So not unless we Kenyans know the truth, we can never be free. And the only way to know that truth is by us educating ourselves through civic education. So thank you so much as you continue channeling contribution towards tomorrow Kiambu. Yes, Ben.
Kwanza hapo kwa mapasta nimekasika sana. Unapata msee like anaenda na kiatu moja Sunday best, akitoka kwa church hivyo tu ameshaitoa isilaruke, lakini pasta anawaambia amechoka kwenda miguu, anataka kubaiwa gari, mna fundraise mambaia gari, na wewe kiatu unafika Sunday ukiwa umeitoa ni Sunday best. Jamaa akitaka shamba amwambia mfundraise mambaia shamba, kwenyu watoto wenyu wanalala njaa. Unapata mama anakata mandizi kwa shamba, instead ya pea watoto wake wenye wanalala njaa na wanapelekea pasta anauza. Hiyo ya pasta nimekasirika kwanza sana. Hiyo ya pasta hata better sponsor civic education. Thank you.
Saizi kanisa yetu, our religion now is our country. Our religion is our freedom. Our religion is the justice that we are yearning for. Our religion is the transparency that we are yearning for. Our religion is the accountability, good governance, respect of constitution. That is what we are yearning for. That should be our religion for now. So at a kanisa, in fact, we will be asking now, this is the time that church should start now giving back to the society. So hata makanisa tunataka kuona zile makanisa za ukweli. We will start writing them letters and ask them to support the movement even financially, because they have been quiet, they have been silent, and even part of the problem that we are facing today, they are the contributors. This is the time even that they need to redeem themselves. They have taken a lot from us. It is the time also that we should ask, to return. But now, tafadhali watu wote wala ambao mnaenda kanisa, continue, yes, going to church if that is the way that you're going to pray there, but don't forget the movement, because if we don't have a country, we cannot even have somewhere to pray. Yes, I'm saying.
Yes, Fabish, I am shifting a little bit back to climate change. And I've been reading while you are talking on Bill Gates. And here they are saying Bill Gates is working with 4 other alliances. That is Bill Gates Foundation is working with to enhance or to effect the global green revolution, which enabled India to feed itself. Among the organization is OFAB, Open Forum on Agriculture Biotechnology, CAS, Cornell Alliance for Food Science, belonging to Cornell University. A classmate of mine is a graduate of Cornell. He's working for World Vision Canada. Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, also based in the US, and a Global Leadership Fellowship Program. Now, Bill Gates made this statement 14 years ago. Agroecology is backward and should be replaced with Western science and technology. Gates-funded alliance tells Africans. Now, what I'm reading, the article says, 14 years later, and food insecurity has increased 31% in Africa. Instead of admitting failure, is doubling down to force GMO or chemical agriculture down the throat of Africans. To find more, read on scientificamerican.com and tell Bill Gates to stop hoarding farmland in the US and in Africa. The Gates Foundation massive resources help further the interests of multinational corporations interested in opening our markets for agrochemicals, synthetic fertilizers, and the GMO seeds. Moreover, they focus on that more than they assist farmers. We welcome investment in agriculture on our continent, but we seek it in a form that is democratic and responsive to the people, not a top-down force that ends up concentrating power and profit in the hands of small number of multinational companies. That was said by Bridget Mugabe, Dr. Million Bailey, Bridget Mugabe. And this is a person from Zimbabwe, and I think they had problems with the government there when they protested the Bill Gates food. So we have work to do. Part of our campaign, part of our revolution is to get rid of these Bill Gates. We don't want them in Kenya. If they're going to be anywhere in Africa, that is the other people's problem to sort out. But as Kenya is a leader of Africa, if we kick them out of Kenya, they'll be kicked out of Africa. Thank you so much. Babish, I'm done.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I am Savior. So,
I wanted to
go ahead, Mate.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a quick point. I threw it down in the comments. Anybody's welcome to look at that article I recently wrote on the state of India and the Hindu Dharma religion. And you could just read like a paragraph of that to see that Bill Gates is not. There's no impact that he's having in India whatsoever to have a better social life or anything for anybody. So I just want to quickly add that. And I don't want to hang on that point because it is only sort of related by proxy. Thanks.
Yes, you're right. You're right, Mr. Wakuraya. There's nothing good that comes out of Bill Gates. He has some little good, but 99.9% of whatever he's promoting has always been negative. So we should never be lied to because that India has succeeded in feeding themselves because of Bill Gates. No. India had its own homegrown solution. They dug wells every 5 kilometers for farmers to start doing irrigation. And that is what this gentleman, Libyan Muammar Gaddafi, was doing for Africa. I, for one, know that he did dig wells in about 5 counties in Eastern Province, including Kitui and Makueni, and they were very helpful to help farmers to do irrigation. So unlike this Bill Gates story of science and whatever Western science is not going to help us. We needed this gentleman, Muammar Gaddafi. He was going to help Africa a great deal to feed themselves. But Bill Gates, even in a million years, he will never help Africa. That has been proven by scientific and other organizations. So the earlier we can kick Bill Gates out of Africa, the better for Africa, for the continent.
I mean, there was a time too when the public opinion of him shifted very negatively, and then what did he do? That's actually when he started and molded himself into this would-be philanthropist, out to save the world kind of deal. And if you look at some of his physical movements and things, definitely something to pay attention to, folks, is body language. The body language that he exudes is absolutely of a narcissistic sociopath. These people are absolutely crazy, and like we said earlier, they're absolutely involved in a criminal conspiracy together. And I do want to quickly note that term conspiracy theory is something that's been popularized and hyped up to get people in the mindset that anytime they hear the word conspiracy, it's just simply a theory. It's not something that we can prove, and that's absolutely false. I'll land it there.
Very true, Matea. And actually, like with the HIV, not HIV, but with the COVID, he has overheard saying, or rather, he was reported as saying, I think I mentioned this before, but maybe I'll repeat myself, that the world cannot possibly sustain a population of 10 billion where we are headed if nothing is done. So we have to find a method to control population. And him and Dr. Fauci, who was running the American one, Fauci first should be kicked out of this globe. He should be sent to the moon. If Americans say they did send somebody to the moon, that is the man they should send now to go and live there permanently, because he is the one who created AIDS, and he's the one who created COVID. But what I'm trying to say is that Bill Gates, as Wakuraya is saying, his demeanor, when you look at him, is actually just similar to Ruto, only that he's not stealing money, he's spending the money he has earned elsewhere, which he earned in good effect. Microsoft is a very powerful and successful company, but now he's using that money now and using it negatively to influence and kill people in the world. So him and Ruto, there's no daylight difference. These are joined at the hip. So these are the people we don't want. We don't want. Now he was given, there was a bill that they passed, that nonsense parliament, to give him, I don't know whether they have passed it or they're discussing to give the Bill Gates Foundation or immunity from prosecution, I don't know for what. If you're going to be doing a good job and you believe in yourself, why do you need immunity? Can't Kenyans just ask themselves that basic question? And I think we have no parliament, as we have said. That's why somebody like Bill Gates can be stepping in Kenya. That's a criminal. Yeah. So we really don't need Bill Gates and his GMO foods and his whatever. He has also participated in another thing that people were saying he's very successful, fighting malaria. They are breeding malaria now in South America, that are breeding mosquitoes that are going to be released apparently to control other natural mosquitoes in South America. It's a new project he's been engaged in, and I saw a video of a scientist who I said they're very successful. They've been able to breed a lot. Now what is remaining is to introduce them to the land, so that they can go and mate with the other mosquitoes and make them neutral. That is science that has not been really tested. We never know whether those mosquitoes, which were not even transmitting malaria, will start transmitting malaria, and then we have a problem again in South America. I don't know. This guy is just a killer. All right, I'm gonna leave it at that also.
Well, even Microsoft. Do you know that, Elder? He freaking, that software program, like, he stole. So, and something else I just thought of too, of the butcher of Segoy having a house and land that he's bought with stolen money. That should be turned into his own personal, and all the other MPs and all these dirtbags, their own personal prison compound. Let them all just sit there together.
You said it. I didn't say it.
I'll say it. I don't care anymore, man. We can't be afraid of any idea, because the reality is these people are so cynical and twisted that they're going to do they do the worst things. So why, we have to match that same thing. I have to say that, because then what, women and children are off the table for us, to people like us, but not for them. So why are they not being how can they move? How can the butcher sneak into church on a Sunday, or any of them? They shouldn't be moving anywhere.
Yeah, and we should start occupying. Very good point, Mataya. Our people should go occupy those churches the way they did in Nyahururu. That would be a very good occupation. Go there and ask to sing a song and go inject. I think we have discussed that in the movement, Fabich. That every Sunday, where these politicians are going, everywhere, including Ruto himself, including the butcher, go in there, pretend to be a very good Christian, ask to sing a song or to give kutoa ushuhuda, na utoe ushuhuda against Sugoi thief, and do civic education over there. It was very effective. It was very effective. So let's not congregate in Nairobi. First, let's do where we are. The local church, the local cattle dip, go there and talk about Bill Gates and these GMO food. Go to the local market. Go to the churches, Catholic Church, what do you call it? Anglican Church. Go to these places where the priest will protect you in case they try to do some nonsense. Because you remember the other priest, Catholic priest, who told them, if you have stolen and you're here, please stop stealing. I was fearing for his life, but he's still there. He's a Catholic person, and the Pope has his own embassy in Kenya. So I don't think he can do anything to the priest. So let's inject everywhere we go. Let's not congregate in Nairobi. It's not this time. This time is for wherever you are. Go and do something like Mabonga is doing. Go to Kiambu. Go to Isili. Go to all these places. Don't congregate everybody somewhere. So that we will confuse the system, and they will not be able to have enough people. Because I was hearing some people discussing the other day. I think it is you, Fabish. We have almost maybe about 100,000 police and GSU and all this, and all of them, some senior ones. So people who can be brought on the field, it's maybe 40,000. So divide them within the 40 counties. You are talking about not more than 1,000 per county. And then, even in those counties, some of them have very few. Some are in training, some have already been taken to Haiti. So they don't have enough force. So if we can have this happen everywhere, in the constituencies, in the locations, in the wards, in the main cities, Kitale, Eldoret, Kapenguria, Uasin Gishu, everywhere, Kapsabet, everywhere. Let people do their thing in their place. It will be more effective than congregating somewhere. I yield.
No, that's a very good point, to split them up.
So Fabish, I don't know if Ben left, or he has some issues to tell us on the ground, or anybody new here. I see we have Muhana. If you could come up, and Felix, and tell us where you are, what's going on. But don't underestimate your work. Listening here is good enough. Yeah, we are not saying that everybody should come wherever, but sometimes when you get this chance, like me, when I went into my first space, I didn't even know how to speak. Currently, I'm getting there. I'm improving by the day. Wabish, umelala tena pia? Tumekurudishia mic. Hey, Coach Sonko I think it's on. AOT.
Niko hapa mimi.
Sawa kabisa. Fabish was
I
asking
think
to fresh the space.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that. Sijui kama itaanguka, but I've been trying to refresh.
Yeah, guys,
Just try and see.
kama ikianguka tutaanzisha nyingine, lakini I think we've been here for quite a while.
Yeah,
Personally,
I think tunaweza
yeah,
maliza tu wengine tupumzike kiasi.
exactly. So tomorrow mnaenda huko, sawa sawa,
Yeah, kesho naenda
tutakuwekea
huko Kiambu.
Naenda Kiambu mjini ama Kiambu area gani?
Tunaenda huko, sijapewa exact location,
So
lakini najua
mungeanzia
yes.
Kikuyu huko Ishomwa, muinject huko.
Acha tuone venye kutaenda kulingana mwenye amepanga tuende huko, because
Okay.
si ati najua Kiambu county vizuri, but
Okay.
because I have someone who will take us through there, tutajua where we'll be starting from.
Yeah, it's good. Kiambu needs a lot of injection. Hawa ndio walituletea hii mtu na wakasema tuko Kiratene ni hawa wao watu ya Kiambu. Kwanza huyo anaitwa, I need somebody to hold those balls and pull them out. That's a Kehe. Yeah, seriously. That guy should have already angesalimiwa kitambo sana. Mshenzi kabisa. Mshenzi ya mtu. Pumbafu. Anyway.
Okay.
Because
I think we can call it a night or a day depending na mahali mtu wako. We've been here quite some time, then we can meet probably tomorrow.
Almost going to 39, almost going to 8 p.m. But
Sure.
I've been off for 3 weeks, so inaisha 11 alafu ninakuja Kenya, lakini sitaki kusema siku yenye nakuja nizikute nani.
Sawa.
All right then.
Okay guys, acha si tupumzike kidogo. Yeah, but don't hesitate to always support these activities. Mtu anaona binti mahali yako amsalimie.
Yes.
Na kila mtu akuwe na wakati mwema.
Asante sana. We have a new guy, Matea, there. Very powerful, doing good job. Matea, can you say hi?
Sure. I can see him.
Yeah, he's one of the veterans in the space.
Hey, Kale.
Matea.
Good to see you, brother. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, bro.
We're gonna get these sons of bitches out, come hell or high water, and that's the whole thing. We can't just target the butcher, then it has to be all these goofballs because they're all doing bad shit, murdering, abducting. Fabish mentioned something about the matter of rape in so many days, like 97 days or something like that. So there's no it's either full surrender or nothing. They've got to get out. They have to get out.
Yeah, sure, of course. We won't back down, and so we'll continue pushing every now and then to ensure that those guys, they need to go, because generally they are doing absolutely nothing to us. And so we'll continue doing what we've been doing to ensure that we enlighten our people every now and then. So thank you so much, guys. Okay, otherwise, bye-bye.